Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications is now called to order. Good morning to my colleagues, staff, testifiers, and most importantly, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and welcome to another hearing on the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. As we close out Virgin Islands History Month, I would like to take a moment to remember and reflect on the struggles and achievements of our ancestors and predecessors, and to remind everyone that the history we are talking about is not even primarily the history of high officials and famous persons we study. It is the history of our people, of everyday man and woman who worked and suffered and struggled to raise families, and at the same time, to transform in whatever way they could the circumstances in their households, in their neighborhoods, and in their communities. It is the struggles of those everyday people that we must primarily concern ourselves with today. And it is with today's hearing, which is focused on affordability of housing and housing stability, because we know the safe and healthy shelter is among our most basic and important needs. And meeting that needs has become a more and more difficult struggle for far too many in our community as we face a crisis in both the availability and affordability of housing. In that vein, I would like to take a moment to give special recognition and shout out to Hearts in Service on the recent grand opening of the JMD Henryville Transitional Housing Facility in Anna's Retreat. This multi-service center, which provides an array of wraparound services, is designed to provide overall life support that is necessary for many persons experiencing homelessness. This is the realization of a dream that has been over 30 years in the making. And special commendation is due to Miss Woodland White, Bishop Joseph McDonald Henry, for whom the facility is named, and the other hard-working men and women of Hearts and Service Association for creating this facility that will make such an important difference and impact in the quality of life of many people in our community. Today we are having an update on housing matters from the Housing Authority, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and from non-for-profit organizations regarding the status of affordable housing and of housing stability in the territory. As we invite the testifiers, which are already into the well, for the proceedings, I want to remind everyone that we are now living in a new political and social reality. We are living in historical times. Some might say we are living in interesting time. I say that, in which we must discard old assumptions and ways of doing business. Regardless of what your position is on the changes that have taken place, it is clear that we are in a time of profound change and that we must find ways to be more independent and self-reliant. As such, the decisions in this committee moving forward will remain focused on how we can maximize the utilization of federal funds, but at the same time, they will also carry a new focus on seeking ways that we can utilize our own resources and our own ingenuity to improve the quality of life and housing conditions for our people. So I must say, without further ado, Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications. Friday, March 28, 2025, Earle B. Ottley Legislative Chambers, St. Thomas, VI. Block 1, overview and discussion on the Virgin Islands Housing Authority's operational, fiscal, and human resources status, as well as the outlook for affordable housing supply and demand. Update will cover the Housing Choice Program, emergency housing vouchers, public housing, renovations, senior housing, and resident empowerment programs. Invited testifier, Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Block 2, discussion on the current status of homeownership programs across the territory and the outlook for affordable housing and homeownership, the process of home repairs programs, the status of emergency housing initiatives managed by the authority, and the status of programs aimed at addressing housing instability. Testimonies from nonprofit entities will address housing instability, the health of organizations supporting affected individuals, collaborations with government agencies, and suggestions for improvement. The session will also include a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats analysis of the housing landscape and the efforts to provide solutions. Invited testifiers: Eugene Jones, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority; Andrea Schillenford, Executive Director, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands; Dan DeRima, Executive Director, Meeting the Needs of the Community, Inc.; Dr. Susan McGrath, Board Secretary, VI Continuum of Care. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you please call the vote?
Roll call. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph
Present.
Sr. Present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, absent. Senator Carla Joseph.
Present.
Senator Joseph, present. Senator Kurt A. Violet. Senator Violet, absent. Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
I am here.
Senator Blyden, present. Mr. Chair, we have 5 present, 2 absent.
Very well, thank you. Are there any correspondences to be read into the record?
Yes, sir, we have 1.
Please proceed with the correspondences.
March 27, 2025, Honorable Marvin A. Blyden, Chairman, Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, Charlotte Amalie, St. Thomas, VI, 00804. Dear Chairman Blyden, please accept this letter as a formal notice to be excused from the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications meeting scheduled for March 28, 2025 at the Earle B. Ottley Legislative Hall. I am unable to attend due to a prior commitment that was scheduled in advance. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. Sincerely, Kurt A. Violet, Senator, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, this concludes the reading of the correspondence.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I see our testifiers are in a well. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Good morning to the family, VIA family. ED Director, I'm going to let you introduce yourself and then have your team introduce themselves, and then you can proceed with your testimony.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director of the Virgin Island Housing Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Emanuela Perez Casillas, Director of Resident Wellness Empowerment, the Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning. Robert Protho, Director of Administration, Virgin Islands Housing Authority.
Good morning.
Good morning, Wayne Williams Farrell, Interim Director, Asset Management.
Good morning. I see you got the whole team, but where's Ms. Francis, Personnel, Human Resources? Where's she at? Ms. Francis, Licia Francis.
She didn't make it.
Oh, okay. So who will answer those questions when it comes to personnel matters? Who's going to respond to those questions?
Yeah, I'll respond to him. If not, our Director of Administration will respond to it.
Next time, bring her. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Honorable Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, Telecommunication, Vice Chair Clifford A. Joseph, Committee members, Senator Maurice C. James, Dwayne M. DeGraff, Ray Fonseca, and Carla J. Joseph, and all other distinguished senators here today, legislative staff, the citizens of the U.S. Virgin Islands, my dedicated team and listening public. My name is Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director of the Virgin Island Housing Authority. The following executive staff members are present with me today: Ms. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer; Ms. Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer. Akela Anthony, Director of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Ms. Wayne Williams Farrell, Interim Director of Asset Management. Ms. Emmanuel Perez Cassius, Director of Resident Wellness and Empowerment, and Mr. Robert Protho, Director of Administration. I am honored to stand before you today as the representative of the Virgin Island Housing Authority alongside our 169 remarkable employees. Their unwavering dedication and tireless efforts in serving our community are truly commendable and deserve our deepest appreciation and recognition. Today, we will present testimony regarding affordable housing issues in the territory, including the Housing Authority's strategic plan to transition public housing, housing choice vouchers updates, legislative needs, and concerns related to the federal policy changes impacting housing authorities. The Virgin Island Housing Authority manages a comprehensive public housing portfolio, including 20 developments grouped into 9 asset management properties totaling 2,426 units. Today, due to strategic demolition and redevelopment initiative, the inventories is expected to adjust to approximately 2,000 units, with an annual target to revitalize or construct around 300 units to meet the urgent needs of affordable housing. Post-hurricane challenges and strategic shifts. Before the 2017 hurricane, the Housing Authority already faced over $2 million in deferred capital improvements across the housing stock. The hurricanes added another $240 million in damages, despite substantial approved recovery funding. Only a fraction has been utilized for upgrades, highlighting a critical need for a refresh strategic approach. The strategy adopted in 2020, a 10-year plan to replace aging infrastructure, led to an accumulation of unresolved deficiencies across our existing public housing units. Recognizing the urgency of this issue, the Housing Authority has refreshed the approach due to the high construction and insurance costs in order to realize a resolution of these deficiencies in the next 3 to 4 years instead of 10 years. Our approach includes a strategic use of remaining FEMA funds designated for each community, aimed at addressing disaster-related damages and mitigating long-term vulnerabilities. Furthermore, we will be allocating annual capital funds to rectify deferred maintenance issues. We will continue exploring rental assistance demonstration program and mixed finance transactions as innovative strategies to rejuvenate our aging housing portfolio, ensuring our resources are efficiently leveraged to enhance the living conditions and safety of our communities. Presently, we are continuing the advancing of 4 redevelopment projects in 2025, which collectively signify a significant step towards revitalization and expanding our housing inventory. These projects encompasses the extensive rehabilitation within Walter I. M. Hodge, which was 248 units, and D. Hamilton Jackson is 106 units, communities in St. Croix. Concurrently, we are embarking on the development of 144 units on St. Thomas through the Estate Dunu redevelopment, 22 Phase 1, 84 units, and 22 North Senior redevelopment, 22 Phase 2, which is 60 units. In parallel, we are fostering homeownership opportunities through the sale of homes at Williams Delight Villas. As we continue to refresh our strategic approach to the rebuilding of our infrastructure, the resiliency of the other public housing hardscape awaits much needed attention and revitalization. As such, other developments and revitalization efforts are also being undertaken now that we have seen the completion of the Walter I. M. Hodge revitalization project and the start of the D. Hamilton Jackson revitalization project. Approximately 100 to $100 to $120 million in FEMA funds obligated is targeted to improve the physical building enclosures at the following communities: Estate Pavoni Apartments, Oswald Harris Courts, PM Paul M. Pearson, H. Bergs Homes, in addition, Lucinda Millen Homes, Michael J. Curran Terrace, Content, Knowles at the Content, Joseph E. James Terrace, Mount Pleasant, Marley Homes in additions, and partial redevelopment of John F. Kennedy Terrace through FEMA's 428 program guidelines. These enhancements will include roof repairs, the replacement of exterior doors and windows, and the painting of building exteriors. Similar improvements will be completed at Rio Diaz Heights and Candido Guadalupe Terrace on St. Croix, using other fundings from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development Capital Fund. CDBG MIT applications for revitalization of Alfonso Piggy Gerard and other partial demolition of John F. Kennedy Terrace and the redevelopment and the development of Stony Grounds, a replacement for the Wim Gardens community, are in submission process. These projects will also utilize the use of tax-exempt bonds. While the 3 remaining phases of demolition of the Estate 2 apartments have been delayed due to the need for additional environmental clearances, this includes the demolition of the Housing Authority former central office located at Anna's Retreat. And we recently received those clearances and are reorganizing to move forward with those demolition projects within the next 30 to 60 days. Additionally, other development initiatives are underway to facilitate the construction of new housing units. These initiatives will allow for new development at former sites of the Harrigan Court, Nico Apartments, and Ralph D. Schaberg Place, a proposed land swap. This change in the Housing Authority's redevelopment strategy refreshes the existing infrastructure along with a vision to build new and increase the fair cloth numbers of units to increase the availability of affordable housing, but also to enhance community resilience and livability across the territory. The Wim Delight Home Ownership Project is approved for conversion to home ownership for the residents underneath the HUD's 5H Home Ownership Program. To date, 44 residents have become homeowners of the 300 construction homes at this site. 7 of the first 20 families have purchased their homes. 5 of the first 20 are in process of closing on the sale of their homes. The remaining 8 of the first 20 are in the process of completing the repairs to their homes in order to close by May 31st, 2025. Of the 89 families remaining to purchase their homes, 35 families have made down payments to purchase their homes, and the remaining 54 will have opportunity to purchase their homes as well. 5 additional families were able to complete the Housing Finance Home Ownership class last month, so the Housing Authority will continue to partner with the Housing Finance to host these in-person classes for those families with extenuating circumstances. Immense gratitude for the intervention of Senator Maurice James and Governor Albert Bryant for allocating $300,000 of ARPA funds to be used for financial assistance, an amount of $15,000 per household towards the purchase of their homes. 20 families have received their letters of awards. We are looking forward to this opportunity to continue with the remaining 51 families for the purchase of their homes. Comprehensively, the remaining structures that are structurally unsound will be demolished and the lots re-subdivided for sale. We suspect sales of these homes will continue through the end of 2025 and 2026. As our modernization department continues to provide upgrades, replacements to our properties in the areas of age and broken water and sewer lines on the exterior and exterior of our buildings, the improvements to other interior deficiency for life, health, and safety in the units from last year HUD Inspire inspections is being prioritized with assistance from contractors to prepare for this year's inspections. The Housing Choice Voucher Program update. The Housing Choice Voucher Program, formerly known as Section 8, assists very low-income families, the elderly, veterans, and individuals with disabilities in securing safe and sanitary, decent housing in the private sector. With a $14 million budget, the program currently supports about 1,414 families, maintaining a 68% utilization and aims for full budget utilization by the fiscal year end to meet growing housing needs. Challenges included rising rental costs and competition from private rentals and Airbnb markets, which limits the number of households served. The program offered both tenant-based and project-based vouchers, with 2,733 applicants on the tenant-based waiting list and 3,575 on the waiting list for 6 project-based communities. Despite these challenges, the list remains open for new applicants. Over 100 families are actively searching for housing, and an additional 75 vouchers are expected to be distributed this fiscal year in 2025, underscoring the urgent demand for available rental units. To strengthen landlord participation, the Housing Authority has expanded orientation sessions to provide updates and gather feedback, fostering stronger relationships with property owners, streamlining the leasing process, and expediting housing assistance payments will further boost landlord confidence and program participation. These initiatives reinforces the Housing Authority commitment to improving housing accessibility for the territory's most vulnerable population. During the fiscal year 2024, the Housing Choice Voucher Program received over 500 rent increase requests from landlords throughout the territory. We are continuing to receive an influx for requests for rent increases. This is a tedious process, and the program is working feverishly to respond to all requests for rental increases for our value landlords. Beyond these operational demands, the Housing Authority is proud to manage 5 specialized programs underneath the Housing Choice Voucher Program, are targeting the unique needs of vulnerable population within our communities. Despite their critical importance, we have observed underutilization in these programs and are actively engaging stakeholders to improve participation rates. The Foster Youth Independence, which is FYI program, launched in 2021. We currently have 26 tenant-based vouchers for that program. The program is assisting 2 families within the territory, emphasizing the need for referrals from the Virgin Island Department of Human Services to reach more eligible youths. The mainstream voucher program aims at assisting non-elderly people with disabilities. This program offers 75 vouchers. Starting back in 2021, 19 families are now housed with a goal to at least an additional 14 vouchers before the end of the fiscal year. The emergency housing vouchers which currently supports 14 families. Collaboration with the Continuum of Care partners is essential for expanding this support through the referral period concluded, even though the referral period concluded back in September 30th, 2023. The single room occupancy, which is the SRO program, this program in partnership with meeting the needs of our community. We provide 8 vouchers for individuals or families in need, and we currently serving about 7 families to date. And lastly, the VASH program. Our VASH program, we currently assisting 7 veterans in the territory. Referrals from the VA are critical to the program's success. In 2024, the Housing Authority basically was looking to transition to the HUD Inspire V spectrum model. Now we are replacing the traditional housing quality standards, which is the HQS program. Inspire V introduces stricter health and safety standards to enhance oversight of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Scheduled for the last quarter of the fiscal year, this transition underscores the Housing Authority's commitment to improving housing conditions. The Housing Authority will work closely with landlords, tenants, community partners to ensure a smooth implementation, reinforcing its dedication to safe and healthy housing for voucher holders. The Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, which is also known as HOPMA, the Housing Choice Voucher Program is set to fully embrace the Housing Opportunity Through Modernization Act, known as HOPMA, through this fiscal year. The Housing Authority is in full compliance with the provisions effective January 1st, 2025 through February 1st, 2025. We are scheduled to be in full compliance within the January 1st, 2025 provision deadline. This landmark legislation presents a profound transformation of the HCVP operation, introducing comprehensive regulatory updates to modernize the program. In anticipation of this significant shift, the Housing Authority provided detailed training and certification program for our staff during December 2024. This effort was designed to ensure our team is thoroughly prepared to implement HOPMA's advanced guidelines effectively. A key component to our preparation involves creating new software for the HUD compliance, tailored specifically to meet the HOPMA's detailed requirements, facilitating a smooth transition to the updated regulatory framework. The HOPMA program introduces significant updates to the Housing Choice Program, notably redefining key elements such as income, assets, and deductions. These changes require the Housing Authority to overhaul recertification processes for participants and update our documentation and forms accordingly. HOPMA's streamlined administrative procedures aim to reduce the workload on housing authorities, improving our delivery of services to our clientele. The Housing Authority is dedicated to ensuring a smooth transition to HOPMAs involving stakeholders and in the process to prepare collectively for the new operational framework. This approach reflects our commitment to enhancing efficiencies and effectiveness of the Housing Choice Voucher Program, consistent with our goals to deliver superior housing solutions. The operations update. During this segment of the testimony, I'm pleased to report that the Asset Management Department has achieved a housing and urban development PIC reporting rate of 98.77 as of February the 28th, 2025. We will provide updates on our key performance indicators for asset management: occupancy, work orders, rent collection, resident wellness, empowerment, financial and accounting, and capital, human capital. Occupancy at the end of the fiscal year of 2024, the occupancy rate was at 90.6, compared to 92.51 today, reflecting a 1.9% point increase. This improvement demonstrates the progress and unit readiness, leasing efficiency, and overall property management efforts, reinforcing VI's commitment to maintaining housing availability for residents. In terms of work orders, in 2024, the Housing Authority team undertook a significant initiative to enhance its work order management system, resulting in marked improvements in efficiency and response to resident needs. Work orders open increased from 7,781 to 11,568, reflecting a 29% increase in reported and addressed maintenance concerns. in terms of work orders closed, increased from 6,674 to 11,392, including emergency and non-emergency work orders, representing a 98.5% closing rate in overall productivity. This improvement is just not a statistic. It reflects our team dedication to back-to-basic property management, ensuring faster response times and better living conditions for our residents. Through their diligent efforts, the Housing Authority has successfully transformed numerous sites from receiving a grade of an F for emergency and non-emergency to achieving a grade of an A across all of the sites, thereby establishing a new benchmark for operational excellence. Tenant accounts receivable, which is also known as TARS. This summary provides an update of the tenants' accounts receivable balances as of December the 31st, 2024, highlighted significant changes in ongoing efforts to manage and reduce outstanding rent balances. On St. Thomas, the TARS increased roughly about 34,425. In terms of St. Croix, to TARS decreased 7,058. Improvement in repayment agreements, 53 households were enrolled in repayment agreements in fiscal year 2023, compared to 62 in fiscal year in 2024, an increase of 9 additional households actively working to reduce the outstanding balances. The impact of ERAP assistance in 2024, the Housing Authority secured 383 and 42 from the Housing Finance Authority to assist residents in repaying past due bills. Increased payments, the takeaways from this, the key takeaways is increased repayment efforts. More residents are engaged in structural repayment agreements, demonstrating a proactive rent recovery strategy. The ERAP assistance significantly supported rent collection, the $450,000 and rental assistance funds in 2024 helped stabilize the tenants' accounts and prevent further delinquencies. The TARS declined in St. Croix, showing improvement in rent collection efforts, while St. Thomas saw an increase, signaling a need for continued resident engagement and financial support initiative. Overall, the Housing Authority strengthened repayment strategies and the introduction of financial assistance programs have contributed to a greater rent collection efficiency, helping stabilize rent accounts and housing operation. The Housing Authority has improved its recertification completion rate from 95% in 2023 to 98.77 in 2024, reflecting a 3.77 percentage point increase. This improvement highlights greater efficiency in compliance processes, enhanced residents' engagement, and strengthening operation oversight, ensuring that more household remains in good standing with their housing requirements. In summary, the matrix related to the work orders, occupancy, recertifications, reflects the efforts of a dedicated team that has united to address the challenges directly, showcasing resilience, efficiency, and commitment to excellence through targeted training, streamlined processes, and consistent weekly collaboration. We have fortified our core mission of property management, ensuring enhanced services delivery and improve outcomes for our residents. Resident wellness and empowerment, advancing economic mobility and community empowerment. The resident wellness and empowerment, RWE department plays a pivotal role in fostering self-sufficiency, economic mobility, and community wellness. By leveraging targeted programs with strategic partners, RWE has refined how structured initiative and comprehensive household assessments enhances resident stability, and long-term success. In 2024, the Resident Wellness and Empowerment RWE Department made significant strides in fostering economic stability by increasing resident participation and leadership. Community meetings attendance rose to 42%, driven by the establishment of Resident Advisory Board and the successful execution of Phase 3 of the Resident Council elections at Candido Guadalupe Terrace and at the Knolls of Content in St. Thomas. These councils play a vital role in advocating community needs and influencing policy decisions that promote financial independence, recognizing that stable housing is the foundation of economic progress. RWE reduces eviction rates by 10% through proactive rental assistance and financial intervention. Resident resiliency coordinators play a key role in ensuring that emergency rental assistance program, ERAP funds, ensuring that struggling households maintain stability. Additionally, 449 wellness assessments identify key barriers to self-sufficiency, connecting residents with workforce training, financial literacy program, and essential social services to support long-term economic mobility. Workforce training is a powerful tool for breaking cycles of poverty. In 2024, the RWE enrolled 88 residents in the workforce program, achieving 88% of its targeted partnership with the American Job Center and the VI Justice Initiative. The Section 3 participants gain access to the Department of Labor, employment resources, while initiatives such as the Williams Delight Homeownership Program and Michael J. Kerwin Terrace Homework Outreach Assistance Program supported financial independency and academic achievement. Strategic marketing efforts expanded program reach, securing $37,000 and in-kind contribution for wellness days events and $98,883 family self-sufficiency grant. The accessibility starts at home. Media tour and enhanced digital outreach strengthen RWE's connection with residents, increase engagement and program participation. To ensure uninterrupted high-quality support services, streamlined hiring process and cross-training initiatives will be implemented. Sustaining and expanding these critical efforts require financial support to strengthening the social services component of VHI's Bright Path model. Additional resources will allow RWE to match HUD operational funds, ensuring long-term program stability while continuing to empower residents and transform communities. Finance and accounting. The Housing Authority received operational revenue primarily from dwelling rent, operational subsidies, and grant provided by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to support its expenditures. The Housing Authority 4 major programs include asset management, the Housing Choice Voucher Program, the Central Office Call Center, and the Capital Fund Program. While the Housing Authority long-term fiscal conditions continue to improve, further streamlining of operational and anticipated financial support from the government of the Virgin Islands will enhance agencies' ability to provide a higher quality of life for our residents. And basically, when you look at the Housing Authority, you look at our overall budget is at $71 million. For the fiscal year thus far, we spent about $24 million. We have a balance of about $47 million left. In public housing, we get about $20 million every year. We had an increase in our funding. Our increase in our funding was about a good $600,000, and that came from collecting rent and having more units leased up. So that's a significant improvement. And then going into the Housing Choice Voucher Program, in terms of funding, we get about $14 million a year. $14 million, we normally get about $2 million and admin money, and that's based on our occupancy. So the program has been pretty stable. We expend about $16.9 million in HAP funds every year that goes back to the community, to the landlords. So we send that money back into the community. The central office call center for the fiscal year 2025, the Housing Authority projects to earn about $2.3 million in management fees. The total COCC revenue budget for 2025 is projected at 4.7, with an equal amount of projected expenses resulting in a balanced budget. Capital Fund, CFP, HUD provides capital fund grants annually to the Housing Authority to support development, financing, and the modernization of public housing properties, as well as management improvement. The Housing Authority is required to obligate at least 90% of that money in 24 months, which is 2 years, and to expend that money within 4 years of receiving that money. To date, for the overall program, the Housing Authority have received from 23 to 25, 23, 24, 25, we received over $33,505,933, of which $17 million, about $17 million has been dispersed, leaving about $16 million able to draw down. Training and development in 2024, the internal back to basics training and property management was administered to key asset management staff, property management teams. Received training and are developed through strategic meetings to identify challenges and develop proactive solutions. Additionally, online training programs were introduced for all employees. Mandatory compliance training was assigned by HR, while department directors identify department-specific training for the teams. Completion rate are published monthly. The human capital snapshot for the overall Housing Authority, we have a budget for 200 employees. We are carrying about 169 employees, so we have 31 vacant positions. This proactive approach to employee development is designed to elevate service delivery standards, enhance team cohesion, and improve efficiency by investing in workforce engagement and skill development. The Housing Authority is laying the foundation for sustainable improvements in long-term organization resilience. The potential impact of DOGE on HUD and the Housing Authority. The Department of Government Efficiency, known as DOGE, has proposed sweeping reforms to the Department of the Housing and Urban Development aimed to reducing government expenditures and increasing operational efficiencies. While measures are intended to streamline federal programs, those also pose significant challenges for local housing authorities, including the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. The Virgin Islands 36th legislature support will be crucial in ensuring that these federal housing assistance remain stable and accessible for those who need. The Housing Authority remains committed to its vision of providing sustainable communities where families can thrive economically, improving lives and strengthening communities through quality, safe, and affordable housing. In closing, Chairman Blyton, I do have a very short PowerPoint presentation to show on the Housing Authority vision moving forward and our refreshed program.
Okay, very well. Media, can you cue up the PowerPoint? presentation, please.
Thank you. So as spoken earlier, we talked about that in 2020 we had a. This is forward. Yes, thank you. As we talked before, I mentioned before, our program actually was over a 10-year. The vision was over a 10-year, and that was prior to the rising cost of inspection, the rising cost of insurance, and the rising cost of construction. And when we actually laid out the strategic plan back in 2020, when Mr. Graham was here, along with Ms. Pell and other senior staff members here, we had a vision of doing all of the communities and to do all of the communities, we sort of estimated about $500 million. But now, because of the rising cost of construction and the cost of insurance, when you factor in the fact that the amount of it costs for just 100 units to be built here, and we're talking about an average $1 million per unit, we're looking at about $2.2 billion. So we had to come back and make an adjustment and see what we can do within the next 3 to 4 years and address the housing conditions that we have while maintaining exactly what we are doing. So along with the senior staff and our advisors, we have totally refreshed our programs. So I have a small presentation for you. In terms of our refresh program, we have an overview and our strategic approach, redevelopment status, our project status, a William Delight's homeownership, and our future visions. Post-hurricane challenges, we had over $2 million in deferred capital improvements and $200 million in deferred capital improvements. You have to let that marinate for a minute. $200 million in deferred capital improvements that's been sitting out there for years. Then we had another $240 million in additional damages in the storms. Limit the use of recovery funds. Limit use of approved recovery funds.
Mr. Alexander, click to the next screen because you're speaking to the next screen.
Thank you. Yes.
All right.
Yes. Limit use of approved recovery funds, emphasizing the need for a refresh strategy, and that's what led us here. At the Housing Authority portfolio, we have 20 developments across 9 asset managements. We have 2,426 units, adjusting to about 2,000 units due to demolition and redevelopment. Our annual target of revitalization or constructing units will be about 300 each year. The 2020 strategy was a 10-year plan to replace aging infrastructure. The revised approach shortened to 3 to 4 years due to high construction costs, which I mentioned earlier, in insurance. Prioritizing FEMA funds for disaster-related damages, use of annual capital funds for deferred maintenance, and exploring innovative financing, which is through the RAD program and through the mixed finance. The physical improvements in FEMA funding, community impacts. Yes. The community's impact, which would be Estate Bavoni Apartments, Oswald Harris Court, PM Paul M. Pearson Gardens, H.A. Berg's Homes and Additions, Lucinda Millen Homes, Michael J. Curran Terrace, Content Knowles, Joseph E. James Terrace, Mount Pleasant, Marley Homes and Additions, and partial redevelopment of John F. Kennedy Terrace. Improvements focus roofs, interior doors, windows, and paintings. The FEMA funding is about $100 million to $120 million allocated. That capital fund money, the HUD capital fund projects, capital fund renovations for Ario Diaz and Candido Guadalupe, and CDBG MIT application, Alfonso Piggy Gerard, and Stony Ground. Partial demolition of John F. Kennedy Terrace. New units will be developed at Ludwig Harrigan Court and Acacio, Nico Apartments, and land swap parcels in Ralph Deishaberg Place. The redevelopment status. As you all know, that we had at one point completed the Walter I. M. Hodge Pavilion. There was 248 units. We used 9% low-income tax credit. The developer was MDG. That project's been completed. We just had a groundbreaking about 2 weeks ago on D. Hamilton Jackson. That's 106 units. We are using 4% and 9% low-income housing tax credits for that property. The developer is MDG. The status of that, we did the closing this year. We're looking to complete this in 2026. So they already started. They're on the premises doing work there. The State Dunu, which is 221, it's 84 family units. It's a 9% tax credit. The developer is Penrose. We're expecting a closing, which is in 2025. We're expecting that in the next 30 to 45 days. Completion date in 2027. Estate 22 North and Estate 22 North, which is the senior site, which is 60 units. That's a 4% low-income housing tax credit. The developer for that property, as well as Penrose, we're expecting the closing on that this year. So we have a lot of closings coming this year. John F. Kennedy, partial demolition and redevelopment. There's a Section 8 application to be submitted this year. The development plan will be 100 units. Building to be sued by the housing authority. We will be doing a self-development with 4% tax credit. We'll be doing our development in-house. Alfonso Piggy Gerard revitalization. We're in a pre-development status. Development plan of 26 units. Rehab will be also done in-house by our team. Stony Grounds redevelopment, 98 senior units. We haven't decided on the developer. Will we use a developer or will we use ourselves to develop this new project? But that will be new construction. Okay. The key focus area, the future vision. Let me move that. There you go. Key focus areas, infrastructure renewal and revitalization, increase affordable housing availability through the redevelopment and new units, enhancing community resilience and livability across the territory, meeting the growing demand for safe, quality housing for families, funding support, continue redevelopment efforts, improving living conditions, addressing urgent housing needs, collaborating with local and federal partners to support sustainable progress and meet long-term goals of affordable housing and availability. Thank you. That concludes that PowerPoint. So in closing, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your time and attention and commitment to the pressing issue of affordable housing and our beloved U.S. Virgin Islands. The challenges we face are indeed significant, but they also present us with a unique opportunity to come together as a community to innovate and push forward with determined and resilience. As we embark on a renewed journey to enhance our housing solutions, let us keep in mind the lives we are impacting, the families striving for stability, the individuals seeking opportunity, and the community's yearning for revitalization. Together, we can transform our vision into reality, ensuring that every resident of the U.S. Virgin Islands have access to safe, affordable, and quality housing. I am optimistic with the continued support of this esteemed legislature, our dedicated team at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, and active participants of our community partners, we can overcome challenges ahead and build brighter futures for all. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to service and collaboration as we work towards a more inclusive, and sustainable tomorrow. Thank you once again for your support and for believing in the potential of our communities. Together, we will make a difference.
Thank you so much, Edie Alexander, for your most comprehensive testimony and for submitting it on time. That's important. Colleagues, before I go to my colleagues, I want to welcome Madam Clerk, can you please mark Senator Maurice James as present? Thank you, Senator, for being here. My last co-chair, by the way. I'm going to give you the lineup, but I'm going to ask some questions before we begin. The lineup is going to be Senator Angel Bopez first, Senator Rick Fonseca second, Senator Carla Joseph third, Senator Clifford Joseph Sr. fourth, Senator Dwayne DeGraff fifth, Senator Avery Johnson. I'm sorry, I'm tripping. Senator Avery Lewis, 7. I don't know 6 there. So I guess he's 6. 7 will be Senator Kenneth Gittins. And Maurice James is 8, and we'll go from there, okay, for now. But Edie Alexander, let me ask you, you spoke about 169 remarkable employees, in which I know there are. How many of those employees are maintenance staff? I want to start there because we're speaking about the condition of the apartments, etc. I want to go there.
29.
How many of that 169 is maintenance staff?
How many maintenance staff? 29. It can't be.
Impossible.
It gets,
And that's why I need it impossible. I know you have your different departments and everyone has their role to play, but I believe maintenance is the most important when it comes to the upkeep of the units and the quality of life of the residents, because in this 36th legislature, we are focusing on quality of life. And you also spoke to that in your testimony, so I want to start there.
okay.
So how many maintenance employees do we have on staff at the Virgin Islands Housing Authority? Of the 169 employees, how many is maintenance that deals with the units and upkeep of the units in terms of our residents? And
78.
78. And you say you have 31 vacancies
Yes.
at this moment. What's being done to fill those positions, and what's the challenge that you're faced with in terms of filling those positions? And how long have those units, those vacancies been there based on time frame?
So thank you for that question, Senator Blyton. Dwayne Alexander, Executive Director. Those positions been off and on. We may hire 2, lose 1, so it go back and forth with those positions. Historically, those positions have always been on a book. But we have been slowing down in terms of hiring those folks because of the budget crunches that's been forecast out there. We didn't want to bring people on not knowing exactly what our funding is, but we do have in this budget built in 31 positions, and we are filling them on as needed critical basis.
I know you mentioned the increase in revenues in $600,000 because of rent collection, which is a great thing, which is always a great thing. In respect to your outlook, balancing your needs, with the increase in rent collections and training that's coming on board for your staff, which I think will increase your efficiency in all areas, I believe there needs to be a strategy in terms of onboarding more maintenance staff, because my experience is once you have a good maintenance crew, timely repairs, you have happy residents. Happy resident pays their rent. Happy residents contribute toward the overall, should I say, the overall outlook of your communities, of your AMPs. So I think it's important to, with your strategy, just make sure you look out in terms of bringing on, onboarding other individuals to assist with repairs, because being honest and being forthright with you, my calls have increased in terms of complaints when it comes to maintenance this year. So I just want to make that, put it on the record for you to really look at that, to see how you can increase put onboarding more employees, and also which will help with your employee morale also. I think that will take you far away and help you accomplish most of your goals moving forward. I know it was not mentioned in the testimony also in respect to the $2 million that myself and my colleagues appropriated for playground equipment in all of the housing communities. That's also contribute toward quality of life, especially for our young people. Idle minds find other things to do, as you know what they say. What efforts are being made to assure that you utilize those funds to assist in repairing all of the playground equipment in our community that was damaged, and also other facilities like basketball courts, etc. Because it's very important that we keep our young people active, especially in some of those communities that have nothing. As I go through and I walk through, they complain all the time, and you all see the kids running wild up and down the place, being mischievous. What's being done in that respect?
Good morning.
And please place your name for the record before you speak.
Good morning, Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer.
Good morning.
As far as the funding that we did receive from the legislature for the installation of new playgrounds, we just received a solicitation package completed by our architects and engineers last week. We are preparing for those packages, those solicitations to go out publicly within the next 14 to 30 days. And that is for St. Croix. The St. Croix solicitation package is complete. St. Thomas will be completed 30 days thereafter.
Very well. I look forward to seeing those packages go out and responses come in, because I get a lot of inquiries and complaints from my residents as I go to these different housing communities as I do on a regular basis. So I look forward to seeing that come to fruition.
Senator, in addition to what you were able to allocate for the playgrounds on St. Thomas and St. Croix, on the St. Croix site, we're also adding the resurfacing of the basketball court at Marley and Marley Additions.
Very well. Sounds good to me. Thank you so much. Because I know most of our courts in our communities are pretty okay. They ain't as bad as those that you're talking about in St. Croix, which is understandable. And thank you for that. And let me ask to Edie Alexander in respect to Tonky, that's offline right now. And when last have any of you guys been up there? Tonky, building 4 to 9. Up Tonky. Not Ras Valley, Tonky, the other side, on the hill, Mr. Alexander. Those units on the hill that was, as a result of the hurricane, that was taken offline because of structural deficiency that we was told. And I know it's up for demolition, but it's not mentioned nowhere, and it has not been mentioned. So I need to know what's going on with those units, because I know I did also a walkthrough again. I went up there with residents who feel the units are good, they look real good. But structurally, I was told that they are not safe. So I have two questions. Number one, what's going on with those units? And number two, what's being done with the over 50 vehicles that people are putting up there and doing all kind of stuff up there? Those vehicles need to be removed and need to be blocked off where they cannot actually have free access, because it's not a good look for the authority in that respect, because it's still the authority's property. So we must assure that it is secured and that it cannot be a free-for-all. And right now it's a free-for-all. I don't like how it looks neither. And there was a fire up there also. Someone caused someone fire with a car. So can you speak to that, please?
Okay. Yes, thank you, Senator Blyton. Yeah, we was up there twice in the last month. There's some concerns up there, and we're looking to re-strategize. It may be some potential that we can be able to get back into those buildings and be able to utilize them. We need another clear assessment. They said that there was damage to a point they couldn't be used at some point. We want to go back and make another assessment of it because we think those buildings could be used. So I will give you an update on it in the near future, but we are considering using those buildings again.
And I must say, honestly, I appreciate that because when I went up there twice, I did go with an engineer also, and his assessment was that it can be used based on his knowledge and his expertise, but I did what I had to do based on inquiries and my understanding also. And I'm very happy to hear that because that's we have a crisis right now in the territory. And if there's any way those units can be put back online,
yes,
we need to do that. Right now things are, we're in a whole different space right now. And we are at the mercy right now of we know who. And I look forward to further discussion on that topic in particular. But nonetheless, I'll go to Senator Volquez because I know he's eagerly waiting to speak. So, Senator Volquez, I'm going to give you your debate time of, I'll give 7 minutes. Please proceed. And be responsible for your time because I'm giving you 7 minutes and 7 minutes only to all of my colleagues because I'm serious because we have a lot of work to do and I don't want no one abusing the time. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, and good morning to our testifying panel from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. And Director Alexander, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing great, sir. Thank you for asking.
Excellent. Correspondence from the federal government pertinent to any federal funding cuts. Have you received any correspondence from them?
Yes, we have been receiving information from general information from the federal government, but for the most part, we've been communicating with our field office on specific funding issues.
Okay, and do you perceive any cuts to any funding that you regularly receive or any other programs that you're currently offering? Because I want us to be able to brace the impact of whatever comes down the pipeline from the federal government. So
thank you very much, Senator. That's a very good question. We was in D.C. a couple weeks ago, and the pundits believe that our funding will be funded at the levels of 2024. So we pretty much believe that we'll receive our funding. Prior to March the 14th which we all was bracing for the continuing resolution that was approved on March 14th. They gave us additional 6 months. So prior to the approval of the continuing resolution, we was a little concerned on would we get our funding or not, but we spoke to our field office and we were assured that we did have funding for the next month and for our HCV program, and we did have funding up until June for public housing. So we was comfortable that we would make it through the month, but after the continuing resolution went through, we're pretty much sure that we will be able to survive at least the first 6 months of this fiscal year.
Okay, very well. And I would assume that at some point, if something changes, you'll reach out to the chairman of this committee and we'll all get together and talk about that. Okay, excellent.
Yes,
now, originally you proposed a 10-year infrastructure strategy.
Yes.
But now it's compressed, if I can say it that way.
Yes.
To 3 to 4 years. What specific projects or initiatives have been scaled up, basically, because of the timeline being shortened? And how are you ensuring that the quality isn't compromised in the accelerated timeline?
Thank you very much, Senator Volquez. We are basing everything on funding. So that's the key word for us is funding, funding, funding. So we are moving our projects around based on fundings. So in our queue right now, we do have, on deck, we have the Hamilton D. Jackson project on deck. We do have in the queue 2 phase 1 and phase 2. in the queue that we're trying to get to. Based on funding, we're moving with those next.
But based on that funding, you are comfortable with this scaled up timeline? Are you sure that you're going to meet your marks?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Very well. Very well. You also mentioned that the goal is to construct 300 units a year.
Yes.
How many units were actually completed in 2023 and 2024, and how many are expected to be completed in 2025?
Hi, morning. Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So we're currently going through the revitalization of existing. The new units start with the restart of Duno, the 84 units this year. That's going to start off the 300. And then as we get to the partial revitalization and redesign of John F. Kennedy on St. Croix, that's 100 units. And then we're also going to start the new construction at Stony Ground.
Okay, and part of that is
98.
Your environmental clearances that you also mentioned in your testimony.
Correct.
And basically, you are reorganizing, as was also stated in the testimony. And since you have those environmental clearances, when you reorganize, what does that entail? What else are you? What's next in the process?
So the next part of the process involves securing the financing, current insurance costs, current, structural costs, all of those things, bidding, what are those costs, any issues concerning tariffs that are being imposed, all of those things are going to play factors in moving forward.
Okay, and you mentioned you only received a fraction of the hurricane recovery funds, and it's only a fraction of the hurricane recovery funds have been used for upgrades.
Correct.
Despite the severity of damage that was already done in 2017. Can you clarify what has happened or prevented full use of those funds, and what steps are being taken to speed up the deployment?
So a lot of what takes a lot of time, like it almost takes like 2 years to put a deal together of that magnitude. The time frame of the leveraging of different funding sources, and as the disaster recovery has indicated, we have complex deals. These deals are layered with different financing, which are layers of different requirements. Our recent deal with the D. Hamilton is the first 4% tax-exempt bond deal, and we'll be moving forward with more bond deals in order to realize the funding.
Okay, and I know most of that wasn't necessarily all positive feedback. However,
I know.
Let's shift it over and get some positive energy up in here. You mentioned that the Housing Authority has successfully transformed numerous sites from F ratings to A grades, right?
Yes.
In order to, what site specifically improved, and what operational changes led to that turnaround?
Time.
Thank you, Senator Boquist. That's a very good question. We changed our methodology on how we address operations. We sort of changed the mindset on how we approach managing our properties. We are no longer looking at these properties as typical public housing properties. We're looking more of it as an asset. So we're looking more to manage the asset instead of just fixing up a property. So as you look at our numbers increase about 5,000 work orders. We're doing a better job tracking. We're doing applied work hours, where we know that an employee that works 8 hours are doing at least 7 hours of wrench time on the job instead of just walking around and not really tracking them. So because we tweaked our system in a sense that we're starting to see productivity. And we typically have meetings in all of our communities. Over the last year, we had tons of meetings in our communities. So we get the feedback from the residents. I'm sure you have less complaints this year than you had last year, but the complaints go down because the employees are out there doing the work. The complaints go down because we're on the forefront now of meeting the residents. We're not waiting to meet them once a year. We have town meetings every month, and we all attend. So we can hear the complaints, and we go back and adjust them. They are our biggest critic, but they are our experts in managing our properties. They are the ones who are receiving the services and give us the insight.
And going, Mr. Chair, really quickly, thank you, Mr. Chair. And going from an F rating to an A rating is not an easy job, so I commend you for those efforts. I know that, well, I can't pretend to know what you all do on a daily basis, but just the work that you've been doing, and from being an employee in Senator Blyden's office and dealing with you on different occasions in the past and understanding the dynamics of what you have to go through, I want to commend you for your efforts, but there's still a lot of work to do. So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Boquist. Edie Alexander, to piggyback on that line of questioning.
Yes.
A F to an A rating in which area?
Work orders, just specifically in work orders.
Not overall operation in terms of inspection?
No, no, it's just specifically in work orders. We use a system that track the work orders. Specifically, HUD says if you have timelines to doing work orders, and according to their timelines, we have a grade of an A in all the communities.
Good, very well. And also on page 10 of your testimony, the chart you have here, right? Budget and authorized federal funds. I'm speaking to federal funds, and I'm going to stick to quality of life issues. I'm going to speak to 3 areas on the chart in terms of funds expended and the balances. For foster youth to the independence, HCVP, yes, you had $45,000, you expended $5,425. First of all, before I even go there, when did you receive these funds, and when do they expire? Or
the funds?
When did you receive the funds, and when does it expire?
You want to speak to that?
The federal funds. So we speaking to the 45,000, 5,000 has been expended thus far. So I wonder how long we had those funds sitting there and where we at. Also, when it comes to the single room occupancy, that Methodist Outreach got the grant. 51,000, 8,000 has been expended so far, thus far. Resident occupancy and family self-sufficiency, that's very huge. 103,000, 11,000 has been expended so far. I need some answers in respect to those areas. And also Bright Path, I know you haven't really started, which is 900,000. Still have been expended thus far. So can we speak to those 4 areas, please, in terms of the funding and what's going on in terms of expending those funds? Because, again, federal funds are hard to come by. Dodgers taking back everything from everyone, everywhere. So let's speak to that briefly, please.
Good morning, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director.
Morning.
In terms of the foster youth to independence, we've had the funding for about 3 years. It does not expire. The use of the funding is dependent upon referrals from the Virgin Islands Department of Human Services. They would have to refer a foster youth to our program, and we go ahead and we do the application process, determine eligibility, and subsequently house the family. That we've been slow to receive referrals from the Department of Human Services.
Before you go any further, and I am happy you brought that up, what does that relationship or collaboration look like with Human Services in respect to those funds?
So the funds are held by VIHA.
Understood.
So we have a direct contact within the Department of Human Services that we communicate with directly, responsible for foster youth in the territory. So we basically, if there's a referral or some inquiry, we would walk the youth through the process of eligibility. So that's a very close-knit relationship.
Okay, very well. Let's go to the single room occupancy.
So the single room occupancy is in collaboration with meeting the needs of our community. We have 8 units available there. We've been able to hold those units full. We received a vacancy, I believe it's not late this year, very early this year. So We're communicating with Methodists, meeting the needs of our community so that we can receive a new referral to fill that vacancy. And those funds are not expiring.
Okay, very well. I'm happy to hear the individuals who are responsible for those funds, because they are not being spent like I know the need is and the inquiries that we get on a daily basis. And I actually meet with all of these different agencies in respect to their clients and those individuals. So just for my own knowledge, I just need this information so I could follow up with them. Also, what about the FSS program? 103,000 so far, 11,000 have been expended. What's going on with that one? Anyone?
Good morning again, Emanuela Perez, Resident Wellness and Empowerment Director. In 2024, our FSS coordinator resigned from the authority and went over to another position. So we had a period of time where services were not being served through a coordinator on hire. We now have a coordinator on hire.
When did they come on board? When did you onboard that?
The new coordinator?
Yes.
In December of 2024. The old coordinator left in June of 2024.
Okay.
So when you don't have a coordinator on staff, Senator, we can't utilize the funds. So this year, funds was recaptured for that program. But we did receive a new grant application, and so we do have another 98,000. We weren't penalized, and the funds are available to us.
Okay, in respect to the new coordinator, what's their role and responsibility in terms of expending those funds, and what are those funds utilized for? Can you explain to us briefly, succinctly?
FSS funds are utilized for the FSS program implementation. So it pays salaries, it provides those support services that we need, those support fundings that we need to have initiatives around the program, including outreach and orientation.
Okay, and between December when this new individual came on to March?
We've been utilizing new funding, of course, our 2024 funding now.
No, not the funding, I'm talking about the work. What has been done in respect to the work?
Oh, absolutely.
With these individuals.
So we've worked on ensuring when the new individual came on, the program had graduations at the end of the year. We made sure to have that continuum of services implemented to the current participants that we've had. And since 2025, we've hosted 2 meet and greets in each district where we've been able to obtain 18 new interest participants to continue our services.
That's what I want to hear, the involvement in terms of the resident, because this program is mainly for them and basically self-sufficiency for them. So I want to hear the numbers in terms of what has been happening and our outlook. But nonetheless, thank you for the update. And lastly, Bright Path. Speak to that briefly.
Okay, what would you like to specifically know? You want to hear the numbers around the amount of people we've served that was in the testimony, or you would like to hear what are our plans for 2025?
It's showing budget 900,000, expended $0. So speak to that.
So the budget of 900,000 was specifically to get our wellness centers started. We have on contract now 2 centers in the St. Croix district. We've got our mental health wellness center that will be opening in April, restarting in April of 2024. And that contract is for $150,000. We've got a whole service provider, and we're excited that they have now their new property because we've cleaned up their space. They're providing space through VIHA. And we've also done a lot of community outreach to celebrate this and get the community excited. We also have just got our contract with the academic center, and we're working on securing all the finalized parts of that contract so that they can begin working by summer of 2024.
What about the St. Thomas district?
The RFP went out twice. Unfortunately, we did not come back with a contract from both districts, but it will be going back out again next month so that we can secure our 1 academic center over here and our wellness center.
I look forward to working with you in respect to this district to see how we can get something going ASAP, because it's important.
Agreed.
Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and pleasant good morning to the staff of the Housing Authority, Director Dwayne Alexander, and his chief assistant, Lydia Hughes-Pell, and good morning to all the viewing and listening audiences. Okay, well, I got to start off first, your work orders. improve. It's up to A, your occupancy percentage and your recertification, so that's good. I notice that your units under management is going to go from 2,426 down to 2,000 due to strategic demolition and redevelopment. That's a 17.5% reduction, so I caution you because most of my career I sat with you guys. You know, I sat in your seat, Mr. Alexander. So, of course, you know, your funding is based on the units under management. So that means that 17.5% reduction in unit means similar reduction in funding, and, you know, that can affect staffing. So be careful with getting rid of units and not billing them back. Okay, so I want to go quickly. I got to thank my colleague, the female colleague from St. Croix, for her work with that Williams Delight 5H home ownership program. We were able to get 300,000 set aside. That's great. So I want to go now to the Anna's Retreat because they had a similar 5H program. And you know, they're listening to you on TV, and so I got about 5 texts from them, Miss Springett and Boyce, all of them. So there's about 80 persons that had a $3,000, you know, I guess it was a deposit or something that most of them closed like 30 years ago. So I do the math, 80 persons times the 3,000 gonna come up to 240,000. So you have a little bit of interest left, 60,000. So is it possible to reserve that 300,000 as the money to negotiate for the closeout and to pay out all of the Anna's Retreat persons? Is that possible? I think both of them were 5H HUD programs, right? Mr. Alexander, or anyone? Hold my time, Mr. Chair, hold my time.
Cecile Tong Foy, Chief Financial Officer. Senator, the last time we were here, we also discussed this topic, and those funds, if they were allocated at any time or paid, that was before our time. And also, I had discussed, we do not have those funds on our books. I think this is something that eventually Director Alexander and COO Pell will have to discuss what action VIHA will take as it pertains to those funding and how we would make whole those homeowners.
Okay, my question is, the Williams Delight, it's a HUD 5H home ownership program? And the Anna's Retreat was a HUD 5H home ownership program as well?
Yes.
Okay, yes, the answer is yes to both. So now I'm telling you, those 80 residents are not lying. They paid this in the closing, and we've had some discussion where you require them to go to the Lieutenant Governor's office, get the certificate of good standing, get organized, and submit whatever they need to submit. So they've submitted, they've done everything that you've asked, and this here has been going on since my first day in the legislature. And now I've been here, this is my second term, so we need to get this done, because you was telling me you didn't have the money, but now you got, you know, this money here was set aside for a 5H home ownership. You're getting those deposits, those rents, those tenants are paying you that $15,000. Why can't that money go to this money that's owed for 30 years? These homeowners in Anna's Retreat, there's 80 of them. They're not lying. They paid this deposit when they closed on those homes. We need to get that solved. It's 80, yes. We need to get that done. And you know, they're not happy about that. So let's work on it, you know, because this here is a burning question, and I know the chair of this committee is also animate that we have to get this done. For a long time, you were saying you ain't had the money, it wasn't under you, and all of this nonsense. It is the housing authority, so it doesn't matter who sits in the chair. These folks bought these units from the housing authority. Let's get that over. Now that you're getting the money, just pay them the money so we can get that. Okay, good. So I want to go now to a good point, because I want the housing the VI Housing Finance Authority to look at this. So if I ask you, how long do you take to pay your bills to the contractor? How long on average?
So thank you, Senator Fonseca. We pay our bills 30 days on invoice.
Okay, you see that? So all of these capital projects, they are the same HUD funds. The Housing Authority is HUD funds. The Housing Authority is paying their bills within 30 days. All of these capital projects that starting now, the high school and all these different projects, you need to make sure that you're paying these contractors within 30
1
days
minute.
so that they don't have to walk off the job and these jobs can continue. Because like I told you, we have $23 billion and you're saying that you're only going to spend 440 million, 441, let's round it to 5. So what that does is if you spend a billion a year, it's going to take 23 years. 500 million is going to take 46 years. It's going to take us 46 years to spend these capital projects.
30 seconds.
It is not acceptable. And also, we're going to have to pay them on time. It's being done here. The Housing Authority is paying these contractors within 30 days. 30 days. You heard the testimony. We have to make sure that these contractors that are doing these capital projects are paid within 30 days. This is serious because we only have 10 years or so to be able to spend all this money, so we don't want these jobs stopping because of lack of payment and all these things. I hear that you got submit just like how you get when you're working for the government, they're going to wire it to your bank account and all this nonsense. Give the contractors a check so that they can pay the employees. You don't want to wire them. So thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and we need to follow up so that these Anna's Retreat home ownership residents get paid. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, and you are correct. We have been speaking about that. We have met with those individuals several times, and they need to be made whole. That's the bottom line. So I'm sure ED Director and COO Pell will address it ASAP moving forward, and we will follow up with that. Before I go to Senator Carla Joseph, who is online, let me ask, in respect to VI Justice Initiative, what's the relationship? What's the partnership in terms of working with them? VI Justice Initiative. You have a relationship with American Job Center and the VI Justice Initiatives. And you also spoke about Section 3 participants who gain access to the Department of Labor, employment resources, etc. What is the relationship with VI Justice Initiative? Because they do great work here in the territory. I want to ask you about that. What's the relationship?
So we inform a lot of what's happening with their task force. We sit on with their meetings, and so that's how we're being able to utilize them to go into our communities and share information. They show up to all of our monthly meetings. They work very closely with resident councils who have concerns around different areas, and so that's where the partnership lies.
Okay, very well. And ED Alexander talked about town halls every month. I think that's resident meetings every month. He said town hall, but I think he meant resident meetings, correct?
Yes.
Resident meetings in all the different housing communities.
Yes, correct.
And I attend most of them, as a matter of fact. And it's very important for you to have those meetings to stay connected with your residents and know what's going on. Also, I want to say kudos to the resident tenant council of Corwin Terrace. Mm-hmm. And I think that's going to be an example moving forward. They have retired professors who are teachers at Corwin Terrace Community Center. They're every day doing what's necessary with the kids and their homework, etc. And they have made such an impact in those kids' lives in terms of what is possible and assisting them in many areas. And they also feed them. They do a lot. And I believe I want to put a word out there for all the other resident council to utilize the centers. And I implore the Housing Authority to make sure that all of the centers are up and running, because they're not all up to par. That's critical. That's a space where a safe space for the residents, especially after school, when them students are home, to include that and a playground. That makes an impact in terms of the quality of those residents' lives. Those centers are important, and I know you have started working on a couple that I asked you to, so I appreciate that, and I just want to shout out those that resident council and pointed them out because that they are doing great work down there. And they have a lot of activities also going on a regular basis. And that's what the tenant council is all about, to be involved with the residents and work on behalf of and work in collaboration with the housing authority to make life better for all involved. So I just want to put it out there. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 7 minutes. Senator?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone. And I really want to commend the hardworking men and women from the Virgin Islands Housing Authority for the job that you're doing. Keep up the momentum. And I also want to say a pleasant good day to Mr. Dwayne Alexander and his executive staff. I'm very pleased to hear about the payment. And that's standard from when I was at the housing of paying contractors within 30 days. But I just want to clear up, adjust some information for our people so that they understand. And I believe your CEO could, or your CFO rather, can clear that up. With the HUD funding, are these funding reimbursable or do you just draw down on the funding after you've been invoiced?
Cecile Tongfoy, Chief Financial Officer. Senator Joseph, it depends on what invoicing we're speaking about. If it's invoices or work done by contractors for the asset management projects, then those funds are operating subsidy that's paid through each AMPS. However, if it's capital fund related, then those funds have to be drawn down, and it takes 3 business days for HUD to fund VIHA, and then VIHA in turn will pay our contractors.
And so you will receive the funding once HUD funds you within 3 days, but that's after you've gotten an invoice from the contractor, correct?
After we have gotten the invoice, we have gone through our proper procurement process, and we have an established purchase order, then a vendor will be paid, ma'am.
And it's within the 30 days?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because I know that's how we have worked in the past, and I know you get high score in CFO for your grade from HUD.
Yes,
so I
ma'am.
want to congratulate you, and I hope you continue to get those high scores so that the funding can still come in and is showing that VIHA is fiscally responsible and following through on the acceptable guidelines that are put forward by HUD. Now, I want to ask some questions, Mr. Alexander. I'm going to go to page 7 of your presentation under the subheading Operations Update. You indicated you have a 92%, 92.5, you could say 93% occupancy. That's an A, very good. But I want to ask, what is your waiting list for your asset management side of the housing authority? I didn't see anything here about that. How many people, because we know we have a critical issue, a catastrophic critical issue with housing here in the Virgin Islands, low and affordable housing. Kindly provide that information and that number for us.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Joseph. 2 things. In terms of our Housing Choice Voucher Program, we have about 3,000 people, a little just shy of 3,000 people on the waiting list. But in terms of our public...
How many, no, stop, stay and say that word again. How many human beings are on the Housing Choice Voucher waiting list territorially? 3,000 people, are you saying?
It was about 3,500 that's on the project base. In terms of tenant base, we have a little bit more than 2,700.
2,700 on
Yes.
the tenant base.
Yes.
And this is just Housing Choice Voucher. You're saying I have to stress it.
Yes.
3,500 human beings in the Virgin Islands.
Yes.
And 2 project base and 2,700 on the tenant base.
So, if I may, Senator Joseph.
Go ahead.
We have those many people on the waiting list that don't necessarily mean that they are from the Virgin Islands.
Sorry.
It don't
Well,
necessarily mean that they.
how many are from the Virgin Islands and living here that is on the waiting list now, Mr. Alexander?
Far as we have to open our waiting list to everyone. What happens after you apply for the waiting list, then there is preferences that you will receive. If you was from the Virgin Islands, then you would go a tier higher and sense of preferences. So we would give the local preference to the folks in the Virgin Islands. But in terms of the waiting list, you have to open up the waiting list for everyone.
Okay, so how many persons are in the waiting list for the Virgin Islands proper?
I don't
living here?
have that specific number, but and continue to report out to you. You asked originally how many was on public housing. I would get that information for you and make sure you receive it.
Yes, because that's we cannot say that we're having a housing crisis and a catastrophic housing crisis if we don't show the numbers. The numbers is going to tell us the story. We know we have a lot of people who are couch surfing, and they need to be in a home. The home provides all of us as human beings with a level of stability. So I really need to get that number. I do have a pending legislation, which is against rental income discrimination. I've been working on it for a sizable time now. I sent it out to your predecessor, and Ms. Anthony already has it as well. And I sent it to the AG office. I got back the AG's feedback. So I'm going to be moving forward, and I will share it with you once I get the full bill with the adjustments from legal counsel. So I need to get that information. Now, I wanted to ask about your research, your Lucinda Milling home for the elderly. You and I have had some conversations regarding that, Mr. Alexander. What are we doing with the leaking roof there?
So thank you for asking that, Senator Joseph. That roof, we went out there, had someone check that roof. They will be back out here on Tuesday to look at the roof again. This coming Tuesday.
Okay, so this coming Tuesday?
Yes.
And who, I'm sorry, was my time called?
What did you say?
Yes, it was, Senator Jula, but you can conclude with your line of questioning.
Okay, because we want to know what is going, this has been a burning issue since I was there at the Housing Authority. We did major rehabilitation, and it's still an issue for our elderly residents. So I'm hoping that it's on your trigger list to address that, Mr. Alexander. Mr. Chairman, I have some other questions, but thank you so much for the time. I'm not going to take advantage or abuse you. Thank you so kindly for all the answers.
Two so much, Senator Joseph, and we do have a second round, so you will have another chance to ask some further questions. Let me just ask a question, two follow-up questions based on my colleague's line of questioning. The first one is with respect to the waiting list. What's the average wait time for the waiting list? I know it was mentioned in testimony for 2 years. I made a note of that. What's the average wait time for the waiting list? Average.
Good morning, Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. We're averaging between 2 to 3 years wait currently for our waiting list.
Okay, very well.
It can be a little longer with our tenant-based waiting list because those are fixed units. So it is longer with the project-based sites.
That's what I thought. And thank you for clarifying that. Also, Lucinda Milling home for the elderly. What type of roof is that Lucinda Milling home? Is it a concrete roof or Gavaloom?
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the existing roof is a concrete roof with a roof coating on it.
That's what I remembered.
Yes.
And I know we have contractors in the pipeline at the Housing Authority who actually does that kind of work on a regular basis. So we need to reach out to them and jump on it right away. The judge did contact those. I think one of them just did contact those with the situation there in the office, etc. Use those individuals. We have people online. Let's get it done. Those are our elders. We have to look out for them. Okay, so I appreciate you following up with it and making sure it happens. All right. Next, we have Senator Clifford Joseph, my co-chair, Senator Clifford Joseph. You recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the entire Virgin Islands, listening and viewing audience. This question is from Mr. Alexander. Recently, the VIHFA, you recently had a meeting with the folks from LBJ Gardens, and from my understanding, I thought we would have got an invoice as senators. We didn't, but I said we didn't get any invites, but I showed up to the meeting anyway, and they were given two options. Could you share through the chair the two options that were given to the residents of that community, please?
Thank you, Senator Joseph. I don't think that refers to the Housing Authority. I think, are you sure it's the Housing Authority or the Housing Finance Authority? Because we didn't have that meeting.
You're right, it's the Housing Authority.
No, Housing Finance.
Housing Finance Authority, I'm sorry.
Housing Finance, Senator. And also, hold the Senator's time. Also, Senator Joseph, you don't have to do anything through the chair. This is your time. You're my co-chair. We good. Please proceed.
Okay, but you guys are responsible though for the Ludwig Harrigan housing community though.
Yes.
Yes, we are.
So what's the status on that particular project?
Right, so part of our presentation, Ludwig Harrigan is in the last phase of our redevelopment initiative. Those properties, Ludwig Harrigan, Nicasio Nico, and the land swap parcels were in process of negotiating with the GVI. Those will be the last of the new construction developments that we'll be working on.
Okay, thank you. As far as housing, over the years, you guys, no, I want to make sure it's VIHA or VIFHA. Who's responsible for the public housing? Because I noticed you guys use a new model as far as using management companies to handle the facilities. But presently, what happens when the maintenance, who maintains them? Who maintains these properties?
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Yes, we are the managers of all public housing, but there are some other companies in the territory that are managing low-income facilities. We are embarking on a new track in the future that we are positioning the Housing Authority to be able to manage some of these developments or these properties that are being managed by outside private management companies. We'd like to be able to bring that type of management inside the Housing Authorities in the future.
So what's the timeline on that?
Well, for full disclosure, we are actually working on it now. We will know something in the next 30 days because we're working on exactly 3 acquisitions right now. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too soon because we're still going through finance, just going through the financial aspect of it, but we will have an update in the near future. But we are looking to do something in the next 30 days to answer your question, Senator.
Okay, well, through the chair, could you provide that information in the 30 days period you're talking about?
Yes. Yes, sir.
The next question I have is when it comes to when housing first came to the territory, we had agreements, the government will take care of trash and water. Now that you're privatizing, shouldn't the private companies now be responsible for the trash?
They are. Yes, they are, most of the properties, but we do have an agreement with the government in terms of picking up trash at some of the communities. that is taking place on some of our properties, but not all of our properties.
Could you provide a list through the chair
Yes,
of
sir.
the ones that are being picked up?
Yes, sir.
Because that's important to us. Yeah. And with these development companies, the other question I have is, what taxes do these development companies pay to the Virgin Islands government?
I'm not sure. As you talking about the developers who are actually working on our sites or doing our building for us?
Yes, and also the management companies, like nobody pays gross receipts, for example, or maybe excise corporate taxes.
I'm not sure.
For the franchise.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
For the franchise itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the developers, and I'm definitely not sure in terms of the private management company, but I know from where we sit in the Housing Authority, we think that we're the only folks in the territory that should be managing, for the most part, low-income housing. I think we are the experts in managing distressed properties, and we're putting ourselves out there because whether we want to or not, 90% of the phone calls that we get and complaints are from the properties that we don't manage. And we constantly field these phone calls of these properties that we don't manage. So since we deal with most of the complaints, we might as well
30
enter
seconds.
into a management agreement to manage these properties, and that way we can resolve half of these problems and address most of the issues that folks in the Virgin Islands have issues at some of these communities outside of the Virgin Island Housing Authority.
Okay, but again, through the chair, could you tell us or send the information about who's actually paying taxes out of the different management and within housing?
Yes, sir.
Could you send that to us? And thank you for the job that you're doing, and thank the chair.
Thank you, Senator Joseph Sr. I just want to basically state that, number one, I believe he can ask those questions in the next round. I believe those questions are for the Housing Finance Authority, the tax credit properties. I think those questions will be for them. So I'll have him ask those questions during the second block 2. And also, let me ask you before I go to Senator DeGraff for his time, the referrals from the VA, since he's a veteran also, the referrals from the VA are critical to the program success in terms of the VASH program. How many referrals do you get from the VA here in the territory for that program in order to assist those veterans with their needs?
Thank you, Senator Lighton. That's a very good question. We get very few referrals, and this VASH program is a real big challenge throughout the United States because there's a strong need for wraparound services for the veterans, because typically when you move 2 in, 3 move out, or you move 1 in, 2 move out, and there's a strong need for referral services, and we have to have a higher level of referrals to come in for we ever expect to lease up all of these veterans. But it's a strong need, it's a challenge here, and there's a challenge in other places. But we get very few referrals.
What's the relationship with the Veterans Affairs?
Ms. Anthony can speak to that.
It's important. That's why I'm asking this question. It's very important. What's the relationship? Because we really need to talk, communicate, and collaborate in order to make many of these programs work for our people because it's about them. Because without them, none of us would be here.
Yes.
So that's what I focus on all the time. So what's the relationship with the VA?
Akela Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. Similar to our other special programs, we do have a direct relationship with a representative from the Veterans Affairs Office in both districts. Like Mr. Alexander described, the referrals must come directly from the VA. Those are given priority along with our special programs. So one of the things that I failed to mention before is all of our special programs have a higher priority than our regular programs. So if a veteran is referred, we have to give that our most attention in order to get that veteran housed. A lot of the processes for housing veterans are streamlined. a lot of the requirements for regular program participants are not the same for the veterans in order to get them housed a lot sooner, but it's dependent upon the referrals coming in from the VA.
Correct. But I'm sure the next speaker, my colleague, will really focus and follow up on that moving forward, because I'm sure he was not privy to that program. So nonetheless, Senator DeGraff, the floor is yours. You're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you.
Point of clarification, please.
Sure, you're recognized for your point of information, Senator Joseph Sr.
Yes. Mr. Alexander, the question I have is if the management companies under VIHA,
Is the management?
Do we have any management companies under?
Yeah, we have. They don't directly fall underneath us, but we do have a relationship with one of the management companies, two management companies that's in the territory that we're familiar with. In terms of some of these other properties, we know of the management companies, but we don't have a relationship with them.
Okay, for example, Bass and Triangle and Louis Brown Villas.
Yes, we're familiar with not Bass and Triangle, but in terms of Louis Brown, we're familiar with the management company there, yes. Okay.
Okay, so those are the ones I'm asking about, that if they're paying tax. That's what I'm asking about. Okay. So I'll ask for the FHA after, but right now I just want to make sure that you do have some as well. Management company.
Very well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph Sr. And while he's there, before I go to Senator DeGraff, because I forgot to ask you while he was on that line of questioning. As you know, we have spoken about this several times in terms of the Housing Authority taking over a couple of those management company that manages properties that's not doing right by our people.
Right.
And they don't have no empathy, no compassion. They don't belong in that space, to be honest with you, and being frank. That's all I know to be. And I'm too happy, and I know this was coming, but I'm too happy to hear that within 30 days we're going to be there with a couple of those, because it's unacceptable to treat our people a certain way. And some of them are being treated very, very badly. And I'm just happy to hear that. And I look forward to seeing forward movement with those type of initiatives, because it is only right. It is only right. It's the right thing to do. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. In regards to veterans, I wanted to know the process also, but I will leave that to the end of my 7 minutes when they call time. You can answer on the chair's time for me, okay? So we will get to the veterans, but I need to know that process. You see, I have 44 years in the government. Nothing don't surprise me. I don't get too excited about much. I'm a military combat veteran. I went to war. And I say that because I'm not glorifying it. I'm blessed to come home. For my colleagues, my brothers and sisters who didn't make it back home. So when it comes to, it's my 9th year in the Senate. I've heard this testimony from housing before. I hear it. And when I see a 13-page testimony, and on the 12th page, you'll talk about the employees, I don't know about my colleague, but it drives me nuts. And especially now, I have a fear for housing. When I see the current president of the United States that we have, and I see Doge, they decide, Department of Education, we had enough for you. Housing next, you have federal, you have employees who, what is a concern for the employees going forward? We have an administration in the White House that is willing to fire half your staff, if not all, because they feel they see a better way. So I'm saying that's a fear to me. Because even it might be 169 people, it's 169 Virgin Islanders who liable to lose their jobs. It's unfair to me. And it's unfair because then we as the first branch of government, we're going to try our best to see how we could manage to maintain what we could maintain. But what do you have a concern of that?
Thank you for that question, Senator DeGraff. We have a big concern with that, and this is why we are changing our efforts to change the way we do business. If you recall, the Housing Authority had over 4,000 units back in 1998, which was in our lifetime. So you think about that, 4,000 units, and we're down to 2,000 units now. We have lost units over the years. We have lost employees over the year. And what we are trying to do, just as I mentioned earlier, we are bringing other properties into our portfolio so we can be able to generate more money. Be able to generate more money so that we can hire more people. When you look at some of these deals that is going down, the federal government basically, and I'm not the spokesperson for the federal government, it seems that they're pulling back from public housing because the funding is trickling down for public housing. It's getting less than it was years ago. It's getting a lot less than it was years ago. So Housing Authority had to be creative, and we cannot think like typical old robotic government thinking. We have to be nimble and think outside the box and be creative. And I'm just talking about the Housing Authority in terms of thinking about business.
Excuse me, I'd like to also add getting with Department of Personnel to look at where, if need be, a lateral transfer to some of the vacancies that we have. Because I'm saying, don't wait until that auto pen start writing. They say employees. I'm a big thing on employees first, second, third, and last. Because none of the services you're going to get if you don't have your employees.
Yes.
Okay, so that's my mandate to you, is to start looking at worst case scenario, what we're going to have to do, and have the conversation with your employees, you know, and make it a real issue. Because again, if what wasn't going on in the United States, but we are United States too, so it affects all of us. Okay, now to head in work orders to go from an F to an A, and I hope it's not seemed as if it's an accomplishment, because to me, it's not. It's the job. But I'm happy that you put it in your testimony as transparency. I like that. You're transparent to say, hey, we ain't perfect, we fumbling. And that's what I'm saying. These are things that Doge looks at. The things that you see now, your local Doge, you have to look at inside and say, hey, you know, do I have to cut the fat? Do I have to get fatter? Whatever. But I'm just saying now, the reality is the transparency I like. The young generation is who set to take over the world. Is a young generation looking at renting, or is a young generation looking at home ownership? And you, from housing point of view, what type of ideas going forward have you put together looking to bring in the young generation to say, hey, help us enhance this from what we are seeing? Because we've seen 4 generations of people in these neighborhoods. They choose to live in these neighborhoods. These neighborhoods were set to be basically, we give you a beginning, and then boom, you move on into the. That's my understanding from it over the years.
1 minute.
Generations live in them over generations. Are we looking to the young generation to break these cycles?
Yes.
To say, hey, regardless of what you call a housing community, do we know it as a housing project? And they have a certain stigma to it that nobody deserves. But the young generation, we got to get this to them where it's like, hey, it's not for you to be living in the same apartment your great-great-great-grandparents are living in. So are you doing anything like that in your outreach to the young generation and finding out what kind of data the young generation looking at toward renting versus home ownership?
Yeah, thank you for that, Senator DeGraff. Yes, we have a whole program and our Section 3 program, and we have our FSS program, which is Family Self-Sufficiency, and the Ross program is a self-sufficiency program. And we try to get as many folks as we can into the program that they could be able to put money in escrow, achieve their goals, and if their goal is to purchase a home, we try to get them on that path.
Okay, my final question before you answer the veterans question, if I may, Mr. Chair, would be in terms of going forward for Ozo Harris Court community. We passed a bill renaming naming the basketball court after a gentleman. You aware of that, Mr. Todman? Yes. There was supposed to be a $10,000 added for the signage and everything. What is the last word on where we are with Ozo Harris Court basketball court, getting that name erected and everything, whether the money was received or whatever? What was the latest on that?
So thank you very much again for that question, Senator DeGraff. That money was obligated back in 2023. That money expired. And then in 2024, the Housing Authority elected that we was going to actually use money to address that issue. We never got around to it. We still have it on our plate to be able to move forward with it. We just haven't done it yet, but we're still looking to do it.
Good. So it's a your part. I do appreciate it. And if you just answer the process for the veterans in getting the program, if you could just do that while you're on the chair's time. Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Your line of questioning. The VASH program. Who's going to respond to the Senator?
Kayla Anthony, Housing Choice Voucher Program Director. So the VASH program is a program for homeless veterans specifically. And that's defined as any homeless veteran that's identified by the VA office, or if a homeless veteran would walk into our office, we can refer them to the VA. The VA does the evaluation and determines whether or not this person is homeless. And most times it must be supported with wraparound services for the veteran. They go through a similar application process that's streamlined. I could give an example. For example, for most families, we need to see proof of birth through birth certificates. With the VA, a DD, I think it's a DD 14. What is that?
214.
That form. Once we receive that, it has all the pertinent information for the veteran, so we don't need anything else for the veteran. Veterans are not required to go through the criminal background screening. So it's streamlined just to get that veteran off the street. I think the biggest issue that's impacting the program is ensuring that we have the supportive services to keep the veteran housed. As Mr. Alexander explained, we may move a veteran in this year, but because they don't have the right support, they may be homeless in the next 12 months. Mm-hmm. So identifying the homeless veterans, getting them referred, and giving them the services of what we see would help to improve the success of that program.
Thank you so much for your response, Senator. Thank you for your response, Director Anthony. Before I go to Senator Maurice James for her line of questioning, let me ask you in respect to your testimony, you spoke to your occupancy rate of 92.51% today as of 2024, 90.6, which is a 1.9% increase. The occupancy rate is 98%, correct, right? So
no.
What the
92%.
No, what the rate that HUD asks most authorities to be at?
So the industry standard is we should be at least 95%.
Correct.
But in terms of business, most businesses like to see at least a minimum of 97%, but it's acceptable at 90, 95. We get at 95, we're doing extremely well. We're not that far off the mark. And because we are in a trouble status, we are coming off we want to be able to come off a trouble status. And one of the key things is occupancy, which we're in the 90s, and when previously wasn't in the 90s.
Well, let me ask you then, since we're there, so we got at least 3% more to go, 3.9 to get at 95%. What are we doing in respect to getting there with our occupancy, our units, different, I just say, out of the box thinking, like we did back when I was there in terms of employees working on weekends, bringing in. And I speak about this all the time, not only with the Housing Authority, but Housing Finance Authority with the different programs.
Yeah, so
I am very caught up in terms of the way I see it. Again, we have a lot of individuals in our territory who are experts, tiling, masonry, sheetrock work, painting. That's all they do all day, every day. Why can't we onboard those type of individuals to help us accomplish our goals? I mean, it's so simple. It's common sense to me. It makes so much common sense. You don't need a contractor. You can get journeymen. There's so much licensed individuals who have a licensed, legally done business that could come in and knock out a unit, bring in 3 different persons, have someone do all the masonry, because you have a lot of masonry work in those units, especially the older ones. Let them come in and do the work. Ain't gonna take them no time to do that. You bring in the next set of people to do something else on the next set, and you're done. Knock out them vacant units, because there's a lot of vacant units that we need to put on board to house people, and number 2, to help you improve your score. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, we need to think outside the box and be creative in doing the work by any means necessary to just get the work done. That's just the way I see it, from my perspective, and to include the employees working on weekends, to also to increase their morale, etc., and make sure they're monitored. That's all I'm saying. So let's see what we can get done moving forward, please.
Yes.
I beg you.
okay.
It works. You know it works. We did it together. It works.
Yeah.
And it makes sense. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, testifiers, colleagues, everyone inside and outside the room. I want, first of all, to begin by recognizing when we do good work in the Virgin Islands. And yesterday morning when I woke up, I saw that when I read the New York Times, it said that Trump administration abruptly cuts billions from state health services. And I immediately thought about the Department of Health. And what was interesting was the article stated that some states like Kentucky and South Carolina rely heavily on federal funding to run health programs, while others such as New Jersey and California depend on them less. And then yesterday afternoon, I saw a press release from the Department of Health where the commissioner's statement, press release, said that they had proactively secured alternate grant funding to preserve certain positions, especially in the behavioral health division. And I just want to commend them for being proactive, because these are times when we as a community will have to be proactive and find funds. Of course, you know, the impact would have been disastrous had she not gotten the alternate grant funding. And I'm hoping that other agencies and departments in our government begin to realize that we are going to have to find alternate funding, because or we're going to have to start joining some of these lawsuits that are going to be going on all over the United States when funding is being cut abruptly like was done. But kudos to the Department of Health. With respect to the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, good morning, Ms. Alexander. I have a number of questions for you. I want to point out that the HUD, the 5H program, HUD program was approved in 1995, so it's 30 years now since that program was initially authorized here in the Virgin Islands. And I looked at over the years, you know, you said 44 residents have become homeowners of the 300 constructed homes that you intended to sell in 1995. And 2001 was sold, 2001, 2, 2002, 9, 2011, 1, 2013, 1, 2014 2, 2015 1, 2016 1, 2017 2, 2018 1, 2019 1. And then finally, there was an uptick in 2022 where 6 units were sold, and 2023, 3. And then, of course, the governor provided the $15,000 grant to the 20 people and we gave them the letters in September of 2024. You've only managed to close 7 of those since September 2024, and you state that you should be able to close 5, I guess, by the end of April, because you're saying the remaining 8 that are completing repairs will be closed by May 31st. Has the difficulty in closing been, well, I should ask you, what are the challenges in getting these units closed? September 3, that's 6 months, in getting the 20 closed. Is it funding? Is it labor, materials? What is it exactly is preventing closings from happening in a more timely manner?
Thank you, Senator James. For the most part, it's been the condition of the units. As you are aware, and I think we had this discussion last time when we spoke, the conditions of the unit, we have to go in and modify the unit to make sure that the unit is in good working and moving condition when the folks move in, or that the unit is stable enough for them to be able to purchase it. So if you ask to...
I understand that. You had a discussion with me. This discussion here is for the people of Williams Delight, the public, the residents who call my office every day. So this is not just for Maurice James. Yes, you said these things have to be done. The question is, what are the challenges that prevent them from being done in a more timely manner? In other words, are you saying that prior to, I think, when I began conversation with you, which would have been like March of 2024, when the chair brought the residents of Williams Delight into this conference room here, the Fritz Lowett's room, that's when I learned. So from March of 2024, and I'm going to take you back to 1995. From 1995, people were told they could purchase units. Over the years, it's been a movement. So the question really is, knowing that you established and was authorized for a program, is it that, and let's just put it on the table, are you not able, over these years, perhaps the units were not maintained where you are not ready to deliver the units to the eligible purchasers? And
30 seconds.
Mr. Chair, I have another question that I really need a couple follow-up on with respect to Williams Delight, if you will give me some additional time, please.
Proceed,
or if we're going to have another round.
Proceed. We have a next round.
Okay. Do you understand what I'm asking? If Mr. CEO Alexander.
Yes.
The question is, what are the challenges? And
time.
We can bring you back in on May 31st to celebrate all 20. We can do that. But in the meantime, you said there are 35 families with down payments to purchase their homes. Is it going to take another year or two? And my final question before we do the second round is when will the other letters be released, given the grants to the other 35? I don't play any role in that. You have to give the names to the governor. We know what the process is. Can you explain? I'm not involved in that. I did my work already. You're the ones that have to give the names to the Office of the Governor and OMB. So can you tell me, people have been calling, when are those additional names going to be released so that those people can also get their grant letters? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the extra time, but I'm going to come back to Williams Elite. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James, and it is important, so no problem. Respond, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator. And to answer the questions, it's twofold. It's the readiness of the families, one, is obtaining the contractors for repairs, and it's also similar to what Senator James says, the lack of repairs in the past. So it's a combination of things which has been a delay for the most part. So the repairs, obtaining contractors, and making sure that the family is ready.
And that's why I made a statement. It's hard to get contractors these days anyway. Get journeymen, get people with skill set that can do the work, especially for those type of units. There's a lot of masonry. And we have excellent masons around the place with license. Hire them. Put them to work.
Yes.
I mean, it's common sense. It's common sense. Put them to work.
Yes.
They look in work. Put them to work. They have a license. We need the work done to get the process completed. Put them to work.
Okay.
Before I go to our second round, I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. I'm not going to do any 6 minutes because I've been asking my questions in between. So let me ask quickly in respect to Director Anthony. You have 500 rent increase requests from landlords throughout the territory. That's a serious, serious thing, and it's a challenge for the agency. I know. How does that look and what's being done in that respect? Because they play a major role in so many ways in terms of assisting the residents of the community and also assisting in rent increases because many will put it on Airbnb, etc. So how do we address and how do you balance that act in terms of them asking for more money for rent because they feel they can get more in that market? But I appreciate all of our landlords who stick with our residents because it assists our residents in basically being able to be housed here in the territory. So how are you balancing that act?
Kayla Anthony. So we are reviewing all of the requests. In order to handle the influx, we are processing the increases at the re-examinations, the annual re-examinations for each family. In terms of how much, we are required to determine whether or not the increase or the rent that the landlord is charging is reasonable. And that's done in comparison with unassisted units in the territory. We cannot cap the amount. If it's reasonable, we have to grant the request as long as we have the available funding. And that's one of the reasons why when we look at our budget for the 2025 fiscal year, we have to be very diligent because with the number of rent increases that we're receiving, we may not be able to house as many families on our program, which adversely affects our operations because as mentioned earlier, we get funding based on the number of families that are leased. So if we don't lease families, then we don't get additional admin money. Admin money covers our entire operation. That's salaries, benefits, equipment, supplies. So we have to be very, very, very responsible with the funding that we have this year, and it also impacts whether or not we can bring new families into our program.
And that was my next question, so I'm glad you addressed that at the same time because you are correct. And thank you for that response. And I just saw Senator Francis Halligan come in, so what I'm going to do, because I'm managing my time, I want to make sure we get to via HFA on time, and also at the same time, make sure we address many of the concerns we have based on the agenda. So Senator Francis Halligan, I'm going to give you your 7 minutes at this time. Okay. Please proceed.
Good day to my colleagues, to the people of the territory, to the testifiers and staff. I want to ask some direct questions in regards to the day-to-day management and operation of some of these communities, because as a resident, I get quite a bit of phone calls, and some are very perplexing to me, but maybe if I speak directly to you guys, I could get a better understanding. And some of the things I get phone calls about has to do with safety of some of the residents, where they express to me simple things like, just light bulbs in areas outside where they traverse and they move around. Those type of things, they can't even get fixed. I have one resident that has, for the last 6 months, I'm to the point where I'm ready to put a handyman on my staff to just go out and put up lights and stuff like that to help out the community. Like, that is how desperate I'm getting, because I make calls and I'm trying to understand, how do you guys deal with just simple maintenance items that could be fixed maybe in a day or so, but it's months later and we're still having the same conversation?
Thank you very much, Senator. Typically, if someone has a complaint, all they have to do is just put a work order in. What I do see sometimes is folks call and they complain about things not being done, and I ask if they put a work order in. They never put the work order in. Because once they put the work order in, it triggers someone to do the work. And if it's in the system, then we can be able to track how long it's been out there or how long it takes to get the work done. So if they have an issue or problem, they can always go to the office and call in to put a work order in and make a repair.
And I'm glad you brought that up, because I also dealt with another constituent who did exactly what you said, and her problem was never resolved. One, I actually went and visited the home, and they said they even showed me where they submitted whatever, they went through the process, they showed me the multiple phone calls, and they were still having chunks of concrete fall down in the bathroom. And it was not being resolved. So I'm like, but this is a hazardous, dangerous situation. And from my perspective as a representative, I'm really concerned, like, how do you tackle stuff like that if people are going through the process and things are still not being done? I made the effort to make phone calls at one point, and what was shared with me is they were telling me that they have a issue with the lack of maintenance people to go to the different areas. And I said, well, how do you market to try to hire more people if that was an issue at the time? I don't know if it still is, but how do you guys reach out to try to get as much maintenance people in these different communities to at least do basic upkeep?
So thank you again, Senator. We're always looking for good maintenance personnel, but not having maintenance personnel has been an issue for us not addressing the issue. Whether it's an emergency issue or it's a regular routine work order issue. We have never gotten to a point where we cannot do anything in terms of accomplishing some work based on us not having personnel. So that's not the case. If they have an issue where they need to have a work order that hasn't been addressed, they can always stop by the manager's office and reach out to the manager. We do have a director of asset management, which is Ms. Farrell, and then we also have our chief operating officer, which is Ms. Pell. And typically when the issue gets to my level, I'm either at that place or I'm on my way or I'm going to that place to see for myself. And in most cases, that's not the issue. But I would definitely provide you with my number, that if you have an issue along them lines, you can always reach out to me, and I'll definitely go by and take a look at it for myself.
Okay. I want to ask you about, when it comes to dealing with, how could I put this? There's a lot of issues as it relates to, that I've heard.
Are you on?
What?
Senator Carla Joseph, please mute your mic. I apologize, Senator Francis, you may continue.
Let's just save my time. I agree. What I wanted to ask has to do with, have you guys started to prepare? Because we clearly see what's happening nationally. And I've always been the type of person that believes in not reacting after the fact. I would rather work towards saying, okay, this is the worst case scenario, and I can hope for the best. I'm getting very concerned about how I see the national trend is happening and how we see Congress is set up and there's no real pushback at this time. What would happen if we had a chunk of the money that assists with housing just go poof? what are our contingency plans? What are we planning on doing? Have you started to prepare for if something like that happens? Because I am getting very concerned, and I'm not even exaggerating on this at this point.
So, thank you, Senator. In response to your question, we're always concerned because all of our funding comes from the federal government. We receive about $71 million every single year. Wow. All of the money that we receive comes from the federal government. This year,
1 minute,
with the exception of us receiving some of the local money in terms of playground through Senator Blyden, we don't receive any money locally. We don't receive much money locally. There's always an opportunity for the legislature to advocate for the Housing Authority to receive some money, especially since we have so many former employees that are now serving as the senators.
30 seconds.
So we always welcome any additional funding. But in the meantime, we are trying to prepare for the best we can based on the situation.
Okay.
We have enough money to survive about 4 or 5 months based on our MENAR, which is the months in net asset ratio. We can go about 4 months without any funding from the government. In terms of our Section 8 program, we can go about a month, maybe a month and a half.
Time.
So, and most of that money goes all to the landlords.
Okay.
So we're bracing, but to dispel any rumors based on the pundits up in Washington, D.C., we're looking to be funded at the 2024 level. So
Okay.
I think we may make it. And continue, as I mentioned earlier, the continuing resolution, which was done on March the 14th, gives us another 6 months. So right now, and we're still working behind the scenes to try to generate additional money for the Housing Authority so we can almost wean ourselves back on some of this need that we have.
Okay. Well, I know my colleague is crunching for time, so I do appreciate the answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Hallecker. I would like to recognize the President of Senator Novel Francis. Thanks for coming, Senator Francis. Before I go to Senator Novel Francis, let me ask you, E.D. Alexander, because I know that one of the areas that Dodge is cutting when it comes to HUD is data and statistics. So what are we doing in terms of planning locally to assure that our data and statistics is intact if and when those cuts come in those areas? Because we know that's key. Data is key when it comes to funding. So what plan do we have to assure that locally we find a way to continue to have our data and statistics intact?
Data.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Blyden. We are embarking on a new path in terms of making sure that we go paperless so that we can have all our documents and all our information saved correctly. Some of our departments have already advanced themselves to making sure that they paperless and have this information saved, and we're doing it with all of our resident and tenant files and our housing communities. That information saved provides us with the data that we need. We are also working with a consultant to bring in some new innovative techniques so that we can streamline some of our processes and make sure that our data is preserved and readily available in the future.
Okay, thank you for that. And to piggyback on my colleague who just spoke in respect to constituents' calls and response in terms of work order, I think it's also important to put on the record, too, that it's very important to state what area in terms of community which is coming from, because as you stated, many times people say they call in work order, but it's not calling, but many times they do call in a work order, but they didn't get a work order number. It's important also for those individuals to ask for a work order number, because if you don't have a number, in my opinion, you don't have no work order. You understand? So it's important to get a work order number and state exactly your apartment or the community and what the issue is, so it can be prioritized, whether urgent, emergency, routine work order. So those are some of the things also. That's why it's important also that the residents come to the meetings.
Yes.
Because at the meetings every month, it's clear in terms of processes toward the housing community, because it's a give and take. It works both ways. You know, the tenant got to do their part, but at the same time, management must do their part because that's part of their job responsibility. And also, that's why the resident council comes in also to help to bridge a gap.
Yes.
Senator Novel Francis, you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to you, my colleagues, and good morning to Central staff, as well as good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, VI, Mr. Alexander, for your testimony, and certainly I appreciate the comprehensiveness of your testimony this morning. I wanted to ask you, in respect to priorities, what is the 3 priority items being undertaken by VIHA over the next 180 days?
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Our main priority is maintaining our properties. As I mentioned earlier, our current status underneath HUD is a trouble status. We have inspections coming up. Our inspections is what give us a grading to get us out of the trouble status. So the answer to the question specifically is to preserve our properties, 1. 2, we'll continue the development of D. Hamilton Jackson in terms of supporting these development priorities that we have, because we're looking to close on these two properties in the next 30 to 60 days. And lastly, one of the main things is that while we're trying to preserve these properties, we're trying to acquire a couple other properties through acquisition so that we can be able to bring these other units into our portfolio to be able to generate additional funding for the housing authorities, and we can be able to quell some of the complaints that we are dealing with out in the community, as it does not relate to the housing authority, but it does relate to families in our community that's living in low-income housing.
Very well, thank you for that. And in respect to the JFK housing community, and congratulations, of course, on the D. Hamilton Jackson. We look forward to that transformation of that location. What's happening in the JFK space?
Yes.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So at the John F. Kennedy right now, we have partial rehabilitation. So as we're doing D. Hamilton Jackson, the residents are temporarily moving to units in John F. Kennedy that we have rehabilitated as a temporary move, and then they move back to their newly completed unit at D. Hamilton Jackson. So there is a segment that is outside of the blast zone, and only that area is where we have those temporary rehabilitated units at. So that will continue to the duration of the site or the project until those units are completed. After that, what we're doing currently is actually a demolition application for the other half of the site that is in the blast zone is in process and will be submitted to HUD for approval. So the demolition will take place. We are looking at self-developing the same area that is outside of the blast zone where the units are temporarily being rehabbed now or have been rehabbed now. We're looking at just doing a modernization there. So we're looking at the possibility of keeping those units that are outside the blast zone and just do some improvement, similar to what we did at Walter I. M. Hodge and D. Hamilton, to just retrofit it. So there is still a presence there at JFK until we get some more money identified to do a full replacement.
CEO Pell, can you share some timelines in respect to JFK? What are you working at? What time frame are you working in those phases?
Well, once we get the demolition application approved, it takes about 90 days for HUD's approval on that. So probably going into 2026, start to see the demolition of the units outside of the blast or within the blast zone. And then the new development probably will be about 26, 27, because we are working on funding and designing that right now.
And in these spaces that you're rehabbing, what is the conversation in respect to alternative energy?
Oh, every property that we do a revitalization or a new development has solar. We have energy efficient everything. As a matter of fact, we were just submitting for an award through NARO for the Walter I. M. Hodge because of the energy efficiency measures we are able to design into those projects.
Okay, and in the discussion earlier, I heard the conversation in respect to 3,500 vouchers pending, and there is a waiting list for about 2,700. And then there was a discussion in regards to some of those might be off island. Were all of those vouchers actually originated here in the territory, and then those individuals were able to take those vouchers off island? Where does the off island discussion come into this?
So I thank you, Senator. We open up our waiting list. We open up to the public, and typically folks from off island signs up on the waiting list. What we did install last year, because
1 minute.
Prior to that, we didn't have a preference. So typically, we had seen a big influx over the years, not just recently, over the years, folks coming from New York to come down to put an application in for our HCV program, get the voucher, and then go back, relocate back. So what we did was last year we started a preference so that anyone who signs up on our waiting list, the preference goes to the
30
local
seconds.
Virgin Islanders first before someone else gets it. But that does not stop them from still continuing to apply.
So those individuals, again, just deep dive in this, those individuals that's interested in the off-island application actually has an intent to relocate to the territory, or they have been displaced, or what is the issue of off-island? I mean, they just qualify from wherever they are and able to eat into the pool of lists here locally?
Yeah, so very good point, Senator Francis. Typically, so every city, just about every town that has a Housing Choice Voucher Program, their waiting list varies. So just say hypothetically, if you live in New Jersey, you may have, if you live in Newark, New Jersey, they may have 17,000 people on the waiting list. But if you live in New York, they may have 100,000 people on the waiting list. So your chances of getting on New York Section 8 program may be 10 years, but if you signed up over in New Jersey, you may get on there in 3 years. Well, when you look at the numbers in terms of the Virgin Islands, we only have over 3,000 people on the waiting list. So your chances are rising. Ms. Anthony said earlier in her testimony that it takes 3 years. That's a win-win for anybody around the country who wants to be able to apply to get their voucher here, to be able to, once they get their voucher, to port back out to wherever they go at. So this has been happening for years. Over the last several years, it's been quite rampant. So what we did last year, we installed a preference so that if someone attempts to come in, that's fine, but still in all, the people locally will get the preference first.
Very well, thank you for that safeguard, because will be in a disparate listing all the time if that's the case, because of course we can compete with those other major waiting lists. Mr. Chair, can I just wrap up with one final question?
Please proceed. Yes.
Well, it's actually a shotgun, a double question in regards to what does security and surveillance look like in these new development areas, as well as what are we doing in terms of emergency housing and making sure that those becomes available, because again we have individuals that may be in crisis mode in a matter of hours. What are we doing then to be able to support an individual that may be in requires emergency housing? I'll appreciate you responding at the chair's time. Thank you for the leniency, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. You may respond.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much, Senator Francis. Yes, we're always looking to secure our properties. And the new properties, we have the state-of-the-art systems there where we have cameras. We do have a guard at our new properties. In our old communities, we do have some camera systems there. We have done some upgrades on them. In terms of as we develop the properties, that's one of the priorities. We allocate a certain amount of money, in a sense, to the security upgrades to make sure that the property is secured. What was the last question? I wasn't sure.
Emergency housing.
Emergency housing, that's right. In terms of emergency housing, we don't have any emergency housing in terms of the housing authority, in terms of public housing, but we do have emergency housing vouchers that we have over in the HCV program, and they're very limited. We have been preoccupied and overloaded with trying to convert our existing properties into more livable spaces and develop new properties. We have not been able to create any spaces for emergency housing at this point with limited funding.
Okay, thank you for that. And also, Edie Alexander, I want to note that also it's important to mention, in respect to my colleague line of questioning, when it comes to the voucher program, not only folks come here to Port Air, but many of our people go to the different states in the United States on the program, but the only difference is oh my God, I lost my train of thought. Ours is much more. So they're ain't about explaining. I lost my train of thought. Go ahead, Senator Joseph. Quickly.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and I got you. So I caught you. We have, and Ms. Kayla Anthony, you could explain it in detail, this question. The amount that persons are able to rent, the rent amount is higher in our jurisdiction because of the rental, the medium market rent that we have to pay compared to other jurisdictions. Say if you are in maybe Arizona, you would have a smaller bracket for the market rate rent compared to if you are in the Virgin Islands, which would be a higher amount. Isn't that so?
Kayla Anthony, it varies. I believe you're speaking to the fair market rents, yes. and each housing agency is required to establish payment standards for their jurisdiction based on the HUD-issued fair market rents. So it varies. For example, as mentioned, Mr. Alexander mentioned the New York area specifically, their payment standards are significantly higher than ours. And one of the reasons we want to safeguard ourselves is because if somebody takes a voucher to New York, we end up paying substantially higher than what we would pay here in the territory, and that comes out of the $14 million that we discussed earlier. So we see increases in California as well, and some parts of Florida are definitely higher than our areas here in the territory.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Director Anthony.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Director Anthony. One of the key things is that the payment standards not the payment standards, the fair market rents, which typically comes out in July or August of every year, is a very unique system that they have in play on how they determine the rents moving forward. They usually take rents from the previous year of someone that moved out. So if someone moved out of a unit and the rent was $1,000 and they moved them out for $1,000 because the new rent is $1,400, they take the $1,000 rent to be able to determine what the rent is. And in our situation here in the Virgin Islands, our payment standards is much higher than it is else places. So even when you look in terms of our utilization, we have to be very careful that we are not using up our budget authority, because our budget authority, HUD gives us a certain amount of money based on us having 2,000 vouchers here's your budget of $15 million for 2,000 vouchers. But as we increase our payment standards to be competitive with the market, with the Airbnb and these other private sectors, we'll use up the budget authority where we may only be able to lease up 1,400 for $15 million versus 2,000 people with 14. Did I say that right? So instead of 2,000, we only hire 14 because we used up all the budget authority money.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. Quickly, E.D. Alexander, let me ask you on page 6 of the testimony you spoke in terms about anticipated shift, and you provided detailed training and certification program for your staff in December of last year. So with that question being asked, are all of your property managers and managers certified? And that's the first question.
Okay. Very good question. I'm glad you asked that question, Senator. That training that we had in December was for our Section 8 program. So that HCV program, they're being trained with all the HOTMA techniques. And in terms of our public housing programs, for the most part, they all had in July of 2023. They had all had property management training, and they had additional maintenance management training. Now we have some folks that trickled in between here.
I know that.
And we are tracking them now. We are working with Ms. Farrell, our Director of Asset Management and HR, to set up a program. We've been in discussion since we was in Washington, D.C. with the folks from NARO to be able to come here to provide training for the managers that was left out of that loop, or the assistant managers that left out of that loop.
So, a question. In your agency, so you do have assistant managers that's not certified, do you?
It could be. It could be. I don't know right offhand.
Do you have AMP managers that are not certified?
It could be. It could be. I don't know offhand. They may be certified and.
No problem.
Yes.
What you can do is send me a listing,
Right.
and then we'll go from there. Just for my own edification, because I know when I came in back in the day, you had to be certified within a certain amount of time. Back in the day at the Housing Authority, we had to be certified within a certain amount of time of being hired. So that's why I'm asking that question. So you'll get me the information and we'll take it from there, okay?
Okay.
Colleagues, it's 12 o'clock, 12:02. HFA is already here. I'm going to do a rapid round of 2 minutes so we can wrap up. So I'm going to start with you, Senator Wilcox. You recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask the authority, HUD's Inspire V or 5 standards, I'm not sure which one it is, but have now been replaced, are now replacing the HQS inspections. How prepared is the Housing Authority, both for its public units and voucher properties, to meet these new rigorous inspection rules starting this year?
Thank you for that question, Senator Boquez. We have been aware of this for a long period of time. Our staff has been trained on it. In terms of HQS, that's associated with our Housing Choice Voucher Program. In terms of public housing, it is the UPCS, which is a Uniform Condition Standard Inspection. And with these inspections, basically with Inspire, is similar to the previous inspections they had. They just focus a little bit more on the inside of the unit to make sure the quality of living of the residents is a lot better than it has in the past. The previous inspections focused a little bit more on the outside of the unit and the surrounding area. So, but we're ready and we are capable of going through with these inspections.
And you mentioned that your staff has been trained. All the staff, some staff, how much of the staff?
Yeah, some staff is trained more than others, but we always continuously have training going on. Those specific trainings in terms of certified public housing manager, certified occupancy specialists, and certified maintenance managers are specific trainings. But as I mentioned earlier, we do have ongoing training. Our directors provide insight and leadership and guidance every single week in weekly meetings.
Thank you. And regarding the 1 million, I want to call it 1.1, the 1,028,000, whatever it was, 990, in aged tenant receivables, what portion of that amount is realistically recoverable based on the current repayment agreements or ERAP assistant trends?
So thank you again, Senator Boquez. We are always aggressively trying to go after that money. We are taking a new strategy that if we can't collect the money, we are actually put it in a situation where we put it in a collector's hand, where we can actually have this impact the credit of folks in terms of housing. If the folks own a debt, they can't move to any other public housing facility in the country if they have a debt here.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much for your line of questioning, Senator Boquez. Senator Ray Fonseca, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, I just had 3 questions. You spoke about the work orders improved to an A. How about your operating reserves? What are you at with that right now?
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Our operating reserves in terms of public housing is doing extremely well. The mean are, we have some sites as low as 3 days, but we have 3 months, but we have a couple sites as high as 11 months. But the average, we are over the threshold that HUD requires. HUD requires to have at least 4 months of reserves. We have more than 4 months of reserve that if the government shut down today, we can survive more than 4 months in public housing. In terms of Housing Choice Voucher Program, we are around a month and a half because that money that comes in on a monthly basis goes right out to the landlords. And we don't have those type of reserves. We like to be able to have those type of reserves in the near future, but we don't have them right now.
Well, Sir Popa, you see that? The government got 4 days of operating reserves. They got 4 months. That's awesome. Congratulations. Yeah. Okay, on page 3 of 13, you mentioned that you got about 120 million for the FEMA obligated funds, and you want to do the physical building enclosure. For Oswald Harris Court and Pearson Gardens, what are you planning to do for Oswald Harris Court and Pearson Gardens?
So we are working with our MOD team. Our MOD team is working along with our asset management team underneath the direction of our Chief Operating Officer, Ms. Pell. They are working on how to address some of these issues, these longstanding issues in terms of roofs, doors, and some of the issues inside the unit. That's where they're looking to address.
Time.
Okay, just to wrap up quickly, Ms. So with the sewer lines, I know, for example, in Pearson Gardens, they had an issue. I guess that's the Waste Management Authority. They're going to come in and do new sewer lines in Pearson Gardens and Oswald Harris Court. That's part of the scope.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator. As we are speaking right now, there are contractors located at Oswald Harris. They are working on replacing the sewer line there as we speak. If we identify any other areas that needs the replacement, we will work to replace the sewer line. But the sewer line that we're replacing at Oswald Harris Court right now has been broken for many, many, many years.
Yes, thank you. And, rest in peace, Victor Garfield. I know he knew where all them sewer line was in the top of his head. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to ask my questions in an area that I'm very familiar with, and that is now termed Resident Wellness and Empowerment Update. On page 9, it was a mention about the Section 3 program and the amount of participants. How many persons do you have participating currently territorially in the Section 3 program?
Currently, we have 24, Senator.
24.
Yeah, Emanuela Perez, Resident Wellness and Empowerment Director.
Okay. This question, I know you don't have.
I'm sorry, 28.
28.
28, yes,
okay.
24 is FSS.
Okay, and how much in St. Thomas and St. John?
I don't have it right in front of me.
You could send it through the chair.
I can
and
send it through
just
the
a
chair. So
breakdown.
it's perfect.
I'm sorry?
She know that. I already told her.
You can send a question regarding the amount of breakdown, I got to say it slowly for the stenographer, through the chair of how many persons are in the St. Thomas, St. John, and the St. Croix district participating in the Section 3 program. Now, I want to also ask you what other initiatives are being taken place as far as numeracy and literacy level improvement for the residents? And do you still have the mechanism within the housing authority with IT that you can segregate and you can see how many individuals do not have their high school diplomas, are in need of training, also those who are unemployed? Do you still have that?
Yes, Senator. We still use our community profiles to determine the type of services we're providing, and our partnership with our Quality of Life Consortium, which of course is 25 nonprofit, public, and private sector individuals, continue to provide those supports for our residents in those areas of finance, education, and literacy.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, my time has been called, but I see that, can I ask the next question? And so, yes, and so I wanted to just close out and just ask you, I need to get the amount of that listing of individuals through the chair of persons who are out of school, unemployed, and they don't have their high school diplomas, so that we are clear on what we are doing to meet the needs of these individuals, which is for them to get employed, to pay their taxes, and to pay the rent. Those are the mantra and the driving forces. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Clifford Joseph Sr., you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I got one question for the executive ED. You say you're short of contractors. Do you guys at any point short because you have contractors that's local that maybe don't have bonding, or you're short that you can't find anybody to do any work at all?
So, thank you for the question, Senator Joseph. Actually, because we use federal money, we actually put out for bids. And typically, folks sign up or put a bid in for that specific job. So, in some cases, we put out a bid for specific work. We may get one vendor, or we may get two vendors, or we may not get any vendors. In some cases, we may get 5 vendors. But specifically, we go out for bids to see what contractors we can get for the specific job.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your answer.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 questions and 1 comment. First comment, don't go up into too high-rise or no abandoned facilities with you or your staff. Take the police department with you.
Okay.
Okay? Got too high-rise, got living facility up, okay, have attics, and they have underneath the buildings where people are living. Safety first. So that's my comment. I think you said your overall budget was $71 million. How much is that budget? Contained in that budget is there for wage increases for your employees?
Yes.
Okay, when? What year?
We just had a collective bargaining agreement where the union and the housing authority agreed just recently.
Yeah, the mic. Yeah.
Just recently, 3 months ago.
Okay, so they haven't received any wage increases as yet?
No, they haven't received it in the check, but it was approved.
Okay, so retro will be due too then?
Yes.
Okay, and they gonna get all that? Man, I get a raise. That's what I tell employees for. My kind of guy. You work in it. What your first name is? Dwayne. Okay, that's right. Yeah, okay. Hey. Okay, next question. How many court cases do you have pending? Any, I guess, for any evictions or anything like that? How many court cases?
3. Thank you very much. We only have 3.
3?
Yes.
Okay. And my final question
30
is
seconds.
rental increases. How are you addressing? You see, I think we have this misnomer in the territory as to what once is a local person trying to make some money, we always tend to try to fight them down. And I don't like that. Rental increases. If a landlord wants to increase the rent, they need to be able to increase the rent. So are you, and I know there was a pushback and a back and forth. Have those issues been addressed across the board for if a landlord wants to increase their rent and the voucher programs adjusting to it?
So again, thank you, Senator DeGraff, for that question. Yes, we work feverishly. Ms. Anthony and her department works feverishly to try to make those adjustments for the landlords. In terms of increases on the public housing side, it's based on folks' income. So if they lose income, we drop the rent. If they increase income, we increase the rent. But one of the issues I would just note that we have out there, folks have to report their income. They have to report their income. And what we have currently is that we have, for the most folks, we have $2.2 million in unreported income on the books. So we aggressively try to follow up on these and identify when folks have income changes. Even if they don't report it, we go into the national system, which pulls up that Social Security number and pulls up how much money they're making.
Okay, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. And also, I think it's important to note also, though, that when you don't work, you don't pay no rent. You actually get a check to help you with utility allowances. So it's important that everyone reports their income, because in addition to that, it's only based on 30% of your income minus utility allowance. So there should be no reason for individuals not paying their rent.
Yes.
If they have a hardship, they report the hardship, and management usually work with those individuals.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's very important, and I always stress that folks need to pay their rent, because there is no excuse in the housing authority, because the rent is based on your income. 30%, not just your income, 30% minus utility allowance.
Mm-hmm.
So there should be no excuse in that respect. But in addition to that, many times when individuals can't pay the rent, especially older folks, which community service specialists is very important in that respect, because they are getting a Social Security check and or retirement check. Their rent is $800. They can't pay that rent, but the rent is based on a family composition, which means the daughter is working, the son is working, but they say they don't want to contribute toward the rent. So there are issues there, and that's why staff need to do their part to assure that everyone is paying in that respect. And it's unacceptable for kids not to want to assist the parents in paying the rent, etc. So I think it's important to put it on the record also. That's very important, because there should be no outstanding balances unless there are emergencies or stuff that happen, which is life. Okay, so Senator, who's next? Senator Maurice James, you will be recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just some quick questions for Mr. Alexander, because I know that just like I do, Mr. Alexander wants these homeowners to well, they're not homeowners. He has the same goal that I do, which is simply to get the Williams Light residents into home ownership. So we have to work together. So the first question that I'm going to ask is regarding the contractors. Can you, through the chair, provide me with a list of the contractors right now that are hired to repair the units for home ownership? Do you know offhand how many contractors you have right now on your list that provide the renovations of those units?
6. Yeah, we have 6.
And is a home a prospective homeowner, right, an eligible purchaser? Do they have to select a contractor that's on your list?
Mm-hmm. No, they do not.
They don't? Okay. I'm sure the contractor has to meet certain requirements. Can you provide me with whatever requirements a contractor has to meet in order to be put on that list through the chair? So I'd like the list of contractors, and I'd like the requirements for contractors to be placed on the list. And the other question that I have is how many, well, two more. How many families are presently living in units that are slated to be demolished? You can provide that also through the chair. And also through the chair, so all these questions I need answered through the chair.
Yes.
When will the remaining, when will the, this is the last question, when will the additional persons be identified and sent to the office of the governor? Because I'm getting calls about when, you know, the questions are, when am I going to receive my letter, my grant letter? So that's the last question. So thank you, Mr. Alexander. I think we can get these other people in their homes, the other 35 families that you said have made down payments to purchase their homes. I think we can try to get those done before June. June just jumped out at me. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. Thank you.
Senator Maurice James, please repeat the through the chair request briefly, please, again. Just repeat them for me.
Okay. Sure. The first one is the number of contractors, the list of I want the names of the contractors. The second one is I would like to know the requirements for someone to be placed on the list of contractors. The third one was how many families are now living in units that are slated for to be demolished. And the last one is the 35 families that have made down payments. I know we are supposed to provide the office of the governor with a list of names. In February, I had a conversation with Mr. Alexander and Ms. Pell, and they both said that those were forthcoming. So I want to know by when is that going to happen? That's it.
Thank you.
I think that those were all. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, and we're going to get there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Senator Nobel Francis Jr., you recognize for your burning question. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Real quickly, in regards to I think there was a discussion, or at least in your testimony, you made reference to Ralph D. Shabert Housing Community, that there may be a possible land swap. Can you quickly discuss what's being proposed there?
Senator Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. So the current location of the former Ralph D. Shabert community cannot be reconstructed with residential units because of the WAPA blast zone area. HUD has issued a final notification to us. So therefore, we've approached the GVI to swap the current location of D. Shabert into different parcels. We have 2 parcels in play in this negotiation, but it hasn't been finalized.
Okay, I guess that'll come to us at some point. In regards to the community centers, are we active in our community centers? Do they have internet connection and everything? You know, various community centers throughout the territory?
Yes, Senator Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Yes, all the community centers either have internet connection by VI Housing Authority or VI Broadband. VI NGN, sorry.
Okay,
30 seconds.
Okay, great. And real quickly, my 30 seconds, there's a lot of conversation, at least the Kids Count recently talk about 33, I think, % of our children are living below the poverty rate. is this something that VI continue to look at? And are you looking, or do you have anyone assigned to see if there is any contributing factors within your oversight, communities and facilities that may be contributing to this? Is that something that you have done a SWOT analysis of?
Emanuela Perez, Resident Wellness Director. Yes, Senator. We continuously are doing our household assessments. In our household assessments, we're looking at the 8 dimensions of wellness for each individual family. And so we are working continuously to assess for households and create an economic mobility plan for each household so that individuals can receive the services or supports that they need to ensure that our children have the best, strongest economic households possible.
Okay, and is there any data that have been collected thus far that can be shared with this body or is available on your website?
We do run a community profile often. I will have you, through the chair, I will send a copy of that community profile so that you can be a part of that. And then, of course, also we're always sending out notices. So please stay in the loop with us and share your email so that you can continue to get updates as we send it out to our other stakeholders.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you for the work that you're doing in that area. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Francis Jr. Senator Alma Francis Halliger, you recognize for your
Thank you.
2 minutes. But before I go to you, I have a point of information by Senator Maurice James. You recognize Senator Maurice James.
Yes, thank you, sir. Ms. Pell just said about the Ralph D. Chabert. I wanted to find out the parcels that you're going to get from the government of the Virgin Islands. What are those parcels going to be used for specifically? What's the intended purpose? Thank you.
Lydia Pell, Chief Operating Officer. Those parcels will be used for construction of new housing.
Thank you very much. Senator Francis Halliger, you recognize for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. The first sort of question I want to ask has to do with dealing with a cost-benefit analysis in regards to public-private partnerships, because I know earlier you guys said that specifically you guys run a section of the housing while some of it is done privately. Have you ever done an analysis in comparison where it might be more cost-effective to do more public-private partnerships versus you guys doing your part directly? Have you ever done that?
Yeah, thank you, Senator Francis. Yes, that's what we are trying to do, more public-private partnership. Based on the funding that we receive, it's virtually impossible to build public housing all our federal funds as they done in the past, as all these communities was built back in the day off federal funding. We cannot build housing today without some tax credits, without some FEMA money, CDBG money, RAD money. It takes a combination to build these communities. And investors' money as well. And to just note that these deals are very, very complicated in trying to provide low-income housing moving forward because it requires so much input and skill set and knowledge to be able to make these deals work. And part of it is because of the
30
cost
seconds.
of the cost of building a house here in the territory.
Have you guys, and I know the cost is astronomical, have you guys looked at building different type and smaller communities? Like one of the pieces of legislation I'm trying to focus on this term has to do with building out of tiny homes, micro homes, smaller homes that more could fit on one parcel, but you still have the independence of a home. Have you guys looked at models such as that? Because
yes, we looked at that, Senator Francis. Yes, we looked at situations like that. But in considering we receiving federal money, the unit has to be a specific size and have to have certain elements in there for us to receive federal money on it. But in terms of owning and purchasing some of those things with some ancillary funds to be able to house low-income families, yes, we are floating those thoughts out there as well.
Okay, thank you so much. I heard the time was called. So, but the only thing I wanted to ask you, If there was a miracle legislation we could come up with to help you to do a better job, because we know housing is a major issue here in this territory, what could we do as a body to help you get your work done better?
Thank you very much, Senator
I see a big
Francis.
smile on your face.
If I being considerate, if the Housing Authority received no money from the legislature, as I mentioned before, if the Housing Authority could receive from the legislature, because we received the $71 million from the federal government, if the Housing Authority received a minimum of $3 million every year dedicated to the communities and dedicated to the Housing Authority as an independent agency, we will greatly appreciate it.
How would you split up those funds?
I will use those funds to continue our trek on building new properties and renovating the existing properties that we have.
Okay, well, thank you for that.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate the additional time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Halligan, for your line of questioning. The colleagues, like I said, HFA is here, present. We have a lot more housing issues to discuss, quality of life issues. But nonetheless, I want to thank E.D. Alexander and his management staff for providing the testimonies and responding to the questions. I must say, though, that a lot have been done. There have been some improvement, but we still have a lot of work to do. As I stated, for the record, yes, I have received a lot of phone calls. As a matter of fact, I've received messages, etc. So we do have work to do in respect to management, and that's why I asked about the certification.
Yes.
That's why I asked that question specifically, because it's important to include maintenance staff, because they also have to be certified when I was there. So I look forward to seeing the documentation, and I share with my colleagues, because it's important. Certification is important when it comes to HUD and the work that is done in that space. So nonetheless, I'm going to give you 1 minute to give a closing statement before we take a quick break and go to HFA. So you may give your closing statement. I'll give you 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. In closing, I really want to thank my Board of Commissioners, Board Chair, Simba Abiff is our chair, but I want to thank all the board members. And I also want to thank the honorable senators for your insight, questions, and thoughtful engagement today. Your commitment to addressing the critical housing issues in the U.S. Virgin Islands is truly commendable. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide clarity on the work that's being done by the Virgin Island Housing Authority. As we move forward, I want to reiterate our dedication to enhancing the quality of life for our residents through strategic initiatives, collaborations, and community empowerment. The challenges we face are significant, but with your support and partnership, I am confident that we can create lasting change. I encourage each of you to remain engaged and to reach out to us with any further questions or ideas as we continue to navigate this important work together. Together, we can build a stronger, more resilient community where every individual has access to safe and affordable housing. Thank you once again for your time, your questions, and your unwavering support. I look forward to working along each of you as we embark on this vital journey together. Thank you, Dwayne Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. And before I go to a recess, Mr. Alexander, and I see Director Jones in the back also for HFA, and I'll ask him the same question when I get to him. I just want to thank you guys, along with the Board of Commissioners, the Commissioner from the Department of Health, for going and advocating on behalf of the territory at the NAWA conference in Washington, D.C. on the 13th. It was a very good conference. It was an eye-opener for me. The information was very important and vital and critical. And the tour also of the senior living facility. That was something different that I think we can duplicate here for our people here. And the services that's provided also was very impressive to me. So I just want to say thank you guys for inviting me on that tour and on that trip, and it was impactful. And there are going to be some follow-up and implementation of the results of that. So again, thank you so much. And the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications stands in recess for 20 minutes. We are back on the record. Madam Clerk, can you please read Block 2 for the record?
Block 2, discussion on the current status of homeownership programs across the territory and the outlook for affordable housing and homeownership, the process of home repair programs, the status of emergency housing initiatives managed by the authority, and the status of programs aimed at addressing housing instability. Testimonies from nonprofit entities will address housing instabilities, the health of organizational support affected individuals, collaboratives with government agencies, and suggestions for improvements. The session will also include strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, analysis of the housing landscape, and efforts to provide solutions. Invited testifiers: Eugene Jones, Executive Director, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority; Andrea Schillingford, Executive Director, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands; Dan DeRima, Executive Director, Meeting the Needs of the Community, Inc.; Dr. Susan Darrow McGrath, Board Secretary, VI Continuum of Care. Mr. Chair, that concludes the reading of Block 2.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. Before we went to recess, we had the Virgin Islands Housing Authority testifying. And now, this afternoon, we have the VI Housing Finance Authority and the non-for-profit organizations in which we're going to address some pending challenges and other concerns. But I must say that housing in the territory at this current moment is a very challenging topic in respect to, in my opinion, connecting the dots and coordinating and communicating in many respects. I know that, Director Jones, I know that your cup runneth over. Your staff is on point. But nonetheless, we're going to have a good discussion today. So what I'm going to do, though, is have a mic check. And I'm going to have you introduce yourself first, and I'm going to start from my right, which is you, Mr. Darima, and work our way to the end. Okay, so Edie Jones, I want you to speak first. Introduce yourself, and then I'm going to do a mic check with everyone else.
Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director, Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan DeRima, Executive Director of Meeting the Needs of Community, and I'm also the Board Chairman of the Virgin Islands Continuum of Care Homelessness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Deborah Smith.
You got to speak louder than that.
Good afternoon. Deborah Smith, Senior Legal Analyst, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Jamili Perez, Director of Housing, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Frida Webster, Director of Home Ownership, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Valdez Shelford, Chief Financial Officer, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Ms. Shellingford.
Good afternoon. Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Monet Francis Gardner, ARP Grant Administrator, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Donnie Dorset, Deputy Director of Economic Resilience and Revitalization, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority.
Good afternoon. Pull it back, Ms. Shellingford. Don't be scared of the mic.
Executive Director of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands.
Good afternoon. And before we begin today's testimony this afternoon, Edie Jones, I want to say congratulations for the forum you put on the other night. It was very impactful, very informative, and I honestly wish there were more people in attendance because the information was on point. But nonetheless, When is your St. John date? Can you make a statement right quick before you even start your testimony? Because I know you're doing the same thing in St. John. I think those folks need to come out.
St. John is on Tuesday, April 8th from 6 to 8 p.m. at the Cleon Creek Conference room. And then on St. Croix is on April 11th, 2025, Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the UVI Great Hall.
Okay, I'll have you do an announcement again before we finish, but it was very, very impactful. Okay, so I'm going to start with the non-for-profits first, and then I'll let you do your testimony last. Mr. Derina from the COC, please proceed your testimony.
I think I'm going to start with good afternoon. I'm going to start with representing, of course, my agency, meeting the needs of our community. Pleasant good afternoon. I bring you greetings from the Board of Directors, management, and staff of Meeting the Needs of Our Community, formerly Methodist Training and Outreach Center. Thank you, Senator Blyting, committee members, staff, and the listening audience for the invitation to share our thoughts and concerns. I am Dan Derima, Executive Director of Meeting the Needs of Our Community. I testified previously to this committee on September 30th, 2024, and I appreciate the opportunity to update this legislative committee on all issues regarding housing and housing stability that impact and are impacted by our organization. First, MTOC has been in existence since 2001, founded and governed by members of the Methodist Church. The name was changed in 2022 based on the perception that this agency was part of and governed by the Methodist Church itself. The extent of housing instability is disheartening. The persons affected by this instability varies. The numbers include drifters, ineligible veterans, persons with mental disabilities, substance abuse disorders, unemployment, and other issues. There are no homes, shelters, or government-run facilities to accommodate the various issues. Unfortunately, and oftentimes, they are placed in the same category, homeless. These people are living in a place not fit for human habitation, such as abandoned buildings, parks, and our ball fields. Some are generally in unpleasant situations. For example, ex-prisoners recently released, some facing family disputes, or having no family on island. We also have those people faced with evictions for delinquency or non-payments or overcrowded living situations. This situation does not speak well for the territory and how they treat their own, the less fortunate constituents. Meeting the needs of our community is a nonprofit entity, and such, we do not have the means to provide uninterrupted assistance without collaborating with other nonprofits, government agencies, grants, or this legislative body. MTOC operates and serves those less fortunate through designated grant funds that speak to a certain demographic: homeless U.S. veterans and persons with HIV/AIDS. Unfortunately, these grants do not cover the number of actual persons in the general housing instability status. MTOC, without the ability to buy or rent a building, is unable to further assist with the housing instability among this population. MTOC currently houses 3 males and 5 females in our single-room occupancy building located at number 29 Content, which is our only housing unit with shared living conditions. That's the bathrooms, living room, and kitchen. However, they each have their own bedroom. The SRO has 2 buildings, one for males and one for females, and is subsidized by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. Persons must meet the HUD requirements, and it is a temporary home until they become more self-sufficient. MTOC offers no emergency housing opportunities due to the lack of funds and housing units. MTOC has the template and human resources to manage such a facility if it becomes a reality. Interaction and collaboration between government agencies is in crisis mode. Not much is in place to address the issues at hand. There is no protocol to follow, and partner agencies are not aware of what grant funding is available and know the assistance of qualifying factors. The different personalities and degrees of homelessness aid needed should be considered on a case-by-case basis. MTOC is a conduit for processing the clients in programs under the Department of Human Services and the Department of Health, Frederick said Health Care on St. Croix, and the Virgin Islands Department of Health. Again, these programs serve a particular demographic, leaving the people in the general housing instability status without an avenue for assistance. Referrals from the Family Resource Center and the Women's Coalition of St. Croix are some of the clients we attempt to assist as best as we can, as much as we can. Women and Children's Services are a much-needed service. It is our belief that agencies should also keep a database of all applicants not served, indicating the services needed. The data collection will serve as statistics to secure additional funding, as most grants require stats as evidence of the need. MTOC has the template and experienced personnel to manage and ensure applicants meet the requirements to become eligible for various programs. This includes the intake process, providing the relevant documentation, and confirming eligibility. What is lacking is the funding and the facilities to house prospective clients. The lack of funds designated specifically to assist the homeless remains an issue for MTOC, as we have not had the privilege of receiving funding solely designated to help those persons affected by housing instability. MTOC had an opportunity to purchase a building to minimize this issue. However, we were not approved to purchase or rent under the guidelines of that program. We find it difficult to secure funding to rent or purchase a building to undertake such a task. MTOC can reach most of the constituents that we speak of. We see them on our way in and out of the office. Those prospects, congregate under the bungalow and on the sidewalk directly in front of our office. The staff know many of them by name and their shortcomings. We provide feedings monthly with donated resources, provide bags with mini toiletries, juices, and water donated by businesses. MTOC serves as the mailing address for many of this population so they can receive mail, packages from relatives, and receive updates from agencies about housing opportunities. Our threats are not harmful threats. They're emotional threats from those homeless individuals that do not fall in the qualified criteria for services provided to the qualified veterans and persons affected with HIV/AIDS, unaware of the necessary requirements and feeling slighted or as though more can be done for them. Again, we do not have the means to assist people facing housing instability. Chair Blyden, this concludes my testimony for MTOC. Thank you for the invitation to provide information and our first-hand experience regarding housing and housing instability in the territory through the lens of meeting the needs of our community.
Thank you for your testimony. Are you testifying on behalf of COC also?
COC, yes.
Please proceed.
Good day, Honorable Chair Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, other members of the 36th Legislature, and the listening and viewing audience. My name is Dan Derima, and I serve as the chair of the Virgin Islands Continuum of Care on Homelessness, commonly referred to as the COC. I am joined today by Ms. Andrea Shillingford, immediate past chair of the COC, and an invited testifier representing Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. We last testified to this committee on September 30th, 2024, and we appreciate the opportunity to update this body on our data and experiences on housing stability, our organization's health in supporting affected individuals, or collaboration with government agencies, and suggestions for improvement. For context, A Continuum of Care is a regional planning body established under the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development to coordinate housing and services for individuals and families experiencing homelessness. The COC is comprised of diverse stakeholders, including nonprofit providers, government agencies, faith-based organizations, and individuals with lived experience, and is responsible for operating the COC, managing the homeless information systems, implementing a coordinated entry system, and overseeing the application process for federal COC program funds. These funds support a range of housing and service initiatives, including permanent and transitional housing, rapid rehousing, support services, and homelessness prevention. There are currently 154 people on our COC calls and more than 20 member organizations, and we welcome all in the community to join us. Our web address is www.usvicoc.org, and our email address is usvicoc@gmail.com. The COC commends Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for reestablishing the Virgin Islands Interagency Council on Homelessness earlier this year through executive order. The Interagency Council is intended as a collaborative body bringing together governmental leaders, providers, advocates, and individuals with lived experience to serve as a central planning body and advisory body advising the governor and legislature on policies and strategies aimed at preventing and ending homelessness. This includes recommendations on providing resources and support to communities working to end homelessness. The COC will have representation on the council, and the first meeting is scheduled for April 22. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Federal Programs Division, currently serve as the COC collaborative applicant with responsibility for submitting HUD grant applications and managing the COC planning grant funds of $35,000 a year. A HUD technical assistant engagement, which was designed to provide the COC with some of the needed capacity building, was unfortunately canceled due to the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE, impacts just 1 week before it was slated to begin. While we acknowledge VIHFA's important role in facilitating federal housing resources, there have been some challenges that we are currently working on internally and have scheduled conversations with the HUD Community Planning and Development Representative and VIHFA leadership regarding the timely and effective utilization of COC planning grant funds. The COC is still not in compliance with the HUD mandate to implement the CES, and as a result, the Virgin Islands can only renew existing grants and cannot apply for additional much-needed funding. There are 3 existing HUD COC grants, all managed by meeting the needs of our community. The first one is the Homeless Management Information Systems, HMIS for short, and MTOC is the designated lead agency responsible for end users and the data collected, managed, and reported to HUD. MTOC Permanent Supportive Housing. That permanent supportive housing is a long-term leasing or rental assistance program and provides support services to assist households with at least one member with a disability in achieving housing stability, providing rental assistance and case management for 4 clients. The permanent supportive housing, similar to the second project that I previously mentioned, and this project was previously administered by the Department of Human Services up until September 2022, when MTOC was selected to continue the services for the 4 clients already enrolled. The COC has made some progress since we last testified and is now incorporated as a nonprofit. We are working to register with SAM.gov, obtain a unique identity identifier, and establish a bank account. Once this is complete, the COC can receive the legislative funding that was appropriated by the 35th legislature in the miscellaneous section of the territory's budget. We reestablished the Coordinated Entry System Committee to complete the coordinated entry system, where the system standardizes the way individuals and families at risk of homelessness or experiencing homelessness access are assessed for and referred to the housing and services that they need for housing stability. We are working to ensure that all service providers are engaged with the COC with their data included in the HMIS. We are improving our outreach and collaboration efforts and supporting our existing partners with enhanced trainings. HUD requires each continuum of care to conduct an annual point-in-time count to assess the number of individuals experiencing homeless on a single night in January. This includes people staying in emergency shelters, transitional housing, and safe havens. In odd numbers years, the COC also required to count unsheltered individuals, those sleeping outdoors or in places not meant for human habitation. This data, along with a housing inventory count, which track the numbers of beds dedicated to serving homeless individuals, is submitted to HUD and is used to inform funding levels and service planning. The most recent point-in-time count took place on January 24, 2025, identifying a total of 304 unsheltered individuals across the territory. 185 persons in St. Thomas, 98 persons on St. Croix, and 21 on St. John. This represents an increase from the 252 unsheltered persons reported in the 2023 point-in-time count. It is important to note that the point-in-time count does not account for individuals who are couch surfing or temporarily staying with others, which means the actual number of people experiencing homelessness is likely higher. To gain a more complete picture, we're working to integrate data from the Department of Human Services and the Department of Health. The last housing inventory count was conducted in 2023, and they identified the inventory of beds for homeless services during the same time frame. Emergency shelter beds, 16. Transitional housing beds, 53. Permanent supportive housing beds, 23. Bringing the total number of beds to 92. The territory faces critical challenges in addressing homelessness, but there is a meaningful opportunities for systemic improvement. We must strengthen cross-agency collaboration to braid funding and expand the availability of emergency, transitional, and permanent housing, permanent supportive housing. At the same time, the lack of emergency housing, a 2-year public housing wait list, limited Section 8 availability, and no transitional housing for justice-involved individuals present significant threats. Without housing, employment, and reintegration become nearly impossible, increasing the risk of recidivism and impacting public safety. The absence of adequate behavioral health and substance abuse treatment further exacerbates the issue. Perhaps the most critically, the territory has only 23 permanent supportive housing beds, despite a demonstrated need for several hundred. These beds are essential for individuals with complex needs, offering wraparound service such as medication management, life skills training, and support accessing mainstream resources. Without it, people remain stuck in shelters or cycle back into homelessness. Addressing these gaps will require increased funding, stronger interagency coordination, and a sustained effort to ensure individuals receive the support and services they need to achieve long-term housing stability. In closing, I would like to quote the Congressman John Franklin Farnsworth of the 36th Congress, where he stated in his address to Congress, "The first duty of the government is to afford protection to its citizens, as this government should. In particular, the most vulnerable citizens, and thus the government must dedicate more resources to funding the critical parts of the infrastructure, emergency, transitional, and most particularly permanent supportive housing, mental health facilities, and services, and to also helping support the providers who are the boots on the ground working to end homelessness. Obviously, we are very grateful for the monies appropriated to the COC. However, there needs to be an understanding that the nonprofits cannot shoulder the brunt of the heavy lift that is required to effectively address and end homelessness in the territory. Chair Blyden, this concludes my testimony. Thank you for the invitation to provide information on the VI Continuum of Care Council on Homelessness. As you heard in today's testimony, together we have a lot of work to do, but we are committed to addressing and ending homelessness in the U.S. Virgin Islands. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee and welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chair DeRima. Executive Director for Catholic Charity, Ms. Shillingford, you may proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Blyden, members of the
Ms. Shillingford, please don't be afraid of the mic like I told you earlier. Speak into the mic.
Hello. Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Senator Blyden, members of the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the 36th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, staff, testifiers, and other individuals listening. My name is Andrea Shillingford, and I am privileged to serve as the Executive Director of Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands, an agency of the Roman Catholic Diocese of the Virgin Islands. I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today and again to report to you on our ongoing efforts at Catholic Charities to address homelessness in the Virgin Islands. With me today are Mrs. Sandra Thomas Mason, Assistant to the Director, Calvin Charles, our soup kitchen custodian, Kelvin Guzman, Bethlehem House Shelter custodian. Both of these gentlemen are consumers who are now fully employed by Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. As you know, there has been and continues to be much community discourse on homelessness and its impact on health and quality of life of Virgin Islands residents. Housing, of course, is a major determinant of the health and well-being of our people, and we need to develop strategies to move people off the streets that are logistically effective, financially feasible, and supportive of human dignity. Every homeless person lives his or her situation with its own story. So it is important to pursue strategies that address their perspectives. For this reason, we at Catholic Charities maintain the daily contact with those individuals through the services of our soup kitchens, street outreach programs, emergency shelters, and transitional housing programs. We can provide you with statistical data regarding homelessness in the Virgin Islands. However, keep in mind that statistics do not tell the whole story of homelessness and other housing needs. The best way to understand this is to use federal standards to break down the problems. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, has several categories of homelessness: literally homeless, individuals and families who live in a place not meant for human habitation, including but not limited to the streets or in their car, emergency shelters, transitional housing, and hotel stays paid for by a government or charitable organization. imminent risk of homelessness, individuals or families who lose their primary nighttime residence within 14 days and have no other resources or support network to obtain permanent housing, homeless under other statutes, unaccompanied youth under 25 years of age, or families with children and youth who do not meet other categories but are homeless under other federal statutes, have not had a lease and have moved 2 or more times in the past 60 days and are likely to remain unstable because of special needs or barriers. Fleeing domestic violence. Individuals or families who are fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence, dating violence, sexual assault, or stalking, and who lack resources and support networks to obtain other permanent housing. Honorable Senators, the biggest problem for us is hidden homelessness. Homelessness is not just about those we see living on the streets. It includes hidden populations struggling to find and maintain stable housing. There are three groups we often overlook. Couch surfers, who are individuals who rely on temporary stays with friends or family but have no permanent home. Elderly in emergency shelters. Seniors who need medical or assisted living but remain in shelters due to lack of appropriate facilities. The hospital boarders, and I think presently there are 13 hospital boarders. We at Catholic Charities, we now have 3 elderly persons residing at Bethlehem House Shelter with no place to go. The hospital boarders are patients who remain hospitalized because there are no transitional or permanent housing to discharge them to. These individuals are trapped in systems that do not meet their needs, leading to overcrowding in shelters, strain on healthcare resources, and a lack of long-term solutions. Let's imagine for a moment, this is the story of the face of homelessness. This is the story that we at Catholic Charities see and experience daily. After the storms in 2017, a 69-year-old female, now 74, was living in a badly damaged apartment complex. The roof was left with gaping holes that allowed rain to soak through her belongings. No electricity, no running water. For years, she lived in this deplorable squalor, sleeping on a damp mattress, eating whatever non-perishable food she could get. No family, only a neighbor who would sometimes take food to her. Despite her situation, it was never flagged for emergency assistance. Without proper shelter, she was exposed to mold, heat, and really unsanitary conditions. Eventually, through the collaboration of government agencies and Catholic Charities, she was placed at Bethlehem House Shelter, and there she will remain. This story is not unique. There are many elderly individuals in the Virgin Islands who, due to lack of resources, find themselves in a similar situation. Without emergency housing for seniors, transitional care programs, and assisted living facilities, more vulnerable residents will continue to suffer in silence. Legislative funding accounts for 50% of our yearly operational budget. Each year, we are asked to submit requests for funding and we receive notice of awards. Each year, it becomes increasingly more difficult to receive the allocated funding. I know that here I speak for 95% of all the nonprofits that depend on this legislative funding. Our fundamental principle at Catholic Charities is the preservation and enhancement of human dignity. Homelessness is not a choice. We must not judge homeless people because we do not know their stories or experiences. Should we take the time to listen, it will make a difference in the way that we deal with homelessness in the territory. There are currently several programs designed to alleviate some of the stress and uncertainty that comes with homelessness or imminent homelessness. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands is one of the several agencies working with the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority as an intake center for the emergency rental assistance. We were the lead agency for the emergency housing vouchers, which was administered by the Virgin Islands Housing Authority. This program provided 20 vouchers for permanent housing to homeless individuals. 20 referrals were made to VIHA, and the vouchers have all been assigned, and we continue to follow up with these individuals. Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands continues to operate several housing programs. Bethlehem House Shelter for the Homeless St. Thomas with a capacity of 40 beds. The male section is usually full. Previously, the females transitioned at a faster rate, but sadly, we are now seeing a shift in the trend in that the demand for women with children has increased and they remain at the shelter much longer. St. Teresa of Calcutta House of Hope on St. Croix provides a transitional housing program which has 11 fully furnished studio apartments. CCVI, or Catholic Charities, has received funding through the Community Development Block Grant for new emergency shelter transitional housing on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Work on both programs is progressing satisfactorily. When we talk about housing instability, we talk from a Christian and humanitarian point of view. We talk about the current situation where unstable employment and exorbitant rent costs is forcing more individuals into homelessness. I will conclude my presentation by reminding this body of the current trend of homelessness in the Virgin Islands. Housing displacement or couch surfing is now trending as the new normal condition for many individuals and can be expected has now become a cause for serious concern. Individuals who lost income and as a result their permanent housing have been living with family or friends. The existing housing stock, especially on St. Thomas and St. John, is inadequate to meet the needs of the community. The waiting list at VIHFA is now closed because many of the units need to be repaired. VIHFA's waiting list is long and there is no special facility or accommodations for individuals needing emergency housing. Honorable Senators, the situation is dire, especially with the recent executive orders which have us all uncertain of the what next, especially for our homeless population. I thank you for this opportunity to present our concerns as Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands and to update you on some of the things that we are doing to ensure that our homeless population is taken care of. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Edie Shillingford, for your testimony. Not long, but very impactful. And hopefully, by the end of today's discussion with the VIHFA, we have some answers moving forward. Edie Jones, you're recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Marvin Blyden, Chairman of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications, members of the committee, and the listening and viewing audience. I am Eugene E. Jones, Jr., Executive Director at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. Today, I appear before you, accompanied by Valdez Shelford, our Chief Financial Officer, Frida Webster, Director of Homeownership, Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management, Monique Francis Gardner, American Rescue Plan Grant Administrator, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction, Jamil Perez, Director of Housing, Donnie Dorset, Deputy Director of Economic Revitalization, and Deborah Smith, Legal Analyst. I apologize for missing some of these names, so please forgive me. I'll look for affordable housing and homeownership in the territory. As shared during our March 3rd, 2025 Committee on the Whole, affordable housing and home ownership, both nationally and locally, are facing significant challenges. In the territory, there is a crisis in housing availability and affordability, driven by factors beyond the authority's control. High construction costs, rising insurance premiums, contractor shortages, workforce constraints, supply chain disruptions, increased property values, high living costs, and the lasting effects of the past natural disasters. Despite these barriers, VIHFA remains committed to expanding housing opportunities. We continue to manage programs that support affordable housing and home ownership, while pursuing partnerships with private developers and advocating for policy changes to increase the supply of affordable units. A status of our home repair programs. The Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority continues to work closely with the Office of Disaster Recovery, ODR, to manage and implement projects funded by CDBG DR grants. ODR remains the primary source of updates on all disaster recovery projects, including the Envision Home Repair Program. As discussed during our March 25th, 2025 Town Hall with St. Thomas residents, one of the major challenges in the Envision program has been probate-related issues. Many applicants struggle to provide legal ownership of their homes due to factors such as deceased parents with no wills, children residing in inherited homes, applicants passing away during the process with or without a will, inability to afford legal assistance, and lengthy probate proceedings. To address this, VIHFA launched a voluntary probate assistance program in 2021 to support low to moderate income applicants. 5 applicants enrolled, 2 in St. Croix and 3 in St. Thomas. However, the Superior Court of St. Croix later informed us that VIHFA lacks the authority to assist with probate. We are still waiting a final decision from the St. Thomas Court regarding our submitted documents. Unfortunately, probate in the territory can take at least 3 to 5 years or more, significantly longer than the 6 to 18 months typically in other jurisdictions. Our status of home ownership programs throughout the territory. VIHFA's mission is to provide affordable home ownership to low to moderate income families, to educate potential home buyers on ways to achieve home ownership, to provide loss mitigation, counseling to homeowners so that they maintain home ownership, and to create sustainable communities. Earlier this year, the Home Ownership Division solidified its relationship with the Department of Education by offering 3 school-based financial literacy classes, reaching 284 students, with more planned throughout the year. Specialized one-on-one sessions were also provided to Williams Delight clients seeking home ownership, resulting in 5 successful completions. Our standard 7-week homebuyer education course saw 27 graduates in the first session, with 40 currently enrolled, and another session scheduled for July 9th, 2025. Beyond formal classes, VIHFA offers ongoing individual counseling, addressing everything from home selection and finance to foreclosure, prevention, and property disposition. VIHFA offers a range of mortgage programs tailored to diverse needs. Home funding provides assistance for low to moderate income households to purchase or construct homes with HUD-defined sales price limits: $356,000 in St. Croix, $369,000 in St. Thomas, and $539,000 in St. John. It also offers gap finance for USDA clients, primarily as secondary financing. Homestead Program, local program, offers mortgage assistance for first-time homebuyers to purchase or build homes, acquire land, or for existing homeowners to make repairs. Funding is provided as a loan, either primary or secondary. The Veteran Loan Program, which is local, established for Virgin Islands veterans. This program provides mortgage assistance for first-time homebuyers to purchase or repair homes. Funding is provided as a loan. Moderate Income Program, which is local, assists first-time homebuyers with construction, purchase, or repair of primary residence. Funding is provided as a loan or a combination of a loan and grant. First-time homebuyers, Moderate Income Program, local, provides mortgage assistance to mortgage income first-time homebuyers. Funding is provided as a loan. All programs funded by local funds are subject to the current acquisition limits for all moderate income clients. In St. Croix, it's $524,000. In St. Thomas, it's $672,000. And in St. John, is $1.1 million. Status of emergency housing programs administered by the authority. VIHFA oversees the management, operations, and maintenance of emergency housing communities across the territory. These units are established to provide temporary housing assistance to individuals and families who have been displaced due to natural disasters, financial hardships, and other urgent circumstances. St. Thomas Emergency Housing Portfolio. Stable Apartments. 3 newly rehabilitated units, 1 studio, 1 bedroom, and 1 2-bedroom, providing modern, safe, and accessible emergency housing. Charlotte Apartments. 30 units, 6 efficiencies, 24 2-bedrooms, scheduled for rehabilitation with FEMA funding. Tannerburg Emergency Housing, 11 units, 3 1-bedrooms, 5 2-bedrooms, 3 3-bedrooms. New construction funded by CDBGR-DR. St. Croix Emergency Housing Portfolio, Anna's Hope Emergency Housing, 16 units, 8 2-bedrooms, 8 3-bedrooms. Rehabilitation solicitation begins April 2025, funded by FEMA and DR. Campo Rico Emergency Housing, 16 1-bedroom units under rehabilitation, 8 nearing completion with FEMA and VIHFA support. Prophet Hills Emergency Housing, 12 units, 8 efficiencies, 4 1-bedrooms, 4 units rehabilitated, further improvements planned. Status of programs to combat housing instability. Emergency Rental Assistance Program, the ERAP program. In January 2025, the Treasury provided the release of $5.5 million, the final tranche of the territory's ERA grants, which begins the total funding received from ERA 1 and ERA 2 to $23.3 million. The authority continues to administer the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which seeks to provide financial assistance to qualifying residents who experience financial hardship during and due directly and indirectly to the COVID-19 pandemic. Eligible residents may qualify for up to 18 months of financial assistance, which covers rental, utility, and other expenses related to housing. The authority continues to progress, committing $17.9 million and expending over $16.6 million to date. The impact is intangible, with over 2,000 applications processed and over $11.6 million distributed to rental and utility aid. VIHFA launches Housing Stability Program in 2023 through substance recipient legal services of the Virgin Islands, committed $1.4 million to provide free legal services to all residents who are at risk of homelessness. Additionally, VIHFA committed $1.9 million to the Department of Human Services to expand the reach of DHS Low-Income Water and Energy Assistance Program to qualify residents who meet the ERAP eligibility criteria. We encourage residents that are experiencing financial hardship to visit our website at erap.vihfa.gov and apply today, as funding for financial assistance will expire on September 30th, 2025. Homeowner Assistance Fund. The territory has received $8.5 million through the Homeowner Assistance Fund. This program provides critical post-pandemic support to homeowners, covering a range of housing costs such as mortgage payments, principal reduction, foreclosure prevention, property taxes, homeowners insurance, and other housing expenses. Further, VIHFA's homeownership division offers counseling to homeowners in financial distress. Eligible homeowners within the territory may receive up to $65,000 in financial assistance. To qualify, homeowners must demonstrate financial hardship experienced after January 21st, 2020, including factors like job loss, reduced income, or substantial healthcare expenses related to COVID-19. The authority has processed over 200 applications and has expended $4.3 million to date, which includes over $3.5 million in financial aid. The application process is accessible through www.vihfa.gov. This financial aid is accessible until September 30th, 2026. Conclusion. Senators, this concludes my prepared testimony. As I close, I want to sincerely thank the staff of VIHFA for their continued dedication for showing up as their best selves every day. I also wish to reiterate our commitment to the Virgin Islands communities, that the team at the VIHFA is working on your behalf to ensure that individuals and families have access to safe and affordable housing. I would be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to invite the community to our town hall scheduled meetings, April 8th at 6 p.m. at the Cleon Creek Conference Room at St. John Legislative Annex, and on St. John and April 11th on St. Croix at the University of the Virgin Islands. The team and I remain available to answer questions. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you so much, Edie Jones, for your testimony. Before I go into our line of questioning, let me ask Ms. Gardner, Monet Gardner, briefly, but not briefly, to reiterate for the people of the Virgin Islands, since we have an audience right now, speak about the ERA program, just be specific, and HAP program, because I think they're both critical in terms of many individuals who really do not know. Even though you have done a lot of advertising, a lot of people still do not know because we send people to you every day. So I'm giving you an opportunity to speak briefly about those two programs. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Monet Francis Gardner, Art Brandt Administrator. I would like to start with the Emergency Rental Assistance Program because this program expires this September 2025.
How much funds do you have left in that program?
We have approximately $6 million remaining. And that's because we were recently approved for the final tranche, which was an additional $5.5 million that we received in January of this year. And to qualify, residents must be at risk of homelessness or at risk of service disconnection. There's other criteria such as, they must be within the income limits. They must attest to hardship, financial hardship, which is a significant increase or a significant reduction. A significant increase in expensive or a significant reduction in income. And we are available Monday through Thursdays from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. We have extended hours to make sure that we are able to address the needs of our community. So you can contact us and schedule an appointment. We will help you to go through the application process if you have difficulty. And we would, once you're eligible, you would receive assistance up to 18 months.
What's the phone number?
Rent and utility assistance. The telephone number is 777-4432 on St. Thomas and 772-4432 on St. Croix. The Homeowners Assistance Funds Program expires next September 2026, and we provide assistance up to $65,000 to qualifying residents who experience financial hardship due indirectly or directly to the COVID-19 pandemic. We provide mortgage assistance, principal reduction, utility assistance, delinquent tax assistance, home insurance assistance, foreclosure prevention assistance as well. You can schedule an appointment with a case manager by calling 777-4432 for the St. Thomas office or 772-4432 for the St. Croix office. We are ready and willing to help you with the application process.
Thank you for putting that on the record. Let me ask in respect to federal grants, HUD funding. Let me speak to the CDBG grant. How much remains unexpended, and have there been any communication from HUD in respect to those funds?
For the CDBG,
Yes.
Valerie Shelfer, Chief Financial Officer. So you want to know how much funds?
Yes. What's the status of those funds? How much are we talking about, and what, or if any communication have been garnered by HUD with you?
Yes, so we have been meeting with HUD like weekly, and we have made some progress with our funds. So one of the things that we did, so with a regular CDBG, every year we just did our application process. So on March 15, those applications were in, so we're going to do our round of the sub-recipients that we're going to do agreements for those sub-recipients. I'm trying to...
So you have not done that as yet?
No, we're working on the agreements. The application came in on the 15th, so we're working on the agreements now. As you know, with CDBG, we have to do, say, for each year, so we have 1.9 for this year. What we do is, it has to be based on legislation, half for St. Croix and half for St. Thomas, based on the sub-recipients that apply for the grants. So as we go through, we do the sub-recipients agreement, then they would start. So our funding also works from year to year. So we give money to CCVI, Catholic Charities. They get funding from different years. So this year, we know we're working with them on the transitional housing. And that's really how it works. So sometimes it's not like how much, I can't say right off the top of my head how much funding we have left, but we're working from different years and giving our sub-recipients different fundings, and then with that we do track. We help them with the applications, we help them with getting their cash request through. So we do all of that with the CDBG fund. But we are not, say, at a point where we're going to be losing funds that we have not allocated to our sub-recipients.
So you're basically saying for the CDBG funds, you can't state how much have not been extended to date. You cannot state how much have not been extended to date. That's what you're saying?
No, I will get that back to you.
Okay.
Because we have it, of course, it's scheduled, but I don't have that with me right now.
Okay, very well. Senator Boquez, I'm going to recognize you for your 7 minutes, and I'll continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And good afternoon to our testifying panel from many different agencies, if I can call it that, and nonprofit sector representatives that deal with our housing crisis on a daily basis. Thank you for your service and your commitment. Without you, the government would be in a worse situation than we are today. I wanted to start off, and I just need those who can answer the question to respond. Has there been any correspondence from the federal government concerning any funding cuts?
No, not to our knowledge, but there will be.
There will be. So you are already bracing yourself for that impact then?
Well, Senator, a great question. I don't cry before I'm hurt, but I got to keep maintaining the mission of this agency. But behind my head, our trading associations keep us alerted about what they might be thinking about. I have relationships with the new administration, so I sit there and I call them to see if what they're thinking is, so that I can beat everyone to the punch. Whatever happens, I'll sit down with my executive leadership team, we'll discuss, and then I will discuss it with my staff, and then we'll go from there. I don't want to be in a position that they make cuts, and the first thing that people want to think about, well, we got cut staff. It's not like that. We have to have a balance and we have to provide services. So we want to maintain that. But we will alert everyone if we hear such information and let you know what the impact's going to be.
There's one component that you missed of alerting or communicating with your staff and everyone else. You got to communicate with us as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Don't forget that, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. You also stated that the probate assistance program was launched in 2021 with 5 participants. What were the key barriers of preventing broader participation? 5 seems very low. How are we informing the residents of this program?
I'm Deborah Smith, Senior Legal Analyst for the CDBG-DR legal team. We created a brochure where we can inform the residents of the issues that we're having with probate. A lot of the homes and stuff that we have around the community are in probate, and it takes a very long time for probate to go through. So initially when the program started, we wanted to help people, with the process.
If I may, I think that's a really great program because of all the challenges that we understand and know that we experience in the area of probate. I would encourage you to ramp up your efforts if possible, because it is something that's very much needed. You also noted that the Superior Court in St. Croix stated that you cannot assist with probate, but you're awaiting a decision from the St. Thomas Court. What would be your next steps if, in fact, the St. Thomas Court determines similarly to the St. Croix Court and ruling against VIHFA?
Well, my supervisor...
Ms. Smith, just, you don't have to look at him, just speak into the mic. Speak into the
My
mic.
supervisor is Attorney Vanessa Quinlan. She will handle that, make that determination once we hear from the court. As you stated, we were told by the court when we tried to submit a petition on behalf of some residents on St. Croix. They told us that we did not have the authority to do so, and so therefore everything just stopped. And we haven't, there are applications, there are petitions in the Superior Court here in St. Thomas, and we still have not heard any word. We don't know when we will get back word as to the status of those petitions.
And regarding the Envision Home Repair Program, probate issues also remain a major bottleneck in that issue as well. So even the Envision individuals who have applied for assistance, some of them are actually experiencing that same probate issue. And I need to know what percentage of those applicants have been either delayed or disqualified due to those ownership proof challenges.
Program. We don't own the Envision program. That's ODR.
Oh, I apologize. I'm mixing it up. But that's something I still need to know. I really need to know that. Initially, I think, was it under you before?
It was under.
It was, okay. So yes. I apologize. Let's move
Senator,
on.
You make a good point. We need to provide that information on probate because no one knows. And we've been trying to get this information out so that we understand it, so that our resident, our territory individuals can seek help, some assistance, because they don't know what's going on. Yeah. You have a lot of vacant homes out there. They don't know what the pathway to go. And so I just think that they should allow us to continue this probate training.
And I appreciate that input as well. Let's move on. I'm going to shift gears over to Catholic Charities. How are you doing, Ms. Shillenford?
Wonderfully, thanks for asking,
Okay,
Senator.
excellent. You mentioned that the male section of the Bethlehem House is usually full, and now there's an increase in women and children. That is shocking to me. That worries me, especially when children are involved, and they're staying there longer. is what what your testimony reflects.
Yes, Senator.
How many
30
people
seconds.
are currently turned away monthly due to the lack of space? Do you have those numbers? Because if there is an increase that you're talking about with women and children now staying there longer, and it was already usually full with men, what's happening now in that space?
I don't have the exact figures with me right now. I can get that and provide you with the exact figures, but I can tell you that we have at least 2 requests weekly, especially for women and the children. We have 2 requests, at least 2 requests weekly, and it is very troubling, it's very concerning for us that we have to turn them away.
Okay. Thank you. And Mr. Chair, if I may have one last question, because I don't want Mr. Derema think he could just get away just like that. I want to make sure I ask him a question. How are you doing today, sir?
Not too bad. Thanks for asking.
Thank you, and good testimonies. And you noted that the SRO building serves 8 residents, yet you see dozens of people, unhoused individuals or homeless people outside of your office on a regular basis. How are those individuals being tracked or documented if they're not eligible for any of your current programs, whether it's due to lack of space?
Currently, as you shared, it's in my immediate area at the Market Square Bungalow. We have begun the process of kind of interviewing folks, getting that information, finding out the challenges that they have, and mostly they all have a criminal background that may disqualify them for access to housing. Now, I recently learned I'm under a HUD review right now, and I recently learned that HUD has programs that does not have that barrier towards obtaining permanent housing. So there may be, as long as units are available or slots are available, persons that are with specific qualifying factors, that's chronic homelessness and a disability, can be qualified even though they have a criminal background.
Okay, very well, and thank you for that response. And I know part of the challenge on your side is that you would like to get another building or purchase a building to be able to deal with the influx that you're experiencing. So hopefully we will discuss more of that with you and see what the possibilities are. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Boquez. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to follow up on the probate issue and ask whether or not the HFA tried to partner with legal services, because I saw later on in a testimony where you in fact had a partnership of some sort with your housing stability program. Was there any way that you could have done something similar, maybe with the Envision program?
Before you proceed, moving forward, please state your name for the record, because we have a new stenographer. And recognize the mic of... What else did I have?
I'm good. Deborah Smith, Senior...
Recognize the mic of Senator Hubert Fredericks on the St. Thomas District, please.
Okay. Deborah Smith, Senior Legal Analyst, VI HFA.
Pull the mic to you, please. You can pull it off if you want to. You can pull it out.
No, I'm good.
Go ahead.
No, when we initially started the program, the attorney at the time, we were advised that we can take on this endeavor. So we did not reach out to legal services. However, we have noted that legal services and the Superior Court of the Virgin Islands are entities that individuals can, go to seek assistance with probate.
And just a quick follow-up. You are filing these petitions. I'm trying to figure out how you are filing the petitions and why the Superior Court said you lack authority. So I'm thinking you were filing them you weren't filing them pro se for the petitioners.
They were being
You couldn't be
filed.
filing them as the attorney, which is the only individuals who can appear in front of the court. So I was just curious. You don't really have to answer it. I'm trying to figure out how you were filing it, because you had either two choices, pro se or an attorney at the Housing Finance Authority filing it as an attorney. That's really where I was going, but we can move on. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. To be fully transparent in respect to Ms. Smith and the probate, what they're doing in respect to probate, I know the importance and the issues we have in territory probate. When I went to the forum the other night, I was so impressed based on what they're doing. They didn't have to do that. And based on the issues and the challenges they saw with the people of the Virgin Islands who had challenges and the amount of individuals who have probate issues, they decided to do what they're doing. And I really commend them for that. And Senator, you're correct, because I don't understand why, they would not accept what have you. It's a case. It's a case, whether you're an attorney or not, it's a case. I don't get it, but nonetheless, I appreciate what they are doing, because I myself, with my family, have been going through probate for many years since my dad died. And I'm a senator, and I'm going through the same foolishness. Well, I think it's something else going on there, in my opinion, personally. That's my position. But nonetheless, I asked them to come here today because it's a very, very important topic, and I like what they brought to the table in respect to, even though it's under ODR at this point, but I'm happy that they're still moving forward in that respect. But I'm going to stick on the federal grants, though, because I have some concerns, some serious concerns, and we're going to have to solve them issues today. In respect to, you know what, let me go to Senator Fonseca. You recognize for your 7 minutes. I'll come back and follow up with that. You recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Dan DeRima, formerly Methodist Training Outreach. That's always been a famous service to the community. Ms. Shillingford from Catholic Charities, and Sir Jones from Housing Finance Authority, and all of the staff. Pleasant good afternoon. Ms. Shillingford, I want to start it with you. I agree with that statement that a lot of those nonprofits depend on the legislative funding. Because, one thing I've noticed with the nonprofits, I think it's a efficient use of government funds. When you see some of the big departments come before the legislature, and then you look at all of the additional, the benefits, and substantial benefits, and nonprofits don't get all of that, but they provide a very, very important service. Personally, I think that we should increase the nonprofits because it's a more efficient use of the government funds, and you see the work that they're doing. Let me ask you real quick. So I saw the van where you had a washer and then also a shower. Are those operational?
Presently, it's not operational. It's ready to go. We are now looking at a rollout date. We most likely we're looking at late April, just around Carnival time, for the first rollout of that unit. In the meantime, we allow the clients, we have the showers at the soup kitchen and at Bethlehem House, and laundry at Bethlehem House that they can use. And we plan on taking this unit out. One of our problems was that because of the, to get it into let's say to get it to Smith Bay or Red Hook, we have to go up those hills. So we have to be very selective in the vehicle that we purchase to move it.
To move it. So
yes.
You could wash how much loads?
We have 3 washers, 3 dryers.
So you could wash 3 loads?
Yes.
And how many showers you could take in a day?
We have, well, we will try to manage it as best as possible. We will allow each client to take 1 shower per day.
And you provide
We have,
Go ahead.
like, the unit has 2 showers, 1 male, 1 female.
And you provide soap and
Soap,
thing?
water, towels, rags, shampoo, whatever they will need to take their showers, we will provide it. We have some very good partners who provide us with those toiletries that we need. The hotels provide us with a lot of the towels and rags and that we need. So we're ready and good and ready to go.
Awesome. Well, Papa, you got towel and
Everything.
toiletries. That's almost like a hotel. That's good.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's very needed. I wanted to go quick to Dan DeRima. The homeless point in time count. You said you have 304 total unsheltered. St. Thomas was 185. I'm so surprised St. Thomas is so high compared to St. Croix. Why is that? Do you have any idea?
I can't. Excuse me. Dan DeRima, Executive Director, MTOC, Board Chairman, COC. That number is, we can't identify where those numbers come from. Our borders are wide open. People don't need to have, all they need is what they say, no passport required to come.
Yeah.
You need a driver's license.
Question. You were finished?
No, go ahead, Senator.
Question. You know the old Wayne Aspinall Adelita Cancrine building? We have some unsheltered homeless folks living in there?
Yes.
Yeah, because, I passed over there and I thought I saw like a match or something, a little light inside there the other day. Okay, so the continuum of care issues, you say you're not in full HUD compliance. Well, what do you need to get in full HUD compliance?
Well, for a number of years, forgive me again, Dan DeRima, MTOC Executive Director, COC Board Chairman. The COC needs to develop the coordinated entry system, and that is across the board through every city and county throughout the United States. That needs to be organized, and we are in development of that. We're making an extra push to address the deficiencies in terms of organizing. The COC recently organized the subcommittee, and all of that was in planning for years. And I'm thinking that this go around, we have a good conglomerate of government agencies and nonprofits to push this initiative forward to its completion.
Okay, well, I wish you good luck. Mr. Jones, I want to go quick to you. Okay, so over by the Clinton Phipps
1 minute.
racetrack, they got that emergency housing over there by Bovoni and Nada border. That's still Housing Finance Authority property?
No, it's not.
Okay, so who does it belong? Because, they demolished the first row and then they got the upper rows there. That's not Housing Finance Authority property?
The houses that, excuse me, Vala Shelfer, Chief
30
Financial
seconds.
Officer, you're talking about the houses that were across the street that were
Yes.
demolished?
Yeah. All of them ain't demolished. They just demolished the first row, but they
First
still
row.
have the up where Stevens and all of them live. That's not your property?
Yes, I believe it came over with the housing transfer from Housing Park and Recreation.
Right. They need a big retaining wall there. I toured there with my staff. Right where the feed shop is, you go up the hill there. They need a big retaining wall over there. But I want to ask you quickly on the emergency housing program. What is your total waiting list for the emergency housing program? I know that people there for many years, Mr. Chair, I just finish up. I know people are there for many years, but what's your total waiting list?
Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management. Currently on St. Thomas, our waiting list is closed because we do not have any emergency housing units available at the time. On St. Croix, we only have one applicant to date. However, we are in process of rehabilitating some of our units, hence the reason why that applicant has not been placed.
Okay, you say the list is closed, but what's the amount on the list? How many people are on the waiting list?
There is no one on that waiting list.
For St. Thomas?
For St. Thomas, because there is no available units. So we won't accept any new applicants because there are no available units at the time.
So how long that waiting list been closed?
The waiting list has been closed for quite some time because we are in the process of rehabilitating most of our units on the island of St. Thomas.
Quite some time. What does quite some time mean? A month, a year, 2 years? Give me some direct answers.
That waiting list has been closed for over 2 years.
Over 2 years. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca. Over 2 years, the waiting list has been closed. And that's why I'm going to stick on the federal funds, because VIHFA, Federal Program Division, serves as the territory's collaborative applicant with responsibilities for submitting grant applications and managing planning funds. Mm-hmm. So as the collaborative applicant, VIHFA receives access to COC, which Mr. Derima was speaking to, planning grants of $35,000 a year. However, a significant and ongoing challenge has been a lack of timely action and responsiveness from VIHFA in fully utilizing these funds, as there is a backlog of unspent funds going back to 2018. We're in 2025. Internal delays and bureaucracy hurdles have severely limited progress. So my question is, right, the COC has not received any financial report from VIHFA's Federal Program Division as required. Is that a requirement of the agency? First of all, that's the first question. To whoever manages the grants, not you, Edie Jones, whoever manages the grant. Is that a responsibility of the agency? Who deals with the federal grants? And please state your name.
Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, I have a federal programs.
Yes.
Division that deal with the COC.
So are you required to submit financial reports to the COC on a yearly, annual basis?
Yes, we are.
Have that been done? And when was the last time that had been done?
I don't have that information with me in terms of when was the last time that it was done.
But it should be done on an annual basis, so you should know that like this. When was the last time that has been done?
I will have to get that information to you, Senator.
Why hasn't it been done?
We have Mr. Dorima is here from COC. We work with them, my staff work with them all the time in terms of getting information, working to how we can use the planning grant. They had some issues with not being incorporated in terms of getting some fundings. They have been incorporated now. So we are working towards getting the grant, being the co-applicant, and we get the applications in. It takes our staff a lot of time to manage these grants, and we're working with the COC. So we are internally working on getting to the point where we are up to date with everything. It's like work in progress, and we have not stopped working with the COC.
I know, and you know, and all the non-for-profit organizations know the importance of these funds in terms of what we are hearing from all parties at the table, in terms of access, in terms of what's going on out there with homelessness, transitional housing, etc. And if we are getting federal funds, it is incumbent upon us to do everything possible to utilize those funds. We already lost 2017. We can't afford to lose any other year. And we are working, we are trying. I don't think it's that difficult to basically do what's necessary based on the policies, to just follow the policy, and it should not be a problem. It's about putting in the work and having an understanding of exactly the effect of not utilizing those funds, what happens as a result, and a trickle-on effect to the community as a whole and the people involved in that space. So all I'm saying, moving forward, please, let's do what is necessary to assure that we utilize these funds so it can help the people that it's intended to help. That's my point.
We recognize that, Senator, and you make a good point. And we are going to sit down, we're going to talk, we're going to strategize within ourselves, and we're also going to bring our partners in. We're going to have a plan and a strategy. So we should have seen some results in the next probably less than 60 days, because I know it's important, it's a priority to me, as well as HFA.
Very well. And I'm going to go to Senator Joseph for her 7 minutes, and I'll continue with another grant that's affecting us in the territory, and also it comes from HFA. You may proceed with your 7 minute line of questioning.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to you, my colleagues, the viewing and listening audience, and of course, the hardworking people. I know you're hardworking people from the Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. Ms. Shillingford, you know you is one of my best friends, as well as Mr. Derima for MTAC. You're becoming one. You're sitting in my seat, and you are here double dosing on two very critical organizations that we have here in the Virgin Islands, meeting the needs of the community, as well as the continuum of care. And of course, the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Mr. Eugene Jones, who is very kind to answer my calls when I call him regarding an issue. And I deeply appreciate all of you. All of you answer the calls. And that's something I really appreciate, especially when I'm dealing with my constituents and they are having emergency issues. I want to begin my questioning regarding your emergency homes. Now, there is a set of human beings, elderly human beings. I'm going to start and have this conversation with both Mr. Jones as well as Ms. Johnson, who have lived in some of these emergency homes for a majority of their lives. So they have more time behind of them than ahead. And they are very comfortable there, and they don't have any opposition to even paying a little bit more in the rent. In addition to that, I just want to place on the record, I have been a resident of low-income housing. I lived in Bovoni housing community, and there was a period where we transitioned because they were rehabilitating our units. So they transitioned. I was living in the Building D, which is on top of the hill, and then when they were renovating Building D, they relocated us to Building B, which was already rehabilitated and beautiful when we entered there. So I was wondering for these units, especially for these elderly, these are elderly folks. We don't have any assisted living here in the Virgin Islands. We don't have it. It's not there. We don't have any skilled nursing facility. Only one we have is Queen Louise, and they have a waiting list. Again, these are elderly human beings who are staying in these emergency homes. They've been there from the 1960s. That's before I was even conceived, or my mother and father thought to have me. So I want to know, how are we addressing this? Because you have to have some kind of relocation plan for our elders. And they are very independent-minded. And we need to be able to show them that level of compassion. Compassion is a great thing. So how are we assisting them? What is the plan here that you mentioned? I know before you start, Mr. Jones, you said you have FEMA funding. I'm going to need to understand this FEMA funding that you have to rehabilitate. Kindly respond.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. I'm going to let Nicole Johnson answer the subsequent question, but we have the same compassion as you do. We're not trying to evict anyone. We're not trying to put anyone on the street. I'm elderly. I'm 70 years old, okay? So I understand. I'm 70 years old, 1955. And so I have a relationship with elderly and their what do I want to say? Their challenges. because I see it every time. I'm an able-bodied elderly, and I see a lot of able-bodied elderly that are like 55 and so forth. So don't think that we're not trying to show compassion and that we're not trying to work with these residents. We have to we have to somehow manage the regulation, but we're trying to manage that so that we're not trying to displace anyone. We're trying to be very compassionate. What if this? Can you do this? Does this make sense to you? So we go through all these questions. And so at some point, we got to sit here and decide, okay, with a conclusion and inquiry, can we sit there and find waivers in which we can keep people there and move forward? So this will be behind us instead of being in front of us. And so that's what we're looking at. It's been a work in progress, and we're still trying to find inroads. We got a new administration, so hopefully we have some new opportunities to address that with the compassion that you have, like just what we have. And so that's more or less what we can say right now. We will always keep you in the loop, especially with the chairman about what the outcomes are going to be, and no, we're not doing any displacement. That's not what we're going to do because of the lack of affordable housing, the lack of assisted housing as you had described.
Yes.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Wow. And so tell me how much FEMA funding you have to rehabilitate these units, because you mentioned it here in your statement on page 5.
What was it?
It says bullet. Mr. Chairman, please hold my time.
Let me check.
It says Charlotte Apartments, 30 units, 6 efficiencies, 24, 2 bedrooms, scheduled for rehabilitation with FEMA funding.
Senator, I will get you that exact funding. I will send that to you through the board chair. Okay. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, so
repeat what you requested.
I would like, through the chair, the amount of FEMA funding that is allocated for the rehabilitation of the Charlotte Apartments. Okay. The other question I have is for Mr. Dorima. I want to really thank you, and as well as the Continuum of Care for the hard work you're doing. Now, I had a portion here in your discussion for the Continuum of Care, page 3, where you talk about
30 seconds.
The absence of adequate behavioral health and substance abuse treatment. What behavioral health do you have access, and as part of the Continuum of Care is the Village organization in St. Croix included in this Continuum of Care Council on Homeless?
Dan Dorima, Executive Director, MTOC, Board Chairman, COC. Yes, the Village Partners in Recovery are great partners with the COC. They may have probably limits in terms of how many people they can clients they can serve at a time. So maybe there's a small wait list, but I can't speak to that specifically because we've been actually MTOC has sent. As recent as today, persons over for rehabilitation treatment. So they're great partners.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I just have one follow-up, if I may.
You wrap up.
Thank you. And when the persons are completed with their treatment, because I had a constituent come to my office, they are lacking housing. So you see, I don't have in my braids, but you want to be able to braid the resources when they are finished. So my question was really, are they a member of the council, the village? They are a member of the council, not a partner.
Yes, they are a member. When I say, excuse me, I'm sorry, Dan Dorima, MTOC Executive Director, COC Chairman, yes, they are members. When I say partners, meaning I refer to all of the agencies as partner agencies.
Okay.
We partner together to serve those clients.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just trying to see how they're braiding these resources that we have here. I think some more work needs to be done on that avenue. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for your patience.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. Before I go to Senator DeGraff, I'm sorry, Senator Clifford Joseph, my co-chair. Oh my God, my co-chair. Let me just repeat. I know Senator Fonseca asked a question. I don't think it was answered in terms of the homes acquired from the racetrack. If they were still under HFA, that was his question. Did anyone respond to that? Or anyone knows? Or you need to get back to us?
I believe I have to check because some of the properties that were turned over from...
Okay, so that's the through the chair question. You have to respond back to us. Oh,
yes,
so
we could be sure.
And another through the chair question was about the CDBG funds for the territory. How much remains unspent?
No, all of the funds are committed. I received that answer. All of our funds are committed under CDBG.
They are committed.
They're committed, sure.
CDBG funds.
Yes, they're committed.
But they're not spent as yet. They're just committed to up to.
They're committed to several projects. Let me see if I can share that with you.
Please, and if you have them projects, you can speak to which project they're committed to and how much.
So we have to Catholic Charities. So we have, I can't tell you how much we have committed. I have the total amount that we have awarded over various years. So that's like
fine, but
2.7 million. So I'll send it to you.
Wait, we can't speak at the same time. Take your time. We ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
Let me know what they're for, and then through the chair you can send the exact breakdown. Move forward.
Yes. So this funding is for architectural design and construction services and construction management.
For
the Bethlehem House Shelter. So they're going to build a new shelter with this fund.
Perfect.
We have for St. Croix, also Catholic Charity, 1.6 million, and this will fund architectural design services, construction services, and construction management. That's another shelter on St. Croix. And with Liberty Place, who runs one of our, Villa Morales, another shelter on St. Croix, $902,730, and it will fund construction services and construction management. We do hope we provide services for soup kitchens for Catholic Charities, and at $25,000 for St. Thomas, $25,000 for St. Croix, and $25,000 for St. John. So we have committed all of our funds.
Okay, very well. And I'm going to say this, but I don't want to sound controversial. But based on the conversation I've been hearing, and I am hearing today again, in respect to emergency housing and services, and it's a fact. Both when I worked at a housing authority, you can get a house in St. Croix like this through the housing authority because there's always availability. And now, since I've been in this body, I realize in terms of homelessness, there's many places you can get on the Big Island, which is very good for our people. What plans are being had in terms of the St. Thomas St. John district? Because it's way more supply than demand in this district. And based on what I'm hearing, and over again, like you just stated with the FEMA funds, we need more homeless shelters in this district. How do you strategize the plan based on what you're seeing, the trend in the community? What does that look like when it comes to homelessness? Can someone speak to that, or is there a plan moving forward in that respect?
I don't think we can answer that now, Senator, but the subsequent conversations, I know the Governor, Albert Bryant, had instructed us to get us all together and start strategizing about the homeless issues. And so we're trying to schedule that right now. I think after that, subsequent to that, we'll have some type of plan that we can submit to the legislature, to you, your committee, and then we can go that forward. I think what we need to do is we need to sit down as a collective group and look at resources, look at opportunities, and come up with a strategy about how we eradicate the homelessness. And I think I'm very encouraged to see something like that happen.
Okay, very well. Senator Clifford Joseph, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, first of all, and good afternoon to the the testifiers. Good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. I like the fact that we all agree that compassion is a key factor here with housing, regardless of how we look at it, from homeless or not homeless. One must have compassion when we're dealing with home, allowing people a residence. But as the question was asked, or I'm going to ask the question over again, what is our housing stock? What is our emergency housing stock?
Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management, Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority. On St. Thomas, Stable and Apartments, 3 units. Charlotte Apartments, 30 units. Tannenberg Emergency Housing, which is going to be a new construction funded by CDBG DR, 11 units. St. Croix, Anna's Hope Emergency Housing, proposed 16 units funded by FEMA. Camporico, 16 units, 8 units nearing completion. To date, Prophet Hills, 12 units.
And any vacancies in any of these units in St. Croix?
Yes, we have vacancies, but as stated before, we have some rehabilitation to do in a lot of those units.
So any of them could be used for occupancy? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, yes, Senator, yes.
Okay, okay then now. A few days ago, you guys had a meeting for the residents of LBJ St. Croix. And first of all, had an invitation for senators. Nobody here got any. So I got there a little late and I attended the meeting anyway. But the residents were expressing the concerns when it comes to that you guys offered before I came 2 options. Could somebody on the panel submit through the chair the options that were given to the residents?
You want me to read them to you, Senator? Because we sent the letter out yesterday.
Well, you could read it out for the record.
This letter serves as a formal notification following the meeting held on March 24th, 2025 at 5:30 p.m. at the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, Hamilton House Annex in Christiansted, St. Croix. VIHFA is dedicated to ensuring the safe and responsible demolition of VIHFA-owned property at 15A and 15B Penitentiary land, with the goal of repurposing the land in a manner that enhances environmental sustainability and community resilience. As indicated, VIHFA has partnered with Ocean Systems Laboratory to conduct comprehensive water testing at your homes on April 14th and April 21st to evaluate potential environmental concerns. Our team will contact each resident to confirm availability. The following tests will be performed: total dissolved and suspended solids, lead, copper, and asbestos. Additionally, after carefully reviewing applicable regulations, VIHFA has identified opportunities that may lead to the buyout or acquisition of eligible property. Please note that the buyout requires a collective agreement of the community and the acquisition does not. In both cases, whether through buyout or acquisition, the properties will be subject to demolition to ensure the land is appropriately repurposed for green space or mitigation projects, thereby advancing environmental and community benefits. To ensure a smooth process, we are requesting that you formally confirm your interest in writing to VIHFA no later than April 28, 2025 at the close of business. This will allow us to move forward with the necessary steps. We understand that this is an important decision, and we are here to support you throughout this process. For more information to confirm your interest, please contact the Director of Communications, Nikai Kernon, at 340-642-3528, or email at media@vihfa.gov. This letter was also sent in Spanish to each one of the residents.
Good, but I'm listening to what you just read. I haven't heard, you said a buyout. Is it buyout on what account? I mean, appraisal or market value? I haven't heard anything in that letter.
It's appraisal, Senator. It's appraisal. We said that in that meeting. It was about appraisal. That's what we had a conversation.
And have you guys explored other options to include refurbishing existing structures on the island to maybe relocate some of these individuals?
No, we have not, Senator.
Okay. Well, thank you for your answers, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Before I go to the next senator, let me go back to the federal grants and focus on the ESG grant, Emergency Solution Grant. That's the next grant that we have been having challenges with, and also I have been pushing in respect to many non-for-profit organizations who utilizes these grants based on the traffic that comes through our offices in the Senate. And we usually call different non-for-profit for assistance for these individuals, whom are our constituents. Now, let me ask again, in respect to those grants, I believe there's a total award of $1.1 million, right? That's sitting there. Between 2021 and 24, how much funds exist for assistance for people in the territory between 21 and 24, and how much funds exist in 25 of the emergency solution grants? That's the first question.
Good afternoon.
Point the information.
Senator, you gotta wait. I'm doing my line of questioning in 1 minute. I'll give you a point of information when I'm done. One moment, please. Go ahead.
Valerie Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. For the Emergency Solution Grant, we have at least about $800,000 between, you said, 21 and 24.
Okay. And 25?
I believe we got $825.
Okay. Now, my next question is then, how much of those funds have been expended for 21, 22, 23, 24, and this year? How much funds are expended per year?
Okay. None of the funds have been expended for those years.
That's my concern.
And I can tell you why, Senator.
One moment. That's my main concern. Number one, the need is overwhelming in the territory. Overwhelming. Because, like I said, we get it every day in this body, every single day. If it ain't one thing, it's the next. Many different circumstances and situations. Why? The first question is why? Why?
So we had the ESG funding that we received. So for each year, say in 20...
Let's start from 21.
Okay, say 2021 was like $158,751.
Mm-hmm.
During that period, we received the ESG coronavirus grant, which was about like $1.6 million.
Mm-hmm.
So our sub-recipients utilized the ESG CV grant to operate their programs. So, for instance, we just talked about the mobile shower and laundry. That was done with ESG CV funds, which they got like $124,000 or more to run that for that grant. So those are the things that happened during this period. So in the meantime, since we know we were behind on spending our funds, we went to HUD for extension so that the funds won't expire, and we got the extension response on March 21st. So all of these funds we could go ahead and use. We're getting ready to do the allocations and the sub-recipients agreements for the people that did come through. Yes, we went through the whole process of applications, identifying the subrecipients, and now we're getting ready to start that process of giving them agreements from these funds that we have for ESG. We have that would expire in 25. We have like $32,000 and that expenditure deadline was 2020. So HUD gave us an extended expenditure deadline of 6/30/2025. So I have the list of all the grants and they go up to 2027 that they've given us extensions for.
Okay, you can send that list to the chair, but in the meanwhile, you're talking about a sub-recipient.
It's basically the same sub-recipient, so that's where we have a...
Understood. I'm talking about individuals, though, that need assistance in the meanwhile, because I know you talk about $1.6 million in 21, but yet still at the same time you had to have 158,000 sitting there. And the amount of folks I send to these agencies, yes, and there's no funding, there's no funding, there's no funding, there is no funding. And I can ask them because some of them are here. There is no funding. That's a problem, because there is funding. And if I knew there was funding back then, it would have been a problem, to be honest with you. There is funding. So my thing is, I'm not here to beat up on you. I'm here to see how we can streamline the process moving forward. Okay? It's already gone. We're moving forward. How can we streamline the process moving forward, make it easier, staying within the HUD guidelines? That's what I want. Because I know, even before then, with many of those funding from HUD, whereas with the ERA program, with extenuating circumstances and the pushback I got at that time with my staff, extenuating circumstances, having legal services get funding, WAPA, via at the time, and back. It was pushed back. We need to find ways, because it's not about us, it's about the people it affects. And moving forward, that's the way we need to think. We got to change our mindset. It's not about none of us in this body or anywhere else. It's about the constituents and their needs, because without their needs, we won't get the fund, and that's why they send the fund. And that's why we get in a lot of trouble when they pull it back, because then you don't need it, this other state needs it, or this other territory needs it. But we need it more than all of them. So we got to do our part. That's all I'm saying. Moving forward, we must be aggressive, be more compassionate, and have a better understanding of the need of the people. That's all I wanted to put on the record. Senator Clifford Joseph, your point of information.
Yes, the point of information is it possible for a staff or you to take the copy of the letter that he just read so we could get a chance to read it and digest it before they leave here today? Mr. Jones' letter that he just read into the record.
To the chair, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator DeGraff, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, the chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Stable land property. You know what it is?
Which one?
It at the head of Vestagara in Savannah. Now, those three properties, does Housing Finance own all that property in the area across the street also?
Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management. We only own the 3 units that we are speaking about that's comprised of the stable and emergency housing units. It's one building.
Oh, okay, so only that, because
yes,
there's a vacant lot right in front where you could build some more of those particular type houses in front of the catchment and address that. Now, also for further down Vestagara, the basketball court, when is the scheduled date for that to be completed?
Should be by May 25th.
May 25th? Okay, good. I'll be there.
I just went out there yesterday.
Good. Now, for housing, for VIHFA, how long have you been there now, Executive Director?
I'm still new until April 7th.
Oh, you're almost old, man. Now, what is the latest audit that you're working on from your agency?
Vala Shelford, Chief Financial Officer. We're getting ready to start fiscal year 2024.
Okay, so you have 23 audit in your hand?
In draft.
In draft?
Yes.
Okay, so you or the new kid on the block just arrived. There were issues with housing finance, tons of issues. And like I said, again, we're not here to bash. What improvements or what have you actually addressed thus far in your time frame regarding those specific audits and issues?
Probably the consistency of leadership and also guiding our staff to prioritize and start moving opportunities a lot faster, as the chair has stated. And so we're trying to, we're putting our three-year affordable housing plan together. So we're putting all our strategies together, and we're working as a team to start looking at funds that have not been expended, funds that have been expended, and then funds that are going to be funded for future housing developments. And so that's what we've been working on.
Okay. How many properties does Housing Finance Authority own for sale? If you could get that through the chair.
I'll give you that number.
Yeah. Now to the nonprofits. Again, thank you for what you've been doing in the territory. The homeless issue. Is there any way, any type of soup kitchens or ways to feed individuals after 5 p.m.?
Andrea Shellingford, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands. At Catholic Charities at the Bethlehem House Shelter, we provide meals in the evenings for anybody, whether resident or non-resident, who requires a meal. So they can go to Bethlehem House Shelter.
Good. That's one. Any on MTOC? Sorry?
No. Dan Derima.
No?
Executive Director, MTOC. Not at this time.
See, because when you take any human being and you feed them 12 o'clock, and you don't feed them until the next day, that's somebody who, when they act up, we label them, you're this, you're that, you're that. They're just hungry. So I think going forward, we need to look at providing those services for individuals after 5 p.m. Let's say maybe a 7 p.m. meal or something. Take them through the night, something warm, and make it mandatory. Now, for the homeless, outreach is a big thing. There are several areas where we could go in the territory and identify where there are almost like camps or villages of individuals who are homeless. There's particularly a gentleman right over here, going over on Belgian Road, that's his clothes, he worn the clothes so long now, they're falling off of him. He's almost naked. And I've tried to give him food, he won't take it. I've tried to give him clothes, he won't take it. Are you aware of this individual, and is there anything we could try to do to assist that individual? I know it's upon the individual to want the help, but I'm just saying, I have tried, because I knew him from when we used to play basketball and different things. But and there's several people around the territory and camps. So are you aware of all the different camps and different things that's in the territory for your outreach and addressing them?
Andrea Shillingford, Catholic Charities. Yes, we are aware of that gentleman on Belgian Road. We have tried on several occasions to offer him food or clothes. He refuses. There's just one person, I think it's a female that we've not been able to identify. We've just been told that there's this female who comes to him and he will take food from that one person.
Right.
He doesn't take food from anybody else at all. And for the outreach, we are aware of all the holes where they are, all the little encampments. We are aware of where they are. And both St. Thomas, St. Croix, and St. John, because we operate on the 3 islands, we operate our outreach programs. And we go on St. John, we have one vehicle that goes out to Earle B. On St. Croix, we have one vehicle that goes out to all the different areas on St. Croix. On St. Thomas, we have 2 vehicles. One goes east and one goes west. Okay. And that's Monday to Friday. And we serve throughout the territory. I was just told on... Today's Friday, so I was just told on Wednesday by our outreach that our count has increased from 500 to about 546 right now on a daily basis throughout the 3 islands. And we are seeing that increased demand and thus the need for increased funding for our programs. We are asking, I think somebody said earlier that the nonprofits should be provided with increased funding, and I agree with that. We still have to continue. We depend a lot on donations, and thankfully we have some very generous.
That's good.
They give us not financial assistance, but for example, some of the stores will call and say, we have, especially on St. Croix.
30 seconds.
Okay, so I'd like to get Mr. DeRima in, but before I go, your vehicle that you were talking about, that you're looking out for outreach, as a mechanic, look for heavy-duty transmission and a rear-end gear ratio of 410, 411. Make note of that. Any mechanic will tell you that's, once you have that kind of gear ratio in your rear end, you go any place on St. Thomas.
Thank
so,
you.
Mr. DeRima, you want to add anything before we close out?
The Executive Director for MTOC,
Time.
Dan DeRima. Yes, with the individual that you mentioned on Belgian Road, we too at MTOC have approached, have the similar experience with like Ms. Shillingford, and we have the same experience where we've dropped off clothes, even put it down. I explained to him, and he has not, accepted that. Right. We do have another office in St. Croix, forgive me, on St. Croix. I am a Crucian, and I am, I go home time to time, and I'm familiar with the encampments over there also.
Okay, and just before I close out, Mr. Chair, yeah, like I said, what we come to is 2 opposite spectrums, but really 1 spectrum we're looking at. 2 opposite being housing, providing housing for residents, but now in regards to homeless people, who we are trying to place homeless people in basically temporary or emergency type home. How can they, the same homeless people that we're trying in bettering themselves, what kind of programs can they become available for to get them in home ownership? How is that transition from homeless to home ownership in the territory? You can answer in the chair time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
You may proceed with your response.
Dan DeRima, Executive Director, MTOC, COC Chairman. I feel that there are more opportunities for persons that are homeless into more permanent housing. It would be a rental through permanent supportive housing units. I believe that the inventory needs to be built and the wraparound services be provided to assist those persons, because if they're living as chronic homeless in definition, more than 12 months period, of course in the great outdoors, it would be extremely difficult to visualize someone coming from the great outdoors living indoors, but they would more than likely bring those behaviors that they have outdoors into a housing situation, and that landlord would be definitely devastated with the state of their units if it does not have that supportive housing component.
Thank you.
Senator, I echo that. It's difficult to build adequate housing and support the homeless population on the street. There's too much regulation. There's too much red tape. We just can't pluck somebody off the street and say, okay, here, you're going to go in this housing. We got all the wraparound services because we're not worrying about the red tape. You know, there's eligibility requirements. You got to have, your hair's got to be straight, or it's just ridiculous. And we can get cut through the red tape. And we work together as we've been working together. We can get more homeless off the street. That young man that only takes food from one person, we can build upon that. I think when we sit down and talk again, we will also need to discuss about successes, because there have been successes. They have gotten people off the street and homeless people, but we don't promote that. We don't see it in the newspaper. If we have that more, whomever is reading it can give that information out to the people who are really homeless and educate them. Here are these entities, nonprofits that we're trying to support and we're trying to provide funding for, and here's the results. If it was 304 in 2024, then hopefully we can get it down to 202 maybe. And these are the reasons why, because we had adequate funding, we had adequate resources, not just financial resources, but people resources. We had adequate transitional housing or permanent housing, alternative housing.
And Mr. Chair, through the chair, could we ask for those success stories to be delivered to us, please? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator DeGraff. Before I go to Senator Maurice James, just for my clarification, because I don't remember hearing anything in respect to the ESG grant. I still haven't heard the reason why, though. We were not able to use those funds to help the individuals that needed those funds. That's the part I need to hear, so we can see how we can avoid that moving forward.
Let me explain from what I know. What happened is that at the same time, simultaneously, they had another funding process, which was $1.6 billion.
That was for the FEMA. That was for the
of ESG money. So they used that, and the other money that they received on an annual basis was just parked there, and they just let it sit there. And so they expended the pot of money that they got from
the CV coronavirus.
Again,
I'm just explaining what the rationale may have been. And so they were trying to spend this money down first, and then they let the other money sit there until at some point when that money ran out, they can go to the other pots of money.
I don't get that. Let me tell you why. I don't get that. Let me tell you why. Again, and I'm going to let a non-for-profit speak because they need to speak up. Every time I send somebody to them for help, no fun. Oh. So even though we put that money down, there's money there. Use the money. That's what it's for. That's the problem.
Okay.
And we have to admit it and move on. That's the problem. Edie Shillingford, am I correct? How many times have I called you with emergencies, and what was your response to me?
We have no funding. And I think, Senator, is, as Mr. Jones stated, is because of a lot of the red tape that you have to go through. The eligibility is because to put somebody into the emergency unit, you have to be sure that the person is going to be able to you're going to be able to transition that individual within 2 years. And we've had situations where we've had to ask VIHFA to extend the time because we cannot, and it's just a lot of the red tape that we have to go through.
So it's because of the housing stock also that affects that. So we all need to get together and find how we can cut the red tape and get it done. That's what I'm saying. Moving forward, we have to meet. We have to solve the situation because the money is there to be spent, and we need to spend it because we can't afford to lose it. Moving forward, I digress. Senator Maurice James, you recognize for your 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all. The team from Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority and my colleagues, everyone inside and outside the room, as well as the nonprofit organizations. I do want to point out that the nonprofits that we see in front of us are really the working nonprofits. There are a number of nonprofits really that don't work. And when I say that, I mean they exist only in name. I do want to ask Ms. Shillingford, you said that 50% of your operational budget comes from legislative funding, and then you mentioned donations. Do you do any fundraisers of any sort, or how do you get donations from the community at large?
Once a year, we have a list of all the businesses, all the agencies that we can tap on, and once a year we send the letters out. That's the only fundraiser that we do. We send the letters out once a year. I think we send out, almost 200 letters. And we send those letters out at the end of every year.
Okay, so you do a solicitation letter. That's your main event.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I wanted to ask you, Executive Director Jones, you are on the board of the Virgin Islands Housing Authority, correct?
Don't tell anyone. Yes, I am, Senator.
Okay. The reason I'm asking that is, as you know, and I'm sure you've heard, I've been working with them with the Williams Delight homeownership program. And I was just sitting here wondering, one of the issues and challenges that they've been having is the residents themselves and their ability to get loans, even for what some of us may consider small amounts, but that's all relative, right, compared to one's income. And it's been difficult for them. So I was just wondering if there is any way that Housing Finance Authority can collaborate with the Housing Authority in terms of some type of program that would assist those that are unable to get financing from our lending institutions for one reason or another. Is that possible? Is that something we can explore?
Hello. Frida Webster, VI Housing Finance Authority.
Please recognize Ms. Webster's mic, please.
Frida Webster, VI Housing Finance Authority. Senator James, in the past, I know the residents of Williams Delight were obtaining financing from one of the local lenders that also offered them a very large grant towards their closing costs. The request that came to VIHFA was more in the form of providing the home buyers education certificate so that they meet the requirements.
Right.
So we have done that. A majority of them do the 7-week classes, or they do the eHome America courses. And like was recently mentioned in the testimony, we did a special class for those individuals. But we have never been asked to assist with the funding, the actual financing of the units. And I believe that it's because that was already taken care of.
Well, the thing is, I'm talking about the fact that everything you mentioned just now, which was good, especially the lending institution, these people do not qualify or are not otherwise eligible. What's interesting to me is those residents sometimes are paying $700 or more. So, you know, I don't know if here in the Virgin Islands, I'm not sure, but sometimes you can't build credit if you don't have any, like a car or any other means, a credit card to build credit. Or maybe the credit isn't strong enough to get the loan. I'm just saying that I can't. There's that gap where if you can afford and you're able to meet your monthly rent, isn't there some way that we can make them homeowners outside of the regular avenues that we've been trying to? Because that seems to be, to me, one of the issues mentioned earlier by Executive Director Alexander, the financial readiness of the residents. And that's why I asked that question, to find out if there was anything that we could do.
To answer your question, Senator, we can have a conversation
1 minute, 30
with the
seconds.
individuals at VIHA regarding that pool of clients. That request never came to us, but we're willing to have the conversation to see how we could help them, whether or not one of the other lenders, I know there were programs under USDA that these individuals may have qualified in the past, but yeah, we could have that conversation.
Yeah, I think we need to try to solve this issue that's been outstanding now for some of the people more than 20 years. People have been living in Williamsy Light for more than 30 years and just can't seem to overcome that hurdle. And it is better for us if we get them on that homeownership path. So I will be reaching out to Housing Finance Authority. One of the other, Mr. Jones, Director Jones, I was going to ask you about was, I know that on the one side is LBJ, on the other side is Ralph D. Chabert, and earlier I was told that they're going to swap land with GVI. Housing Authority is going to swap land with GVI for housing. But housing, that's very ambiguous. I don't know if you, as a board member of the Housing Authority, if you could give me a little more detail. Would that be housing for apartment buildings, single-family dwelling, multi-story? You know, and even if that's possible anytime soon, if you can provide me with that answer.
I do not know, Senator. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what their proposal hasn't been presented to the board, but I can look into that and report that back to the board chair. Okay. Thank you very much for the time. Testifiers, have a great weekend. Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to ask the questions and your leniency. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. And along your line of questioning, you're all right and you're on point because it should be automatic. I remember when I was working on Housing Authority, when I just started there about a year or two, when the Polyboxburg homes were being up for auction, and they told us, those residents who qualified based on their income, etc., to grab all your residents. Most of my residents lived there because I was the first one to go and do what I had to do and got it in. So it should be automatic once anyone in the Housing Authority is at a point where they can qualify to get a home and transfer and make them, bake them up in that regard. It should be automatic. Those files go to HFA, and HFA do what they got to do. And the first-time home buyers program can assist with the down payment. That's why we did that bill, and that's why we passed that bill, to assist individuals like those. So it should be automatic. So again, we need to have those conversations moving forward.
Just to make a point, Senator, and you make some great points. The situation is, we can do all the homeowner counseling, assistance, and everything else that we do, but we just don't have the stock. And if we have the stock, it's not affordable for homeowners. It's like a pie in the sky. It says, well, we need you to go through this home ownership class, but then we don't have anything to answer for. Well, okay, HFA, where are we going to get these homes? And so it's kind of hard to respond to the territory that we don't have the stock. A two-bedroom, as my colleague has stated, is $1 million. Now, who can afford $1 million based on their wages that they're earning right now? We can provide second loans, we can provide third loans, but still it's been difficult. Now, we're looking at developers now who are coming in at a lower price point and seeing that can work, but they have to have a certain standard. We have to make sure that standard is compatible to hurricane resistance and all the other types of things. And so that we were looking at that. The issue is, or the great thing about it, now everyone's starting to come to us to see if they can build, and so hopefully we can open up the pearly gates and start building a lot more affordable housing and matching the two together. At least there will be some hope.
And I agree with you, and there is hope because you said the right things in terms of developers, and I know you're meeting with developers who are willing to meet those price points where it becomes affordable for people, so I applaud you for that. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you're recognized for your 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to you, my colleagues, and good afternoon to the testifiers from the VI Housing Finance Authority, as well as our individuals from the private sector, Mr. DeRima and Ms. Shillenford, and thank you for your testimony. I want to certainly thank you for your compassion, Mr. DeRima and Ms. Shillenford. I think that it continues to be commendable. It warms my heart every time you come before us, and your passion and the work that you continue to do in this community. There's no way that this government will ever be able to repay you for the contribution that's being made by your respective agencies. And I just want to say on behalf of the people, thank you very much. As the chair of the Budget Appropriations and Finance, I welcome your suggestion as we endeavor to find funding to continue to support your various initiatives. And I'll tell you that while revenues are hard and difficult these days, I believe that there is a return on our investment when we support the nonprofit organization that contribute to the work that you do in this community. So again, I wanted to ask you, Ms. Shillingford, have you received your allotments for this year thus far?
Are you talking Andrea Shillingford, Catholic Charities of the Virgin Islands? Thus far, we have not received any. I think we are at the end of the second quarter, and thus far, we have not received any of the allotments.
And you have applied for those allotments?
Yes, we have, and we have submitted all our documentation.
And what are you being told?
The last I spoke with Ms. George, I was told that she had received approval and she had submitted everything. I spoke with an individual at DHS this morning, and she said she wasn't sure that the PO had been turned over, so we are still waiting.
Very well. I will personally get involved in that as well. I'll make my calls to OMB and the Department of Finance, Human Services, and get you a status report as what's happening in that area and provide you with some feedback in short order. Hopefully before the end of the day, if not, first thing early next week, I guess Tuesday, because Monday is a holiday.
Thank you, Senator. I do appreciate that.
I want to say that a point that you made as well was very classic in terms of the fact that we have a whole lot of hidden homelessness. And I truly believe that, from conversation and being out in our community, we see that there is a lot of individuals. I think that the time has come for us to really categorize homelessness. We have individuals as homeless for one reason or the other. There may be substance abuse situations, may be behavioral health issue, but we also have individuals that because of financials, because of life circumstances, they're homeless. And I think that there needs to be, categories developed, so that those matters can be addressed independently of each other because they're not the same and they don't look the same. Do you agree with that? Either Mr. DeRima or anyone on the panel?
I agree with you.
I do agree with that. And when we talk about the hidden homelessness, I do agree that we have to separate them because I think somebody spoke earlier about the population that has occupied Cancrine. It's not only Cancrine. There is also that old abandoned hotel, not Mitchell Motel, the one next to Emerald Beach. It's Island Beachcomber, and it's occupied. They've occupied those rooms. Just recently, and it would be amazing. Sometimes you just pass along the beach after 6 p.m., and you may be amazed to know that many of those vehicles parked outside the beach are occupied. That's where some of the people sleep. That's where they live. So when
that's a fact. There are tents.
It is.
There are tents that's established on these beaches. There are individuals that are sleeping in their car, and they go into the McDonald's and the gas stations and these different places to be able to wash their face or whatever, and in some instances going to a job. But again, they're homeless.
They're homeless.
So I think that the time has come for us to really take a serious look at this situation and your numbers. When we talk about having the availability based on Ms. Johnson's representation of 92, or proposed 92, the number of rooms that may be, or housing that may be available, and we talk about the point in time in terms of the count, we talk about 304. That's a significant difference. So I want to ask you, Mr. Jones, because one of the move that I really supported was when they took away the disaster recovery aspect from VI Housing Finance Authority so that you could focus on the housing stock? And what is the priority in us being able to address the issue of emergency housing portfolio? Where does that rank in your list of priorities?
It's always in the top 5. Really, it's in the top 2 or 3. I see the homeless population a little bit different from everyone because I categorize it in 3 categories. One is the ones who need that one up because they're getting ready to be forced out of their homes because they haven't paid rent or utilities, which we have a program like that. But I'm going to say this again, Senator, it's the red tape. If you don't meet this criteria on eligibility, you don't get that services. The issue is that how do you prevent people from going on homeless? You have the funding.
How do we remove those barriers?
But it's not
there. How
there.
do we remove those red?
The second category.
How do we remove the red tape?
Pardon me,
Mr. Jones, one at a time.
How do we remove those red tapes?
We got to sit there and come up with a strategy instead of painting it within the lines and start painting outside the lines and looking at waivers and looking at opportunities to go to the administration and try to seek some type of exception based on what we're going through. If we don't take advantage of it right now, we're going to look like, and this is just an analogy, the LA, the Oakland, the Berkeley, because they didn't address the issue in the beginning. They waited until it exacerbated and now they can't control it. What we need to do is sitting there looking at our population right now and come together and say, this is what we're going to do first, second, and third. Look at all the regulations, look at the opportunities, and start making the opportunities for we can really change those numbers and look at successes. There are successes on this territory, but we're not promoting that. We know it, they see it, and they do it. We need to sit down and say, hey, look, we're not going to take that any longer. FHA, you get your resources, everyone else get their resources, and we're going to sit there and we're going to pool our resources. Here's an overall strategy for homelessness to eradicate homelessness. Like the HUD, like the U.S. Department of HUD had done about 5 or 6 years ago. They haven't done it, but they had a strategy, and we need a strategy, an overall strategy, and who's accountable and who's going to report back to the territory that here are our successes, here's where we're going, and here's where it's leading to.
Well, I'm hoping that we could really arrive at that decision because I believe the time is right for us to be able to do that. I'll tell you that one of my frustration about being in the Senate, for so long is that we have these same circular discussion every time we have these hearings. I have seen Ms. Shillingford, numerous of times, and we had this discussion with HFA, we have had this discussion with VIHA, human services, but then nothing happens. Year in, year out, nothing happens. And I really want to see us be able to make some inroads because they only have gotten worse, over the years. And I truly believe that we need to make, again, when we talk about the compassion, we really need to provide some services to our community because, the numbers are increasing. The numbers are trending in the wrong direction.
So, Senator, can I go to the next 2 that I had mentioned as 3 categories? The second category is a drug addiction and alcohol addiction. And the third category is mental health. And we need to address all 3 of them differently and not in how we house individuals. And that's what we need to strategize if we're going to sit there and eradicate the homeless population. We need to make some dramatic differences, but we have the resources and we have the staff, but we just have not brought it together and made that happen. And like you said, we've been talking, been reassessing. Now, I've not been here for a year, but I understand that because most cities in the United States are going through the same thing, but they don't make results. And it should be just small results. It should be big results. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. My final question is, again, in regards to the Krangada Inn and some of these other facilities that we have purchased, again, to turn into, homes, and we still have not seen any movement in those areas. I'm hoping that in the very near future, we could really start to make some inroads in that area. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you again to the work that's being done on the behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands when it comes to this whole issue of homelessness as well as improving our housing stock.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Jr. And we do have a next round, but I'm going to speak to some of the statement that was made because I believe that some of the issues are when it comes to housing. We have had 3 different executive director at the Housing Finance Authority. We have had many different staff turnover at the agency. We have had many other challenges. I've seen some success, but at the same time, I've seen many, should I say, roadblocks in terms of, like what we're speaking of today, getting the funds out to the people that most need it, and other agencies being involved and being able to assist, like Human Services. You have all of the non-for-profit organizations or other agencies where they are involved also. So I say that to say, like every other department, like health, hospital, justice, there are challenges, and you can say things are worse in the territory, but at the same time, there have been a lot of success story, and things are moving in the right direction with the right people in place. And that's what I am seeing right now based on my experience, because many times suggestions are made, ideas are brought forth by folks who are not implementing or they don't want to hear it, you know, and until and unless we realize it's not about us, and it's about the people that's being affected, we're wasting our time and we're spinning wheels. And that has been my experience since I've been in this chair. Many, many times. As a matter of fact, there was a meeting like a couple months ago with the governor with housing issues, and I wasn't even invited. And I told him point blank, you know, you're wrong. I have ideas, I have ideas also, and I, in my opinion, have a lot to offer in the space, but yet still I was not there. My opinion matters, you know, and all of our opinion matter. And until we respect each other, share ideas, work together, and not have an attitude when someone is trying to work with you based on the situation, I mean, it is what it is, you know, and we have to humble ourselves and really have compassion and work with each other. That's my soapbox for today. We have a next round. I'm going to do a 3-minute round, and that's it, and wrap it up so everyone can go home. It's weekend. So I'll start with you, Senator. I know you're from Taker, but wait 1 second. I'll start with you, and I'll finish my questions. You may proceed. I'll give you 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the Homestead Program, Director Jones. So it's a mortgage assistance. You acquire land. What's the loan rate? It's competitive with the bank. So is it a loan through housing finance, or it's a bank loan?
Hi, Frida Webster, VIHFA. The Homestead Program is administered through VIHFA. The current interest rate is 4.81%.
Wow, that's good. Okay, so is there any cutoff to the amount of the price for the land? You can say if you
We
want to.
finance land up to $50,000.
Okay, at 4.8.
The land rate is actually 4.25%.
Okay, and what do you have to do to qualify? You have to get an income limit of what for that? To get the 50,000?
So our standard requirements are that you be a resident of the Virgin Islands for the past 3 years, you be gainfully employed for at least a 24-month period. We need tax returns, pay stubs. We need a credit score of 620. We have minimum household income requirements based on island. So for St. Thomas, it's $29,750. We have maximum income requirements based on island. For St. Thomas, it's $222,950. The land that you're seeking to purchase cannot exceed a half acre.
Okay, so tell me the numbers now for 2024, 2023. How much Virgin Islanders actually purchased the land?
We have not had any land sales in 2024, and in 2023, I believe we may have had one. Don't know off the top of my head. I'll have to get you that information.
You see, that's the problem I have. Why nobody? You got one person buy a lot in 2 years. Tell me why is that?
Because the clients that we serve at VIHFA prefer to acquire a turnkey home.
Okay, good. So how many of the turnkey homes have been?
VIHFA at this time do not have any turnkey homes available for sale. We have 4 properties, 2 in each district, that are still in construction.
30
that we're
seconds.
hoping to complete before the end of this fiscal year.
So what you're telling me is both of these programs here, you only had 1 sale in the last year?
I believe it's 1 in 2023. So what's been
See, that-
happening? What
Go
has
ahead.
been happening? Sorry, what has been happening lately is that we get referrals through USDA, which is one of our lending partners, and the clients that they serve are purchasing properties on the open market.
Something don't sound right. I can't believe that only 1 sale we've had in this program here. 2 in the last 2 years. Something ain't right. There's something. Tell me what is the problem? Because I know, is it the 620 score?
No, it's people really prefer to buy a finished home. They want to walk into a new home. They don't want the stresses of construction, that to deal with the contractor, dealing with the billing with the houses, the delays. They prefer to have the agency do that, and they, turnkey, you hand them a key. That's what they're looking for. So
Well,
that's what we're working towards.
Well, things different nowadays. I know Marvin and I, we bought our land first and we built it, and I know a whole lot of folks, that's how they did it, through the GERS. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the good time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Edith Jones, you spoke about painting within the lines, right? And we need to paint outside the line, which I do agree, which means you think outside the box.
Time.
Ms. Johnson, can you speak to what's going on and what you're doing with the residents of the emergency home, Charlotte Apartments, in respect of how creative you were in terms of dealing with those individuals, because it has been a struggle for many, many, many donkey years, and you came up with something different and unique, and I think it makes sense. So can you speak to that, please? And that's what I'm talking about, being creative and being different. Speak to that for me, please. Please recognize Ms. Johnson, Mike. Ms. Nicole Johnson, Mike.
Nicole Johnson, Director of Rental Properties, Director of Facilities and Property Management with the Housing Finance Authority. So looking over our portfolio with the residents that we have in emergency housing, the length of time they have been in emergency housing. Which has been a very long time for some, very, very long time for some.
What is a very, very long time? Be specific for me, please.
Some about 30 years.
Thank you. Be clear. Let's be clear. We put it on the record. Continue.
So looking across our portfolio and the residents that we have and the limited housing stock within the territory, we looked at what we have. We looked at what we have rehabilitated and what we can be able to provide. We looked at the eligibility of the residents that are currently in our emergency housing portfolio, which all residents in our emergency housing portfolio are ineligible under our program guidelines. So what we did on the St. Thomas side with our 3 units at the Stableland community is that we created a market rent program to be able to assist some, it's not going to be all, but some of the residents from Charlotte to be able to matriculate over into our market rate program for an additional amount of time so that they can be able to have a more permanent housing solution. We're also doing that on St. Croix with our profit portfolio, with our Camparico portfolio as well. And these rents are the rents based on HUD's fair market value for bedroom sites and respective island throughout the territory.
Thank you for that. And thank you for your creativity and your understanding of the situation we face in the territory when it comes to housing and homelessness. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to again follow up on that conversation. You and everybody may be talking from the perspective of a property landlord. I have lived as the resident, and I know the hardship psychologically and physically human beings encounter. And so, again, I want to stress the compassion.
Some of them have been there for over 30 years, and they have more time behind of them than in front. And in those situations, you have to have that level of compassion. I'm so happy, Mr. Jones, you're there and you understand and you're leading with the heart, because some of them are disabled. They don't know any place any better. That's their comfort zone. I want to ask you a question to follow up on the gentleman from Savan and Bovoni question. Relative to the amount of developments of low or moderate income housings for home ownership, is there going to be a discussion and a strategy put in place so that we can rank up and speed up the process?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
What is needed on our end? How can we support you in doing that? Because the body has already previously appropriated money for loans, etc. What supports you need? Because we know that our people want turnkey homes. Ms. Webster clearly stated it. They don't want to have the headache, because some of them are single-headed household by females. And we as women, this is Women's Month, know that sometimes those human beings that take a major advantage of us because we have the lack of expertise in the construction field. Let's be real. Real talk. Okay? And so that may be one of the driving forces there. So let's see what we can work collaboratively to support you in getting those moderate income houses going on projects.
30 seconds.
Well, Senator, you make a real good point, and you are correct. The issue is the biggest obstacle in the roadblock is pricing. When you have to pay the 400 to 500 square foot for a home, that's a lot of money. And now how can we talk to developers and how we bring that price point down? Now, do we scale up and say, hey, look, if we do 20 of these, can we bring that per square foot down so that we can provide that type of houses? Those are the negotiations where we're into today. Building on our land or building on their land, but we're trying to find that price point where that if we have a price point, Frida can tell you where we're looking at. So that if we get the price point here, we can get more people into home ownership because they're ready. She can tell you how many there's waiting, but they're waiting. They're waiting on someone to figure out the price point so we can get them in that housing. They've already gone to home counseling. They already got the credit right where it needs to be. And the second issue, as we talked about before, is insurance. Mm-hmm. That's one of the biggest things that we have not figured out yet. But be that as it may, if we can bring that price point down in those homes to something reasonable that we can assure them. If you go through this home ownership counseling session, and when you finish, here's your house, Gene Jones. Right here is your 2-bedroom, what you asked for. Here it is. You're right in there. When is it going to be done? When is it going to be finished? That's where we need to get to.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just one final question. You know, I watch, and I'm sure everybody watch that home channel where they have these tiny homes. I know one of my colleagues, female colleagues from the St. Thomas, St. John district, has also talked about that. Is that, you think, maybe a viable option?
Okay, let me give you a real story, Senator. So, when I saw about tiny homes, so I went to Oakland to see where the tiny homes are at. The tiny homes are in an isolated area, and they're under a freeway. So depending on how they took the picture, they looked at the picture that these were just great places. They're isolated. They're in impoverished neighborhoods, and they're under the freeway. And they're small homes. They wouldn't withstand a hurricane or anything like that unless they're all framed all together. And I'm not an engineer, I'm not an architect, but it's a great idea. But you got to put them in areas in which they can flourish. That means that they have a walkable space. They can go to a grocery market, a supermarket. They have medical care that's in the proximity. The ones I saw, you have to have a car. It's in an impoverished area. No one wants to go around there, and it's isolated. It's clean, but it's isolated. I'm not saying it look like a prison, but it just seems like you're contained in one area. And it's like don't bother us. Everything else is oblivious to what's going on in there. So that's my professional opinion.
Okay, thank you so much. I value your position on it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. But Edie Jones, I'm going to differ with you this time because as a builder myself also, I believe she's speaking more of just any type of tiny home in any area. That's all she's saying, bring on the square footage to be affordable, but at the same time safe, strong, just like a big home, but just smaller. That's what she's talking about.
Sure.
And also, you're correct again, and we have mentioned that several times to the developers. That's key, in my opinion, developers who are willing to work with the agency and understand our plight. I believe also we need to have different type of building equipment in terms of, for instance, I know in the Virgin Islands we want concrete alone with the hurricane and stuff, but in this time, with the cost of construction and materials, I believe it's time for individuals to realize, yes, yes, we could still build a hardened structure on the outside, but the inside could be stud and sheetrock or what have you, or cement board, what have you, something that's going to bring on the cost, and it's the same quality because your outside is hardened, you know what I'm saying? So there are different ways of doing it to be, like I say, creative and see how we can bring on the price. And you do have developers right now who are using those products that can assist in a space. And I believe once you have a sample to show them, most people will take it because right now you really have no choice anyway. So I'm not just my 2 cents in that respect. Senator Marie James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator Marie James, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is very specific to, I haven't seen the letter yet, Mr. Jones, regarding the LBJ buyout. I think you said the buyout was collective and the acquisition was individual. Can you expound on that a little more when you say that the buyout is collective as opposed to individual?
So, Senator, collective means that they all agree that they want to sell their properties all together. And so we deal with them on an individual basis based on appraisal of the land. On the individual basis, if they don't agree to that, they all have to agree to it. If they don't agree to that, then we go acquisition. I'm Gene Jones and Valdez. We have a home together. We have a home. She has a home. I have my home. I want to sell my home. And so we can buy Gene Jones' home, but Miss Valdez is going to sit there and stay there. I'm going to demolish the home right next to her, and that's it. Period. Based on the on the appraisal.
So if the buyout is collective, so that I'm clear, that would be the entire group of people is what you're saying. Let's say it's 20 people. All 20 agree to do a buyout, and there will be one offer made by HFA as opposed to individual offers made in the acquisition process?
So
I'm not clear.
Let me go back. Collective means that they all agree that they want to all sell their property at the same time. It's not a price point. We go with their appraised value. Valdez's home is appraised at 150, and my home is appraised at 275. So that's what I'm going to be paying for those homes. Okay? Collectively, they all want to get. Pardon me?
I'm sorry. They are all going to be, if they go the collective route, you will get an appraisal still of each individual home, correct?
That's correct.
Right.
And if they all agree, and we sell it, then we're demolishing all that property.
All the properties will be demolished.
Yes.
Right.
Now
but
the acquisition.
If you do the
acquisition.
Go ahead.
My home will be demolished, and Valdez's home will stay up because she doesn't want to sell it.
Yeah, and you can't force her to sell. That's what you're saying, unless we go eminent domain.
That's correct. We won't do that.
And then let me ask this though: if I have lived in LBJ for 30 years of my life, I have no mortgage, and you go the appraisal route, it is likely that what you are going to give me, based on my knowledge of the neighborhood, I wouldn't be able to afford a house anywhere else on this island.
Time.
see the problem that we may have, the challenge that I'm just thinking out loud that we may have with respect to the buyout based on the appraisal of the property. That may be a challenge. I'm just saying, I'm just offering, I'm wondering if we're thinking this out correctly so that we don't have people who are homeless. Even if they decide to sell, they can't afford to buy a house or they become renters. That would be the worst thing that could happen to them. And maybe we need to again look at alternative ways of handling this entire process.
So, Senator,
thank you for explaining it, though.
Senator,
Thank you.
can I make
Go
a
ahead.
point?
You can answer on the chair's
Can I make a
time.
point
Thank
of
you.
clarification? Because I think a lot of individuals don't understand that. We don't own anything outside of LBJ. We're trying to work with the community to try to find an alternative so that they can live a quality of life issues. So we have no responsibility per se. We have no responsibility per se with the residents around that. We're trying to be partners and trying to create an opportunity to move out of that area or to sell so that they can improve their quality of life issues. And so that's what we're committed to doing. Now, if we have any other volunteers in the community that want to participate, I'm willing to do that, but that's what we know right now. That's what we're offering right now with the funding resources that we have. This is what we can offer. And so we're trying to work with the community. We're trying to work with the senators in that area and also the business community.
I'm hopeful that we can come to a resolution that will satisfy them and give them the quality of life that they deserve, because I know you have met a number of them and you know that they include an elderly population who have occupied LBJ now for more than, I am sure more than 50 years. So we do need to find a solution that is, again, using the word that I've heard for the day, compassionate and caring. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator James. Quick question. So the defined sale price for 356,000 on St. Croix, 369 St. Thomas, 539. How much square foot is that for the unit? How much square foot is that? Those prices are based on what square foot house? Media, please recognize the mic.
Senator Fonseca, the prices that you're quoting, those are the sales price limits as established by HUD under the home program. So they calculate these sales limits based on market activity that was sold in each respective island for that particular period.
So it's no average size of the home?
No, it's based on what was happening in the market. So we utilize these limits as our cap for clients that are eligible under the home program.
Okay, thank you. Senator Norville Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
I check. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Director Jones, in regards to the LBJ buyout, you do have funding for that purpose? You identified a funding for that?
Yes, we have.
Okay, good. And I just wanted to, Ms. Shellenford, I spoke with Commissioner Avril George over at Department of Human Services, and she told me that they have received the first quarter allotment on March 20th, and it'll be processed in your document, and you should be receiving your first quarter in short order. So we'll stay on top of that. I'll get your number from the chair, so that we could stay in contact, and I want to make sure that we follow through to make sure that you're getting your disbursement. Okay, we good on that?
Here comes Mike, please. She's saying thank you, Senator. Her mic is off.
No problem. Director Jones, in terms of your federal drawdowns, are you having any difficulties? Are you receiving timely drawdowns?
I apologize, Senator. He stepped out for 1 second. He had to step up for 1
Maybe the
second.
CFO speak to that. Are you receiving your drawdowns in a timely fashion?
Vala Shelfer, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, we are.
And going back real quickly to the homeless interagency council, I know that Mr. DeRima, you spoke about that.
1 minute,
What are
30
some of the
seconds.
action items being discussed at these homeless council meetings, interagency homeless council meetings that you intend to undertake?
Dan DeRima, Executive Director, MTOC, COC Chairman. I believe beginning we will be talking about the qualifications of persons that are homeless and how to get an inventory together. Hopefully that would be the starting point when we first meet to the scheduled meeting on the 22nd of April.
Okay, so you guys have not met yet?
No, not as yet.
Or what about your funding issue? Have you received your disbursement of your funding? Are you having any bottleneck with your funding?
30
from
seconds.
From the government?
Currently, MTOC has not applied for any local funding. All of our grant funding through the agency is federal.
Okay, so you have sufficient money to carry out your mission at this time?
At this time, we are pretty fluid.
Good enough. Thank you. Is Mr. Jones back?
Not yet, but I'm going to have you direct a question to him as soon as he returns to his seat.
Time.
Not a problem. So I'll yield until then. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Francis Jr. Okay, I'll speak a little until he comes back to get a little time. Okay, let me ask in respect to the St. Thomas Emergency Housing Portfolio, I just want to get some time frame because it was like statement, but there's no kind of time frame. So if anyone can respond, I'll appreciate it. When is the construction of the Tannenberg Emergency Housing set to commence? That's the first one.
Nicole Johnson, Director of Facilities and Property Management, VIHFA. With the Tannenberg Emergency Housing project, that project is still in the application phase. We do not have an estimated completion date for that project yet.
Okay, application phase. Okay, what about the rehabilitation of the Charlotte apartment?
With the Charlotte Apartments Emergency Housing, we do have to have A&E services done for that portfolio. However, we have not had that A&E services done partnering with our ODR team.
Okay. Edie Jones, you're back? Okay, let me have Senator Francis Jr. Ask you his question. Senator Francis Jr., Edie Jones is back. See.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Edie Jones, in regards to your priority, and I know that you talk about development of the 3-year housing plan that should be forthcoming in short order. What is the 3 priority items being undertaken over the next 180 days? With the IHFA.
I think it's all included in the one, is building affordable housing. That's the number one thing right now. And how do we do it, and how do we do it fast enough so that we can put people in homes? It's not just home ownership, it's also multifamily units that we can partner with with the housing authority so we can put people in rental housing and somehow look at an opportunity. I also want to look at an opportunity looking at co-op homes. Would that be a solution to get into a home ownership opportunity? We need to work with developers that can scale up and so that we can build at a reasonable rate and so that we can have promises that we can tell our territory that we're going to have homes, we're going to have scale, and we're going to have opportunities for ultimately the home ownership opportunity. So having my staff consistent, having them stay in place, making sure that they're trained, but also providing adequate, needed, quality of life housing on all three islands.
And in that undertaking, you're also involving private development in that discussion in terms of those individuals that had proven themselves time and time again in this territory, and having discussion with them how they can maximize the various incentive to assist you in that endeavor?
That is correct, Senator. That is correct, Senator.
Thank you.
I'm excited
Thank
about
you
the
very much.
opportunity, Senator.
Yes. So am I. I mean, based on some of those I've heard, I'm excited as well. I'd just like to see them to come to manifestation in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Jr., for your line of questioning. Point of information, Senator Joseph.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. I have a follow-up question from my colleague who is from Savannah and Bovoni to his question regarding how much of this home funding, what size unit or size home it can be built. I know he asked that question of Ms. Webster, but I'm hoping that your construction manager or director, Director of Planning and Construction, Mr. Rupert Pell, would be the appropriate person to answer that. What size structure would this amount of funding be able to build by square foot, per square foot?
I can answer that question.
You could answer
I can
both.
answer that question.
What size?
We're talking about at least a 2-bedroom, a 1-bath. We're looking at the price point being between, I say, about $295 to $350, and making it reasonable that way.
And how much would it charge? How much would you charge per square foot? How much would the cost be per square foot?
That's what I was saying. If it's between $295 and $350
$295
per square foot.
Okay.
That's at our price point that we can, if we can build at that, we can provide a lot of more home ownership opportunities.
Okay, thank you so kindly for providing that information.
Thank you for that question. Before I go to Senator Francis Heiliger, let me just ask a couple more questions in respect to some question that was asked at the August 2024 hearing. So can you tell me the status of construction projects mentioned from that meeting? The VI Corp land St. Croix, what's the status of that?
I'm sorry, Senator.
VI Corp land in St. Croix, what's the status? No status up to date? So we're still waiting.
Senator.
Okay, what about Wild Pineapple Fortuna? Well, at that time you were in construction negotiation for A&E services. What's the status as of today?
Mr. Pell is in St. Croix. Pell is in the St. Croix office.
Can we get him on?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's right here.
Mr. Pell.
Mr. Pell? Wild Pineapple Fortuna?
Good afternoon, Rupert Pell, Director of Planning and Construction. We have already contracted for the A&E services for Wild Pineapple. We currently have 20 homes under design, while we also designed the infrastructure for a total of 53 homes.
Okay. Whispering Hills, at that time you had solicitation for completion of 2 homes, and it was supposed to be sent out in September of last year. What's the status of those 2 homes? Was it sent out?
They were sent out. The bids were not in alignment with what we feel it should take to complete those 2 homes. So we have reevaluated and are about to send out a new solicitation.
Okay, well, no, I believe they had a price point. What was well, you can't really talk about it.
No.
No, you cannot.
Not advisable.
You cannot talk about it.
No.
You cannot. Okay, what about Mount Pleasant West, St. Croix? For 2 homes there also.
Could you repeat that?
Mount Pleasant West, St. Croix?
Same situation. We're now doing resolicitation for those 2 homes.
Born Esperant? St. Croix? Born Esperant?
We've had unsolicited proposal that came in for Bon Esperance for developers agreement. That project did not move forward, so it's back on the table for additional development in Bonus Perons.
Very well. It is clear to see, plain as day. Price point is important. We need developers who are willing to work with the agency and our people as a whole to assure that there are homeownership availability for individuals. And Edie Jones, I encourage you to meet with other developers. I never introduced you to several who are willing to do that to see what we can do in terms of moving forward with many, many, many projects that's needed for our people in the territory. Senator Francis Halligan, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. Senator Francis Halligan's mic, please.
Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of this territory. Good afternoon to the testifiers. My first question, do you have any programs specifically geared towards individuals that would like to be their own contractor?
No, we do not.
If an individual comes to you for assistance and they want to be their own contractor, is that something that you will just open your arms to?
If someone was to come through my door and ask Gene, sit down with me and make me understand how to be a contractor, I'm willing to do that. And
Well,
offer
not
some
make you
myself.
understand. The VI code already allows for an individual to be their own contractor, so you don't really, it's their choice.
But
So I'm asking you, would that be a hindrance for them? Because our law already allows it. And I could use myself as an example. When I was building one of my buildings, I chose to be my own contractor. I made the decision I hired an architect. I sat with her and we designed my building. I then moved on. I hired laborers. I had them create a listing for me of what all materials that they believed they would need. I then shopped around from the various companies so I could get the most cost-effective price, and I was on my job site every single day. Between my architect and the laborers, my building was up in 6 weeks. So
1 minute,
it's not
30
that
seconds.
it can't be done, but I want to know for somebody that just chose to follow the code and made sure that I had people with the knowledge around me, I got it executed. And that at times could assist people with getting the job done without sometimes if we do have a lack of contractors. So I'm saying if somebody came to you and said, would you be willing to work with them? Because our law already allows for it.
So there's two things I'm thinking about. If you build on our land, it's quite different because of the federal requirements and all the other statutes that we have to abide by, all the red tape. If you're building on your land, that's up to you.
Okay.
I can't get involved in that. I just want to make sure that if you have some questions, that you didn't understand that we're open to say, hey, look,
But that's
maybe
what
you
I'm
wanna look
saying.
at
Do you
this.
have programs geared towards that to help educate them, or if they might need to know what procedures or different things? You don't have that.
No, we don't, Senator.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Frida
30
Webster.
seconds.
Frida Webster via HFA. Our homebuyer education program, the 7-week program that we have, there is a session where the Planning and Construction Division speaks to that and other things related to construction financing. We strongly recommend that everyone obtains a licensed contractor to build their home. Yes, the VI code allows you to be listed as a contractor, but there are a lot of elements surrounding the construction of a home that an average private citizen is not aware of. But DPNR also requires you to have a licensed plumber, a licensed electrician to be part of the project.
That is 100%
So
accurate.
our program teaches you the do's and don'ts of construction building.
And you are correct with that, because I did have to hire a licensed electrician, a licensed plumber. I had to go through the process of getting occupancy permits when everything was finished. So
And the electrical permit for WAPA to get hookup, permanent hookup.
everything got done, and building was done in 6 weeks. But that might be an anomaly on my part. Could I just ask? I was listening to your response in regards to tiny homes, and I understand when knowledge is limited, your answer might have been skewed, which I don't agree with your professional opinion. For somebody that has spent the last 2 years doing quite a bit of research on smaller homes, because I know the exuberant cost of living here in the territory and creating homes that have a smaller footprint, because I think what you might have been talking about, because tiny homes have been utilized from building out small boxes for homeless individuals all the way up to building out homes that are modern and smart homes that are very designed, very articulate and beautiful. So I know what you might have been exposed to might not have been the same type of model that I might be speaking about in regards to what we need as a possibility here in the territory. The thought process of tiny homes for myself has a lot to do with the reduction of the footprint. Because we here in the territory, we have spent a lot of time building out 1,000 and 1,500 foot homes. And the thought process for me is, what if we were to build a smaller footprint, even if we go up a second level, it's built differently and it's a little bit more cost effective. And we have, for me, I would like to see a lot more options for even our younger people and even our seniors who might want to live in a smaller footprint home. And everybody does not want to live in a housing community. Everybody does not want to be in a housing system that might have 30, 40 units. So I am looking at other cost-effective alternatives that could possibly be an option for our individuals here in our territory. So while some might not build something that's 1,500 square feet and want to build something that's 900 square feet, the option is there. So I just think that our perception of what it is are two different things.
Fair enough.
My time is up. Okay.
You have an next question?
The only other thing I wanted to ask about is, what are your thoughts in regards to our utilization of space for housing here in the territory? I know that you guys have to deal with certain federal codes and even how our laws are set up. And especially in this district, we have discussed about we're running out of space basically in this district. St. Croix might have a little bit more time, but in the district of St. Thomas, St. John, we do have somewhat of a limited amount of property for sale, access to. I don't know how much you guys have direct access to, but what are your thoughts about how we specifically have laws as to how we build here? And do you think any of these laws could be tweaked in a way to help you maximize how you build in the territory to allow for more housing to help with the housing issue?
I don't think your laws here are preventing us from building homes. It's a topography that we have to consider when it comes to building. St. Croix is much flatter than St. Thomas. St. John is way off the page, but St. Thomas is manageable, but it's a topography. It's building way up or it's building way down. Do you excavate land? The dirt is it's hard rock under most of it. So you have to think about that. Retaining walls, all the other different types of things that you have to think of, and then if you have to cut new roads and utilities, is always another big thing. But no, we haven't ruled anything out. It's just how do we put the maximum amount of housing on a plot of land? We have a lot of land. Okay. We just need to connect the developers with the price point so we can build. That's the only thing that's holding us back right now. Can we get a developer that will either say, hey, look, I can build this for you, but you have to build, I have to be committed to 10 homes versus just 1 or 2 because I can't make a profit or I just can't make it go.
If you're limited to just a small amount. Okay. Well, thank you for allowing me for the additional time, Mr. Chair.
No problem, Senator. Thank you for your line of questioning. And along that line, I'm going to add my 2 cents again, and then I'll let Senator Fonseca do his point of information. Mr. Senator Fonseca spoke to the way we build our home, and the way I saw my dad build his home, and my granddad build his home, and all his friends build their home. And that's why I will continue to speak about, of course, for HUD is different. You have to do it differently, but for many individuals who are trying to build affordable homes in the territory to include tiny homes, it makes sense to be your own contractor. I was my own contractor, period. You bring in licensed individual to do different tasks. But I know Housing Authority have a construction manager, right? You have a construction manager, correct? At the Housing Authority? Mm-hmm. Correct. And in some spaces, I'm thinking if it's feasible to have the construction manager be that person with the oversight and have individuals, licensed individual perform the work in terms of getting some things done. We got to think differently. We have to do things differently, period. It ain't the way it used to be. Things have changed. As you said in your testimony, things have changed totally. So we can be creative and get things done based on what I see, based on my perspective, based on my experience in all of those areas. And I believe it can be done, but you just have to find a way to get it done, plan, and execute, that's all. So that's my 2 cents. Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your point of information?
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. Chair. Yes, you know, Director Jones, right? You know, that's how I built my house, and that's how my father built his, and my uncle and my best friend. That's how we build houses, because, you know, the owner, right, of the house has the most interest in making sure it comes in cost, not the contractor. The contractor gets paid. So I would advise you to rethink that. I know that if it's your property, it's, you know, it's HUD rules, etc. But if the land belongs to the owner, then allow him to build according to the law. Because yes, you're going to hire a licensed plumber like the senator from Wrong the Field said, and you're going to hire a licensed electrician, and whatever skills you need, you're going to get, because the owner is the most motivated to get that house built for the right cost. So take a look at how you do it now, because I'm sure your results would improve if you allow the owner to be the contractor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger. Point of information, Senator Francis Heidegger.
Thank you so much. Is there a possibility in having this conversation of potentially creating a program where we focus on really trying to educate individual owners of land to really be their own contractors? And that could also help with the price point you're speaking about, because I saved about 30-40% of my payout because I was my own contractor. And that alone will help reduce that price point that you're speaking about. I mean, I'm planning on doing the same thing again this year. And it was an excellent experience for me. Once I knew what the law said, and once I had knowledgeable people, educated people, and licensed people around me that I had to hire, the job was done. As a matter of fact, when the hurricane came in 2017, nothing happened to my building. Absolutely nothing. And my neighbor got damaged, my neighbor to the left, the right, nothing happened to my building. And that is because I made a point that I was there every day. I made sure every dot was, every I was dotted, every T was crossed, because it was my investment. I knew if anything happened, I would be the one losing money. So I made sure that nothing slipped through the cracks. So that's what I'm saying. Some people have a different perspective. And I brought that up because I want you guys to seriously start looking at that. Because if you do, you could potentially be building more homes. Instead of waiting around on developers to come, people might be focused and say, let me get my home built if I could get it accomplished myself with the licensed people around me. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you so much. In closing, though, this is my closing final remarks, honestly. Again, I believe developers is key when it comes to the Housing Finance Authority in terms of those who are willing to work with the agency and understand the plight of our people. And yes, I believe in these times, the amount of work here in the territory in terms of building homes and the amount of shortages that we have with contractors, is no way we can complete the task at hand. But we have a lot of licensed individuals around here knocking dog. But we are not utilizing them like we should, but they're just there on the sideline. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, we got to find a way to make it work, streamline the process. Like Ford did back in the days, heavy Ford. Assembly line. Pull 8 people to build a one, and everybody go eat. There's enough money to go around. True. Everybody go eat. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It makes sense to me. But nonetheless, I look forward to having those discussions, a more in-depth discussion, and see how we can really follow up and follow through and make things happen. Instead of talking, I'm ready to offer action. So, Edie Jones, I'm going to give you a minute to do your closing statement, and we'll wrap up.
Thank you very much, Senator, and all of the senators on the committee and those who are not on the committee. What I want to convey to everyone that's listening, we love what we do. We love trying to build something that be representative of the territory. We want tangible results just like anyone else. And don't get us wrong, we're going to work hard, we're going to continue working hard, but we have a great staff that are committed to providing a quality product and also to work with our collaboratives of nonprofits to do great things in this territory. I just say thank you to my staff, thank you to the territory, and thank you for the opportunity that you have given to us, and please keep our feet to the fire.
Thank you so much, and definitely I will do that. And I want to thank your staff for what they do and continue to do, and I look forward to continue working with you on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. And I must say, though, that I was very impressed again with the forum that you had the other night. I mean, I was very impressed, and I want to see that happen on a bigger scale. Though we're going to try and work something out. It needs to happen. Some very good information came out. Your staff was on point with their presentations. Every single one of them did a very good job.
Thank you, Senator.
And I want to thank my colleagues for being here all day. I want to thank my staff for helping put this meeting together, central staff, media, public affairs, security, everyone that had anything to do with the hearing. The Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication is hereby adjourned.